Yo guys, what is up? And welcome back to the RedHeadRambles podcast. I am joined by my good friend Leifon and Solo.
Yo.
Yo,
You'll notice I retracted the friend statement there. I don't know you well enough for that, man. I don't know. You're gonna have to earn that status, I'm afraid, son.
I'm trying to figure out why you think I'm your friend because of the fact that one, I got you cursed.
You did.
Two, I fucking gatekeep the fuck out of you.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Three, I've had you jump off an area.
Watching through the Dark Souls series, I'm feeling a little more disdain towards you, Leifon. There's certain parts of which I either like just memory clouded or just flat out ignored, but you screwed me at a couple turns actually.
Oh yeah. So if you don't know, since you don't know Solo, for the context of this, I got him to where the basilisks are. I told him, hey, just go in there and fight them. And he's like, nah, I'm good. He went up and around and fell in the hole, got the Ring of Evil ring, where
yeah.
you get HP, and he tried to get back out. He was surrounded by the damn things. And so he kept swinging at him, and he's just looking at his bar. He's like, man, what is that bar? Is that like poison? It's like, yeah, it's like poison.
You've been one of those. Like the Dark Soul community going with, hey, try jump here, treasure heads, and
That actually,
people just,
I got him with the Mimic and Sense Fortress, by the way.
oh,
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good summary of the series so far in podcast chat.
Shane and Smooth.
Yeah, I'm the one in the back, just gatekeeping, looking at him like, what the fuck?
I was looking for the thumbnail with the basilisk in it. I couldn't find it in my files.
It's okay.
So yeah, we will have Box on in a few minutes. He's actually just came online there. He might actually join in a second. And we might have Jack joining us as well during this episode. But basically, the main premise I want to get through is just going through general experiences with the Soul series and lore to some extent, but as I was saying to Leifon, if I wanted to go through like, just lore based stuff, I'd just, throw on a VatiVidya episode if I needed, but we'll throw in bits and pieces as we see fit. With the equipment I'm using at the moment, guys, I don't know what the audio is going to sound like. It sounds good to me personally, and Leifon said it sounded all right, so we'll see if there's any difference. It's definitely got to sound better than what it was in the last few podcast episodes. I want to take it more seriously. So let me know what you guys think. And yeah, hopefully I learn how to speak soon. Honestly, that's been quite a tribulation.
Okay,
recently.
you're Irish. It's hard for you to speak.
Well, it is, bro. Honestly, like certain sentences are just like, that's just not happening. All right, give up on it.
Oh, it's going to be okay compared to me, who's going to stutter every 2 sentences. At least I won't have the French accent
Fair.
as much as
Oh, I have
people.
to ask. I don't know if this is
Yeah.
stereotyping or racist or what. Frankly, I don't
Oh,
care. Do you play Sea of Thieves?
do I play Sea of Thieves?
Yes.
No, I don't.
There's such like a massive like French audience for that game
Yeah.
for no fucking reason. Like anywhere I went in that game, it was just French people.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun, and on top of that, like many of the meme videos from the Sea of Thieves are actually French people, like with their magnificent accents, asking dumb stuff to other people, like Spanish or English people. That's kind of amazing.
My very first time on Sea of Thieves, I tried to park the boat up by
Yeah.
one of the islands that I was trying to get to, and I was going at such speed that I ended up just like fucking Tokyo drifting the boat sideways. And I came up to this dude. I saw him on the island, and he didn't attack me. And we ended up becoming friends, and I brought him with me on a trip. And later on during the night, I was like, "So when I first met you, how did you know I was friendly? Like, why did you not attack me?" He's like, I see you. I see you on boat." I was like, I see.
Yeah.
you
I see you drifting.
yeah.
You're
I noticed
probably
you
like
are
an initial
an
Thieves
idiot.
fan.
I felt safe after that.
Yeah. It's kind of rare. I kind of want to say like that the French community in video game is pretty much toxic. I don't know if it's like just my personal experience, even though I'm French, but I don't know. Like people just tend to like be very offensive in general, and on top of that, they're like trolls
Mm, mm.
all the time. So like,
Especially in Dark Souls 1.
I don't even mind the
oh,
offensive comedy. It was just I just found it weird that it was just so like even like through the region matchmaking, it was still French people no matter where I went.
oh yeah, like they just want to be everywhere.
The British abandoned
You-
the seas, so they took the opportune moment.
yeah.
So, back to the Soul series, I suppose. I'll start off with something easy, since we've got the two. Well, in terms of our community, we've got the two Souls vets. What what would be your favorite Souls game? Right off the bat.
Go for it, French fry.
Oh, I'm starting. To be fair, even though like mechanically and just how it feels to play it, it's not really like the best as if now, because it's kind of old. But I'll say like in general, it will be the Dark Souls one
Mm,
game, cause it just like came in a way where video games tended to be more like accessible. I kind of want to say. I don't know if it's really English. Like bosses were becoming kind of outdated. People started to hate on hard video games, and while all the game tend to be easier at that time, there's just From Software dropping a nuke on everybody. And even though it kind of seemed like it was going to be something more niche, it actually exploded way more than I thought, and it was really a good experience for me.
hmm. I've noticed that as well. I mean, I think a lot of people have pointed out in terms of Elden Ring being a lot more accessible in terms of people having,
Yeah.
say, more like cooperative play and kind of more lenient difficulty in terms of having that many people in at once and the spirit ashes and whatnot, opening people into the rest of the Souls series. Because I think when it came to Dark Souls, at least for me personally, it was more so the reputation rather than the actual gameplay itself that brought me away from playing it. Because it was like, it has this reputation of being so hard. Why even bother? Like, I will not be able to play it.
Yeah, it really blocks a lot of people because they hear like I'll say stupid things, thinking that the game are impossible. While it's just, I mean, it's a die and retry.
Mm-hmm.
You get to get your hands on it and then notice how it's actually function, and then it just goes with the flow. You end up like crossing the land, uh, beating bosses like a breeze in the end, and it becomes like really enjoyable to notice how well do you improve like throughout the full playthrough.
Mm. I think it's
And that
there. You go ahead. Sorry.
and that's why like even going in new game plus, trying new builds, new kind of gameplay, because like life and hate on this, but I'm a Dex user and no Dex allowed for
Fucking
him.
casual.
Yeah, thank you.
You won't get any
and,
complaints from me on that, mate.
and I mean, yeah, I've been using strength build, quality build, like magic build, faith build. I've been using everything, and of course, in Dark Souls 1, you could like mix everything up with pyromancy because it was so broken. Like you could, it was since it was scaled on an item, it was just so much easier to get pyromancy in your build compared to later on in the Dark Souls series where you had to scale on faith. But yeah, that's pretty much like my base thought on Dark Souls 1 and the Dark Souls series.
I think there's a certain mindset as well because I think a lot of people just underestimate themselves in general when it turns to hard games. Like as you say,
Yeah.
and if you start a game like that, anyone could be bad starting it. You know, if you practice through anything, you're going to get better. So even with a game like Dark Souls, now I'm not going to pretend I went in blind or anything like that. I went to an extent, but Leifon held my hand a lot through those series. But even in doing so, like we still got through the game with him guiding me through. You know, in
Yeah,
terms of directions and whatnot. But beating the bosses, although it takes a lot of attempts, it can still be done. You know, like it's definitely not impossible.
definitely not.
And Leifon, what about yourself in terms of favorite Souls games or like your opinions in like a general opinion?
So I already know full well Solo is gonna give me some serious. We're allowed to swear on this stream, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, he's gonna give me
I
some
was
serious
trying.
fucking. He's gonna give me some serious fucking shit for this. Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne are my two fucking favorites. They're and
Expand.
Yeah,
So
for me, I'm just adding, we've been like closed into the Soul series, but I do think Sekiro and Bloodborne are actually much more enjoyable than like Elden Ring and Demon Souls and any other Dark Souls.
I think that has
Uh,
something to do with a preference in terms of decks as well. Because I noticed that me myself, I really like fast gameplay, and
yeah.
Sekiro and Bloodborne, when it comes to gameplay or like fighting, I can definitely see the appreciation for that for sure.
Hmm.
what he's trying to say, Solo, is that he is a Rivers of Blood user.
Fuck off. Sa- okay, this motherfucker, right, is gaslighting my ass, okay? I was an innocent little boy. I wanted to be a samurai. I looked up to my elders and said, "Teach me, teach me." And he proceeded to give me two options. He
Two
gave me a
weapons.
red pill and a blue pill. And he said, "Pick your disdain, all right? You can either be
Moonveil or
yeah,
River
you
of
can have
Blood.
Moonveil or you can have Rivers of Blood. What's the difference? Fuck knows. You're fucked either way. So just pick one, and the community will decide what your poison is. But yeah, I thought the Rivers of Blood looked pretty cool, and it was during the Radon fight. Now, honestly, like we went through the whole, I went through the whole game with the Rivers of Blood the first time, and I think it was nice for in terms of
A newcomer.
watching, like you know, like I don't think even if you do like watching someone overcome a challenge, I don't think it would have been very entertaining to see like 6 streams, you know, failing at the same boss over and over again. So it was nice in
Like
terms of
Fire
keeping a
Giant.
pace.
I can see
Yeah,
that.
true. Yeah. um, but yeah, like I mean, we came back to Elden Ring because in terms of my series, we went from Elden Ring Rivers of Blood, and that was the first experience with Souls ever.
Hmm.
Then we played through Dark Souls Remastered. We came straight back to Elden Ring again, and we did a proper build. And then we did Bloodborne, and then I played Sekiro myself. But the thing with the second playthrough of Elden Ring, I think having that first experience, having it be a lot easier with Rivers of Blood, and then having the comparison then with an actual proper playthrough of it, definitely opened up my eyes to the fact that the game was not as easy as I first thought, and that
Yeah.
there's a massive difference in terms of what happens when you choose your builds.
Yeah. Okay. So back with my stuff.
Uh huh.
I'm a huge. I love Dark Souls 2 just for the sheer fact of it's very environmental and it still has the best PC launch out there compared to Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1, especially its remaster, because the remaster was trash. Um,
Oof.
I'm
I
throwing
do
shade to
agree with this,
everyone.
but
Um, PvP aspects, the PvP for Dark Souls 2 is still very more intertwined with Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls. It still falls in that same line. However, I will say it does have its issues of it looked at Demon Souls. It looked at Demon Souls and says, "I want to be that. I want to do that right there." And it tried its best. It's like, teehee, you die, lol, have fun, and it did artificial difficulty mixed with a little bit of luck, which was adaptability. You wouldn't know yet, Shanetor, but you will soon
Yeah.
if you ever decide to dabble in it. And I'm a person of when it comes to Dark Souls 2 is or Scarlet First Sin now because it's the only one that's available.
Yeah.
Um, do it if you're bored.
Okay.
I love the game because of the fact that I got to see a whole world to myself that wasn't just R1 spam in Dark Souls 3. Easy mode.
Hey.
Oh, some division here. I see.
And then with that all being said, my best one to always go back to is Bloodborne. And that is my game. Like if I'm ever like pissed off or furious or I need a game to relax to, and sounds weird as shit. I know. But Bloodborne is what I will play. I will literally just go around the fucking world and just explore, find out where everything is located. I got to the point to where I know where almost every single item is in Bloodborne.
Yeah, and he knows that the doll is evil.
The doll is even the doll. Should it please you?
Even though he missed getting me the old hunter's bone and a couple other.
Well, we never got back to it because I forgot. Since you don't know Solo, he is he's trying to do the Chalice dungeons, get the Thumerian Queen.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to get there. The problem is, there were some times where I was at work, and so he went through the Nightmare of Minces all by himself, and he did the Amygdala and Nightmare Frontier all by himself. So he missed some items along the way.
I was about to say, there's going to be he went to the area of Mensis all by himself. Hooray! He missed everything. Fuck!
So now I got to get him the Choir Bell, the Living Strand. I got to make sure he goes back, gets the gesture for, praise the moon, pretty much, or a sign. I got to make sure that he goes and gets the doll, the hunter's bone over there. There was one more item. Oh, the fucking item that turns you into a message. Oh, in Amygdala's area.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a pain in the ass.
I found it kind of funny that out of all areas I could have decided to have the balls to do myself one day, I chose the area that seems to have the most irritating items to find.
Yes. I hate the White Lanterns so much. I hate them with every fiber of my being.
Yeah, we'll try to throw some fun into it if need be.
Yeah, we're gonna, and I will definitely try to be there for those. But
I'm definitely seeing the fun and the replayability element. By the way, Leifon for Bloodborne.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm happy that you're actually seeing that. So just so you know, Solo, the only ending that he's gotten is one where he just kills Gehrman.
Okay.
The chat
accepted.
Yes. The chat, however, tried to tell him about the secret ending a little bit.
Okay.
I'm glad they didn't. That was a lot of me just going through and making sure to delete comments.
Yeah, censored hard that day.
I was pissed. And it was what was a Metroid fan or a Corn hater that was trying to
I think it was a bit of both. Corn hater was definitely there for it, but I don't think Metroid was there for the final stream.
I want to say they're the same person. I think at this point, because I see Rivers are cringe right now in and it pops up in my feed, and they do the exact same thing as Corn hater and Metroid fan. So I want to say that they're all the same person. So.
Leifon's been bullied so much he's turned to a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
It's you don't understand, man.
It's the same. So the weird part is about that. I'm gonna bring that person up. Is the fact that they follow me everywhere.
Is this
huge fan?
No. Is this episode worthy, or does it have to be cut, or
it's gonna be quick? It's gonna be quick.
Okay.
They follow me everywhere. They found when I was watching a guy do another stream, showed up for your stream, showed up for my stream. That's all I've got, and apparently they were with another person I'm not going to bring up right now. But yeah, back on topic though, when it comes to my favorites, Dark Souls 2 has the best PvP, which is why I absolutely love it. Yeah, fuck you. If I want to use the damn chicken wing, I'm gonna use the damn chicken wing.
Are we specifically talking the Souls games?
Yes.
Well, I was, cause I didn't bring Sekiro.
Well, I was gonna. I was gonna save Sekiro, I think, anyway. But in terms of multiplayer aspects. I thought Elden Ring would have taken the cake for that now.
Oh no,
No.
no.
Again, I'm open-minded here. I'm wanting to hear
So,
opinions.
my opinion about Elden Ring PvP is that I touched it a little bit and I felt disgusted because it was at the time where, there were all these people kind of camping, like just AFK farming on their pillar using torrent to get to impossible, like places that are impossible to
Right.
access. Of course, I was here in the beginning of the game, so River of Blood had no nerf. It was absolutely broken. Everybody was using the three same weapon, even though the game is filled with like 500 of them. It was always Moonveil, River of Blood, and well, not like I saw many people using this one, but I saw like still quite a lot of the final boss weapon.
Oh, don't forget about don't forget the Moonlight Greatsword mixed with the Deathbed Companion set, where it caused
Yeah,
fucking death blight.
yeah, and the Deathblight combo. This one was absolutely terrible.
And in terms of like the Coliseum update, has that changed any kind of opinion? Like, I mean, I haven't
You
even
don't.
had a chance to jump in there
I-
yet.
I'll be completely honest. Like since I finished Elden Ring the first time, I absolutely didn't like got back to it. The game
Interesting.
kind of, yeah, I have some sort of controversial opinion on Elden Ring that a lot of people will disagree. They'll say like I'm I'm a casual. uh no, it's really in terms of the accessibility, I do agree that the game is more accessible to people thanks to the Ash of War and stuff.
Yeah.
But I didn't do the game with it because I didn't feel like having like some sort of bot assisting me on whatever I was doing.
Mm.
And the problem is how the game scales when you're getting closer to the end game.
Yeah, there is
Uh,
quite a peak. Yeah, it does kind
Fucking
of.
hell.
like
See, he get
I,
one
I
shot.
yeah, I noticed like I think it was really the fire giant. The boss wasn't hard by any mean, but it's just everything was eating so hard from this point.
The fire,
For me,
the funny little
Uh,
fire that's gonna follow you to your death.
yeah,
I
and
feel like
I was
every.
wondering what is the point of an elf bar if everything's one-shotting you in the end.
I feel like every boss after Godfrey takes quite a peak. Like, I mean, for me, I noticed it more so with Malekith. That was the first one that kind of made me like step back and go, "Oh shit, this guy's kind of kicking my ass."
It's
Like,
funny enough, Maliketh, I too tried on my blind run. And the
fair.
first try, yeah. The interesting thing is there was one of my friend. He kind of spoiled me. He said there's an item that makes the fight even funnier, which is the one that makes you parry Maliketh.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that one.
Uh, and he just said, "I'm pretty sure you're going to love the boss because he looks amazing and he's really interesting to fight." And for this boss fight, I heard another one of my friend was raging for hours on it, and I went full focus on him. I was like, I need to understand the boss instantly. So
See,
my first run, I almost killed him, but like I could have killed him any point. But I wanted to use the item last time and parry him, but I went really too greedy, and he did like the kind of like the storm
yeah.
kind of move like that depletes your health bar so
Yup.
quick. I just died there. I was like, I'm not retrying this like to style on him, and I just killed him the second time. But this boss was really really something. It's one of my favorite boss from Elden Ring
So
actually.
See,
problem with the game, it has a huge scaling issue. Another good example, the Melania fight is a big fucking it's a big fuck you. It's all it is. It's like get lucky, or that's why they had to fix the fucking tracking to where because you could not get
Oh,
around it.
it
they
is.
fixed it.
Yes, they actually made it to where you can actually roll in instead of rolling out. If you roll in, you're fine for the most part.
It definitely is.
Oh,
I do agree with that, Leifont. However, it is quite like I was saying this as someone who's recently started it today. It's so like out of the way that I feel like if you wanted that challenge, like it's not like you don't need it to complete the ending.
But I wanna kill all the bosses.
Yeah,
So
but like
then that.
you know,
Go ahead, sir.
no, that was kind of it. I was just saying like
Well,
it's definitely an unfair boss, but it's like
and
so
they
out of the way that I'm not as mad about it as in terms of if it was a main boss.
well, another good example, the Rodon fight. That's
Wait,
almost a borderline required boss.
I wanna continue on the Malinia fight a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
My personal experience on the Malinia fight is that it's been the most unfair fight out of the French, like the whole From Software franchise.
I think that's pretty
It's
much agreed on. Yeah.
it's the one boss I spend the most time killing for like my first time. I remember people raging on Ishin, the gun saints.
He just
I'm
pulls
not
out a fucking Glock, man.
uh, but the thing that frustrated me to the core with Malinia is that I mastered the fight so much, but was getting killed by only one move, which was the water flow dance that had such a terrible tracking. I hated the fact that the game either wanted me to respec to a tank build, but will actually suffer from the healing she has, or wanted me like to go full Ongball mode where I had to perfectly manage to mess up with the AI and actually like trigger her water flow dance a certain way so I could roll in. But actually, when I saw Ongball doing this after like 3 hours in the fight, I was like, how is he doing this? Because when she's jumping, her hitbox is still down. You can't go below her because you actually hurt like her hitbox, and you gotta like maneuver around it. And I'm passing on some sort of like issues I got while playing the game because the game was so unoptimized in the beginning. Like everybody
Can I ask
remembers.
what platform did you play on?
I played it on PC and on
Okay.
Series X.
Okay. Yeah.
I played both.
So you're telling me a
Uh,
person called Solo had a vendetta against Melania? I've never heard of this before.
What? Blasphemy.
and the problem is like since I wanted to stream it, for some reason the capture card had a little delay, and every of my input had like a 0.1, 0.2 delay, and it was terrible to play because I was feeling it so much.
That doesn't help as well with the fact that Elden Ring has this like really weird system in its combat where like they delay their attacks a certain
Yeah,
yeah, like I
It's a
really
roll
don't like that.
catch. It's
Yeah.
roll catch.
Yeah, but like
yeah,
they
they
change their
they roll
timing every
catch
now. Like
all the
they'll
time.
slow it or they'll fasten it. Like it'll be the same in attack, but they'll change the speed of it a little bit to like they'll hold their hand in the air and they'll hold it
I
and
mean,
hold
and
it. You know.
and then the game will cheat sometimes where it's like they're all of
Reading
a
your
sudden they're the
input.
most aggro piece of shit out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
You're fighting like you went from fighting like a level 10 CPU, which is supposed to be max, and all of a sudden it's level 20 and they're doing some bullshit. You're like, what the fuck just happened to this level? You
Like
almost have to beat them
There,
before you.
there
we
is
all,
so much I want to say, but like I'm trying. One, I'm trying not to cut you off too much because I want to let you have your says, and second of
yeah.
all, I I don't want to like get lost between points, but I don't want to spend too much time on Elden Ring right now. We might come back to it
Yeah.
in a little bit, just because Elden Ring is one of the only ones Box has played. And I was hoping we might discuss some of the Dark Souls stuff before he gets here, because he might not have as much to say on that front. But
Okay, that's fine.
just one
Um,
last thing. Do you have something you wanted to say just before you left Elden Ring solo? It sounded like yeah.
yeah, I wanted to talk about like everybody's first boss experience, which was our friend Margit. Margit Good, the famous. The thing is,
Margaret Thatcher. Yeah.
with this fight, it shows you pretty fast like that the game wants to mess up with you with the delay.
Yep.
But even though I got like I got the habit pretty fast, like that the game wanted this. I still felt like it was messing up with the rhythm of the fights itself,
Absolutely.
A-
Yeah.
and it didn't feel like, I don't know how to describe this, but uh, it was intense, but at the same time it didn't feel right.
Yeah.
I don't know if I get my words right, but
I kind of
that's
had an
how I
idea what
felt.
you're saying. Yeah. Uh, in terms of, I just want to bring one point back before we continue off. When you were talking about Malekith as well,
Yeah.
I had a point with that boss. His movements and his like character model I find quite similar to the Bloodstarved Beast in
Mm-hmm.
Bloodborne. And when I fought the Bloodstarved Beast, I died a hell of a lot of times. And when I fought Malekith, I died a hell of a lot of times. But I was angry with Malekith, and I wasn't angry fighting the Bloodstarved Beast. I enjoyed my time. And I think the difference in terms of those two fights and those two encounters is the fact that with Bloodstarved Beast, it was aggressive like Malekith, but you were able to combat it. You weren't running away. You were able to you were able to counter. You had the visceral. You could use your gun to actually stun them. But with Malekith, it was like, as you said, unless you got that specific item that is very, very hidden, by the way, and there's very,
Yeah.
very little mention of it, but it's specifically made for that boss. Unless you actually had something to kind of counter that attack, you're constantly running away from Malekith, and that makes it so that you're more on the defense. Whereas in
Yeah.
Bloodborne, if you have that aggressive and you have that passion for it, that's why I think if they added some element of like that Bloodborne combat to Elden Ring, I think a lot of those aggressive bosses would have been a lot more understood.
Yeah, and even the boss runs from you. Like sometimes when he's doing his jump,
Yeah, yeah,
like wave attack, he's like, it also mess up with the pace of the fight.
yeah.
But gladly enough, it always follow up on the attack you can parry. So my experience was like a lot different than a lot of other player.
Well, that was the
So
thing. Oh, so sorry.
Poor
I'm
life,
gonna
man.
You go ahead,
I'm going to derail it a little bit to your original question,
Okay.
which was about the PvP.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
Yes.
PvP question that was originally asked. So you asked about the Colosseum, the Elden Ring versus Dark Souls
Yes.
PvP.
Yes.
And as someone that has done all of the fucking PvP, and minus Sekiro since it doesn't have a multiplayer mode.
Use the mod.
Soon.
I'm
I will
joking.
probably do it at some point. There is the problem I have with the Elden Ring PvP community is that there is no etiquette. They are just a bunch of fucking casual scrubs that run through like tee hee. Oh, I want to do this, but you're not. You're not. That's the thing. When you're running a certain build, you need the time that you need to be able to put all these buffs in. Something that was demonstrated. It was the Wildlands were different in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, but the etiquette came because Dark Souls 1 had chain backstabs.
Yeah.
Fuck all you Dex
That's-
builds for fucking using that shit. Dark Souls 2 actually started establishing etiquette. Dark Souls 3 added more on it, and then all of a sudden it went out
Mm.
the fucking door and Elden Ring came around. So that's the problem I have with Elden Ring is there is no etiquette. Yes, they have better netcode. Yes, things are going to be running a little bit better. But in all honesty, the PvP for Dark Souls 2, and I can't believe I'm fucking saying this shit, Dark Souls 3, its PvP aspects, they actually had an idea of waiting for the other individual to be fully buffed before you
Yes.
Yeah.
actually do the fight.
That's the
Good.
gentleman rule.
That is not established at all in Elden Ring, especially in the Colosseum. In the damn Colosseum, they're just tee blood build, or I need to do this sleep build real quick, and then backstab you with bleed weapon.
We will roll back to Elden Ring. I will move the conversation a little bit over in terms of. We'll stick with Dark Souls for a little bit.
Mhm.
When I first started playing Dark Souls Remastered, I was actually watching Lord of the Rings at the same time for the first time as well.
Oh.
So it was interesting to have both of those first experiences around the same time. And I noticed in terms of, I know I said I'm moving on from Elden Ring. I am, but I just it's important
Yeah.
for this connection. For Dark Souls, I enjoyed like the passion of the hitting for strength builds. It was my first strength build. I went for Dex in Elden Ring. So when I hit something in Dark Souls, even if it was a boss, I'd notice that massive impact. Whereas if I hit something in, say, Elden Ring, it would require, for me at least, some kind of bleed or some kind of status effect for me to actually feel like I'm making a massive difference. Because even if I hit them with a +10 greatsword, it would be it wouldn't be as satisfying. It would still be such a small amount of their health compared to what it was in Dark Souls due to the health difference and like how big their health bars actually are in this game.
It's the scaling
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
He ended up with a Zweihander at the end of the day,
Yeah.
by the way.
Box, perfect timing. I'll just finish this point though. But yeah, so in terms of the combat, I actually, between Elden Ring and Dark Souls, I think I'd actually prefer Dark Souls when it came to the strength builds, just through pure satisfaction alone, just from actually getting those hits off and feeling the weight of your attacks. But when it comes to Elden Ring, I think similar to Lord of the Rings, it was a lot of like exploration that I found to be its strong point. Like whenever you talk
Yeah.
to anyone about Elden Ring, it's like it looks amazing, the areas are incredible, and I kept discovering new things no matter where I went, and there was always something there. So yeah, I think uh, it's kind of a case of, well, what are you looking for the game? Are you looking for the sense of wonder, or are you looking for the challenge side of it? Like which
Yep.
yeah.
Like we end up all the time heading stuff on Elden Ring, and
it's
I,
just gonna happen.
I'll be the people everybody's going to hate. For Elden Ring, one of the reason why I didn't continue playing the game is because it exhausted me. I felt like repeating the same dungeon over and over.
Mm.
Like the catacombs, holy! I called it. Like
They
I
suck.
did every single one of them. I explored. I won't say 100% of them out because there's probably stuff that I missed, but
Mm.
like the caves, the catacombs, like all that stuff. And in the end, I was like, but why bothering exploring if it is to get that shitty reward in the end? Like,
I feel like my favourite part about the catacombs is you get lost for about half an hour, only to realise you've got, well, more than half an hour, only to realise you've got to go all the way back and just sit in there just for mushrooms.
Also, now that
Now,
Box
here's
is
your
here, we might
reward,
as well
10
stick with Elden
mushrooms.
Ring, and we'll just finish our conversation on Elden Ring while Box is here instead. Hello, Box. How are you doing?
I'm alright, mate. I'm alright.
Nice. I actually, it's interesting to hear you guys complain about the catacombs, because I've played through the game twice now, and I didn't actually have all that much experience with the catacombs. I ventured into them a couple times, but it wasn't really a massive factor of my gameplay throughout it.
Sir, they're a Chinese knockoff Walmart brand. What's another word for what's in like a terrible store in the UK? They all use. It's like
Little.
like
Lidl. Don't you dare offend Tesco.
I work for Tesco.
so. It's like those places. It's like that's the knockoff brand of Bloodborne Chalice Dungeons. That's what it is. It's
that
literally
I
what it is.
myself hated. Again.
If it comes
You
to
didn't
catacombs,
grind-
I
you
let you
have to-
guys talk about it because I don't have much experience with it. I'll let you guys talk about that if you want.
Sure, I'll tell you. It's all the time the same fucking boss in the end.
No, it's not. What the fuck
Yeah.
are you on about?
No, it's like all these statue cat thingies, bro.
Yeah,
I was so tired of them. I felt like half of them was this boss. Of course, I'm exaggerating a lot on this, but like the boss didn't feel like bosses. They felt like elites at most.
You talking about for Bloodborne or Elden Ring here?
Oh no, Elden Ring.
Okay, yeah, me and you're on the same page here.
Because for Bloodborne, at least, even though I didn't really like my whole like playthrough, like through the chalice, at least there were unique bosses.
I will admit
Actually,
to you guys,
cut bosses.
I will admit to you guys that the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne are a hell of a lot better than the catacombs in Elden Ring, at least from what I'd seen. Again, I haven't too much experience with the catacombs, but that was an interesting argument I heard about Elden Ring in terms of having like repeated enemies, or like not repeated
Yeah.
enemies, but repeated bosses more so.
Even enemies.
Yeah, but like, I mean, when I played through Dark Souls, I'm only just after finishing editing through the whole series there. I mean, you literally had the area before Bed of Chaos where you have Taurus Demon and you also have the Capra Demon, like,
Yeah,
repeated
but
back to back.
it had like a meaning behind this, and it was to make you feel like you actually progressed through the game, making like a boss an actual like basic enemy. While Elden Ring, it's literally every area of the game. I felt like it was just the same guys with just a color swap. The bosses were repeated
Well, yeah,
all the time.
that's fair, but like, could you not argue as well that like if they're from the same race, you're bound to see more of the same creature? Like, I mean, if there
No,
is a species
I
item.
can agree with you there, Shane. I can imagine if like the same race and everything, you're going to see more of them.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that they. Again, I'm admitting that the catacombs could be better, but
Yeah.
I don't think that it's necessarily like laziness on their part. I just think it could come from a sense of realism, in the sense that if it is a species, there is going to be more than one or two.
Okay. So
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna add on to this on why I think it's fucking lazy.
Okay.
The award. Let's go ahead and add the reward system on this thing.
Let's first calm down, Leifon. This is just a conversation. I'm not attacking you.
I know, no. I know you're not.
Okay.
I want to bring the elephant into the room.
I know. You get very passionate. Go on.
Glowwort 3-4 is like 3/4 through the game, but you can get 5, 6, 1, and 2, like, and some Tic Attack boss, or it's one of the hardest bosses, or some bullshit boss in the game, or
Yeah.
in some cases, like trying to like get to certain fucking areas. You're like, okay, cool. You go up to the mountain, you know, you're like, okay, cool. You got to the Atlas Plateau. Congratulations. Woo! There's 2 ways to do it. Congratulations. Have fun with it. But for that one motherfucker out there that beat Melania, I'm bringing it up again because I can, and your award for it, congratulations, you get a boss soul out of it.
Yeah.
And some fucking
mean-
lore if you gave a shit about lore. But for those people that don't really give a fuck about the lore, you're like, why did I waste like 5 hours of my time? Or in some cases, they're doing bullshit with it.
That's a fair.
mean-
That's a fair argument. I can see that, but at the same
No,
time, you could
like,
also say.
Like I can, but at the same time I can't, because even though you don't really care about lore, it's still part of the game. But there's just like the quest, for example, with Millicent, etc., that actually needs Malenia to be beaten. So
And Mikola as well.
yeah.
I can see.
What you
flip
got
sides of
there,
the
Box?
The real elephant in the room isn't even that. It's the fact when you do the fucking catacombs, you go in there, you see the watchdog guardian's got the face of a cat. That's the real argument here.
That is the real freaking dude. Not just that, it turns around, looks at you, you're like, well, I gotta fight 3 of these things at once. Now I'm just being made fun of now.
Yeah. Call
Oh,
it watchdog and it's a cat.
Again-
Devastated.
again with a controversial argument. So I'm part of the people that actually kind of shit on Dark Souls 2.
I know you are.
I still think that the game has really good ideas on some of its aspects, but
And it gets
like-
expanded upon in Elden Ring, by the way.
yeah, and it actually takes the wrong parts of it. Like people were screaming the fact that in Dark Souls 2 there was a boss with Avel and 2 other NPCs. They screamed that there was a smoldering demon that was blue instead of red.
Yep.
So why are people okay with the fact that like you can
watchdog.
actually, I mean, you can cross literally to Goldrick. He's a demigod.
Mhm.
And there's one in the Everjail. There's
Everjail,
only
yeah.
9. Yeah, sorry. There's only 9 unique bosses in Elden Ring.
Or also, let's also add in the fact that you fight for those that have gotten the Estelle, the boss.
Yeah.
You fucking fight him in the catacombs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Again.
I agree with that one. That is, in
I
my
agree.
opinion,
I
that is
agree with
weird.
that one,
Yeah.
but also the catacombs one is like 50 times more scarier.
I get
I don't
that,
think
but
it
it's
should be,
like
though. I think the
why?
actual
But
one should be.
it takes away from the boss, and in a way, it
Yeah.
also takes away from Ronnie's quest line.
But then
I do
again,
passionately agree with that, Leifon. I do think Astle should have been one and done.
I do
Now, like,
I do understand that, but you've got to bear in mind from like a lore point of view. Like you'll notice with like the fallen beasts how they've got like a younger like juvenile form, and then you see like a more adult form when you're going up Mount Gilmere. From a
But-
lore point of view, Astell's meant to be like a fully grown up version of them.
But then you get the gladiator bosses, the gladiator enemies, and they become normal fucking enemies later.
If I see one more Crucible Knight, I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude.
So
So let's talk
one
about the
ti-
Crucible Knight's best friend that randomly rocks up, a fucking misbegotten.
So there's 2 bosses that I'm like, okay, cool. They brought back in. One was the watchdog, not the watchdog, the dog with the staff. He gets like he does magic and everything else, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, like halfway through his health, he throws the fucking staff at you. He's like, "Fuck this shit! I'm gonna kick your ass." And then they also intertwined Mog's brother, cousin.
Oh, I actually don't understand about Mog.
So they actually
in the
bring up
lore, I didn't get it.
the lore. Yeah, it's a little weird, but in a way, it's like that's like his youngest brother, or his cousin, or something like that in the catacombs, and it's an item that you can use later on, and it actually intertwines with itself on how he got there, which is very nice. Like that's a good tie-in. I'm like, where was this at when they brought in fucking Estelle and every other fucking piece of shit? And I was like, where's all right? I'm at some point when I saw Estelle in there, I was like, okay, am I gonna start seeing Renala here show up, and I'm gonna have like a dragon, a giant, a troll, and a bloodhound fang piece of shit in the corner?
I will say, by the way, as well, Box. This might be calling back, but we mentioned Giant there. Leifon and Solo are not fans of, or at least you don't seem to be fans. Could be wrong. Fans of the Fire Giant fight. What were your opinions on that fight?
I fucking hate him.
Really? That's interesting.
He's an easy.
He's the shit I have ever witnessed.
I thought it was a cool boss. I liked it.
It's
I
a
mean,
cool
it's
boss.
not-
It's a great
He's a
concept,
cool boss.
but that fucker's he just rolls on you, and no matter what, he will just fucking get you. He will breathe fucking garlic breath on you, and you're gone.
Me and
If you
Kevin
look
fought
at-
him without any armor.
If you look at if you look at him as a boss, he's on the surface, he's great, but the moment you realize that he doesn't scale, his fucking flame, you're just running away from his flames half the fucking time. He only
You know,
has like 5 or 6 attacks.
yeah, you
compared
know,
to,
I've
like,
been
Mikola, everyone else in between.
I've been pretty lucky with the Fire Giant because actually it was a first try, but I was so impressed when I just entered the room, and you know, like he's using his dish,
Yeah.
and he just like you just see a snowfall on you, and you're like, what? And I saw my health bar disappear. I didn't die, but I was like, what, the damage? And then I just rush, like, the golden rule of all the Soul series, which is stick to that booty.
Yeah.
Stick that ass until it doesn't work. Especially against
Yeah,
Watchdog.
but like the Fire Giant, the only thing like I said about it earlier was that it's the beginning of the scaling messing up, but it's still a cool fight.
See,
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
I
it's a good set piece.
I genuinely do enjoy the fight, like not even just like from a visual aspect. I think just in me personally, again, like I died to that boss quite a lot, and I still like it. That's for me that what makes a good boss. Like if I'm getting pissed off fighting a boss, I generally don't tend to like that. Like even if it's only 1 or 2 deaths. Like if it's annoying me that much and I'm not enjoying the
Mhm.
boss fight, that to me is a bad boss. But with the Fire Giant, personally, Leifon, you have an issue with the fire. The fire wasn't a massive issue for me. The disc annoyed me more than the fire did, honestly. But I think it was just because the frames were weird. I mean, you can't. There's no way you can spin it lore-wise where I can roll and dodge that shit when it fucking
Torrent.
pounded my ass into the concrete. Like, there's no question about it. But
No,
Yeah.
what annoyed me the most about that fight was the fucking, no matter where or what I was doing, it just fucking roll on me no matter what. And next thing, all I know is my health is there full and then just gone.
But
And
at
it got
least
to the point
compared,
where, go
yeah.
on.
Go on, no, go on, go on.
I was gonna say I got to the point where I was that pissed off. You can literally see when I was recording the Elden Ring series, I fuck off for about 10 minutes and I just come back and I've got a big bottle of fucking alcohol.
But yeah, at least the positive aspect of this fight is that you can use torrent compared to the Elden Beast.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
And I see that reflected. I don't think. Can you use torrent in the Radon fight or no?
No.
Uh,
yeah, you can in the
no,
Radam
you
fight.
can.
You can.
No,
Yeah, you
you
can.
can in the Radam fight because there's a cheese at the very start where once
Yeah,
you go in, if you
You can walk
literally run
around.
backwards on yourself on torrent, you can despawn him.
Yeah. See, I
And then
liked.
when you
And
walk,
he'll just
when
run
you
at
walk
you.
back in and spawn him,
I
he
liked
stops
the
shooting arrows and just runs at you.
I like the experimentation they did there in terms of the Radon fight and the Fire Giant. That may be the reason why they're two of my favorite fights, but
Mm-hmm.
Radon was more of a raid fight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
Radon
true.
was a cool
exactly.
ass. It was a raid fight. It was really fucking cool. I was like, oh shit, this feels like some Final Fantasy 14 with mixed with some World of Warcraft shit. Let's go.
Yeah,
True,
that
it
was
started
really
really fun.
unique, boss.
Yeah. And I think
Mm.
that says something about the combat as well, though, because that's always something I point out. And again, whenever I point it out to some veterans, it's immediately discarded as like "fuck you, scrub." But
Or
from
parry the comment.
well, from my perspective, it's like Elden Ring doesn't seem to me to encourage solo attempts. It seems to encourage some aspect of working as a small unit or as an army. You've got so many things that are encouraging you to do that. You've got so many like the Stakes in Marika. You've got the Ash Spirits, like.
I'd say the boss fight that encourages like using ashes as much though is the Godskin duo fight.
That as
Oh my
well.
God.
Like it disperses you from actually working yourself. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to phrase it. In Dark Souls, I feel like you're one companion or you're one person working up through this massive journey yourself. In Elden Ring, though, it feels like, and there was merit to this somewhere in the lore, but that there's like multiple versions, and you're just one tarnished on your journey, whereas there's many other tarnished trying to do the same thing, and it's like helping each other out. That's, to me, in my sense of how I feel when I'm playing it. It's like, okay, you help me, I'll help you, and then we do this, and we'll all take it on as one massive journey.
Yeah, I can see that. But then, with there also being like references to other tarnished in Elden Ring as well.
Yeah.
All of them are fighting for Elden Lord.
True.
Which is like a one-person title.
True, but like, the enemy is my friend,
So I thought in like when playing Elden Ring the second time, you meet Vike, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And Vike's a really cool character when like you find out like the lore behind him. Like he was the next strongest to actually become Elden Lord until he like met the Three Fingers. That was all to save his maiden, whereas we just fuck off Melania. Not Melania, Melina.
Well, I mean,
we just kind of sacrifice her.
Don't forget, like, I mean, we're not, I wouldn't say partnered up, but like we're friendly.
We've got
enough
a mutual goal.
Yeah, we're friendly enough with Sir Gideon, and then it turns.
Well, he
around
just sort of deals with our bullshit because he's like, oh, I need someone else to do this for a little bit.
Well, that's exactly what I mean. It's like, oh, okay, well, there's no like negative to me letting you help me. But then at the end of the day, it's like, okay, one of us has got to come out on top here. So I'm not saying that it's necessarily a conjoined effort, but it's more of a case of like, okay, I'll help you, you help me, and then we'll see whoever comes out on top.
The man pretty much asks you for help for his daughter
to
make sure she doesn't turn. For that whole Selene boss, who was it? Selene, or was it? I'm gonna start with an H. It was the NPC that you help, and the person, his daughter, is the one you're trying to save. I forget the whole like backstory behind it, but he asks you like because you get a potion, you're supposed to give it to her.
Oh yeah, I know the one you're on about. Yeah, yeah.
Celiva.
Sulliva, that's what it was.
Yeah, the Celiva's quest line.
Because that would go towards eventually making Ronnie a puppet.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh.
See,
phrase it.
with Celiva, there's a lot of lore around him, just like, but no matter what, he is just a prick.
Yep.
I didn't actually phrase my terms that well. I was kind of panicking there. What I mean, I don't necessarily mean in terms of lore. I mean from a personal perspective, or like going through. If you're just thinking in your own head.
Oh no, yeah.
Dark Souls for me, like you wake up, basically in a prison or like like in a cage more so or a cell.
And Oscar saves your ass.
Yeah.
Gives you a key.
Yeah, but like throughout that entire journey, you have the option of summoning, but it's not in your face as much as it is in Elden Ring. So it felt more so of like coming up through a redemption arc in a way for me at least.
Or finding trying to find Solaire in
And save him.
the Ornstein smoke fight.
Bro, we went
and you
through
get,
so much trying to get that fucking...
And then you get invaded on top of that, and then get down taunted.
Yeah, box. So I had to like clear out the entire room before the boss fight for Ornstein and the Smo to actually unlock Solaire, like so his summon sign would appear. And after all of that, I finally find his sign, and as soon as I go to summon him, an invader comes in and kills me.
Ooh.
Fucking backstabs him, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he would have survived, he would have been chain backstabbed because I saw the follow on attack was a chain. I was like, oh, fuck.
I'm quite enjoying that video series. If you guys want to check it out, I'd appreciate it. But it's unfortunate that the video quality is like 480 because that's what the stream was in at the time.
Yeah.
But it's nice and nostalgic to look back on. But
also without Hornet Ring as well, solo.
Yeah. But
I don't bully him.
I just want to come back to my point real quick, just before I forget it, because again, as I said, my mind is racing at the moment. But that was something when playing Dark Souls and watching Lord of the Rings at the same time. There was so many set pieces that feel Tolkien inspired, and I think they may have even spoke partially to give credit to that. Like with
one of
Mount
the areas
Gelmor.
was literally lived like Eye of Sauron.
Yeah, exactly.
When you were collecting madness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
With like the trek up through Mount Gelmor and the mountaintop of the giants, or Mount. Yeah, that's right. Mount
Gilmore's the one by
Mount Gelmor is the one by Rykard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the mountaintop of the giants is the one for the main quest story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get confused between Tomb of the Giants and Mountaintop of the Giants ever since Dark Souls, but yeah, when you're going through those two areas in Elden Ring, it feels to me like those kind of journeys that you have in like The Hobbit or like Lord of the Rings, where they're going through you're rising up through and you're going from the lowest point to the highest point, like you're reaching to that challenge. And a lot of people complain about the area of Mountaintop of the Giants because to them they say that there's not as much interactable.
Yeah, it was kind of empty.
Yeah, I feel like
they say it's quite empty. But then you play something like Shadow the Colossus, and that world is completely empty, apart from the bosses that you're going to. But it's intentional, though. It's not that they were...
it's a complete different experience, in my opinion, so...
I was about to say, Shane, you better watch what you say, boy.
No, I'm not critiquing. I'm saying that it works for me. I mean, so you obviously disagree, but for me it works because it's like... I don't see that every area has to have that life there. It's like with the Mountaintop of the Giants, I feel like there's no one there for a reason. If it was easy to get here, it would be populated. But the fact that it's so empty, it's like, okay, it's getting serious now. There's something up here that's like, nobody else is fucking bothering to go here. Like, you are the adventurer traveling through this, like, treacherous territory.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, Mountaintop of the Giants for me was, like, quite a barren area. Like, it was next to fuck all there. But I feel like that's what made it work so well.
Sorry, I had a pop up there and there. I was concerned my computer was about to like shut down. Sorry, that was a big long rant there, but I don't know. That just felt like something I wanted to add in. Like when you go, what kind of areas did you like the most, Leifon, out of like Elden Ring? If you were to pick, like maybe through just scenery wise, because I think a lot of Elden Ring is through exploration or like through visual pleasure. Is he lost?
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Is he here?
He said he'd be right back. He's on the phone.
Oh.
How about Box?
Oh, you know what?
Visually the most impressive.
Visually, the most impressive is Michaela's Haligtree, in my opinion.
Mm.
Definitely.
Like, but also, the very first time you like step into Leonia of the Lakes, or
Yeah,
Lake to Leonia,
Mm-hmm.
I agree
like
on this.
it's so perfect
Can I?
and it's
Can I
so
raise?
visually pleasing.
Can I raise two possible answers as well? First
very well.
view over Lindell Capital
Hmm.
when you're coming up through that crack. When you see
Oh
it
yeah,
all.
just
Yeah.
after
I think that golden
Yeah,
the gatekeeper.
Yeah. I think
You
that
know
like
what?
Golden City view is awesome.
Funny you should say that, Shane, because first time I played Elden Ring, when I first seen that crack, I was so like impressed by it. I actually took a screenshot on my Xbox of it.
Yeah, same. Yeah, that's what I mean in terms of Elden Ring. I think like a lot of it is like you play the Dark Souls or you play the Bloodborne. Let's say the Bloodborne games. You play the Dark Souls games or you play Bloodborne for the combat, and I feel like if you're playing Elden Ring, there's combat there, but I don't think it's on par with the others. So I think it's more so for the exploration aspect, or
Yeah.
if you're into that
Yeah.
kind of like long journey, which I can appreciate. Some people aren't. But yeah, no, that one and the very first time you go down the lift for Noxtella or Nocron.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I remember it actually like just screaming "Whoa!" when I
Mhm.
saw the stars.
It's incredible.
But really
I feel like just like the whole Noxtella and like Siofra River areas is just really like well done.
And it's so easy to miss as well. It's not technically
Yeah.
necessary.
yeah. I'll join with the Liorna of the Lakes
Okay.
for my favorite area because of all the actual color scheme.
Yeah.
Like after beating Godric, you just like cross the door and you see like the colors just running through your screen, your monitor, and you're like, "Wow,
Mm-hmm.
really?" But like, actually, even though, as I said, like I might be controversial toward Elden Ring, I think in terms of like actually the arias, I see no fumble actually. Like, there's no aria in Elden Ring that I hated.
That's fair. I think that's
I-
Uh, there's only one thing maybe I could complain about. I'm sorry, I don't really know names
No, okay.
in English.
If you could describe it, maybe.
The snowy area from
Consecrated Snowfield.
yeah.
I was gonna say that's the one area I disliked about the whole game.
The only thing is like the whole game presents you like full landscapes, like deserving of a wallpaper, and then you come to this area and it's foggy. You see nothing.
Yeah.
And
I feel like that's why it works so well with it becoming the consecrated snowfield. Like you are completely blind going into it, and I don't know about any of you. Like the first time going into it, I died quite a few times just falling off cliffs.
Fair, yeah. I think there's a mix to it. I
no.
feel like like if you make it through without dying, you'll love it. If you died once
Yeah.
and try to go through again, you're gonna fucking hate it. Like it's kind of look at the draw on that.
That's it. It's one of them like you're really in the dark about everything that's there until you reach the end, and then you can just see like how amazing it is.
The fact they had a
It's the
transparent
transition
giant-
piece.
Yeah.
That's the funny part about this aria, because I remember how much people are shitting on this aria in Dark Souls 2 DLC that is the exact same gimmick with the horses, the little pony. The
Yep.
world is magic. But
I need to play
like
Dark Souls too.
Fuck
it-
that area.
it's the same gimmick. People hated it and they still hate it. Why
What
did
the
they
whole-
reuse this for the consecrated snowfield?
You know, I
They
actually
actually made it
respect-
better.
Yeah, I respect FromSoft for saying "fuck you." You don't like it, we're gonna do it again.
Well, at least the ponies didn't try to fuck. At least the normal enemies didn't just fucking one shot you or two shot you.
Yeah, but the
Trying to get to
difference
it.
actually in the Dark Souls 2 DLC is that from time to time you could see. which is not the case in Consecrated Snowfield. It's just
True.
Yeah.
it's just fog until you reach a certain point.
The fact they
I
had
mean-
the balls to put in a transparent giant as well halfway through, like you're running through, and the next ball just fucking like half invisible fist just pounds you into the ground.
Actually,
I
I
must
was
have
running
missed that.
so fast with torrents. I heard it, and I was surprised. I was like, "What was that?" And I just continued.
I
And
think
then you have the fucking gargoyle that just shows up out of nowhere. You're like, what the fuck is that thing?
yeah. I think on the stream I actually like I saw the giant for a second and I was like, nope. No. I'm going straight that way and I'm not stopping.
I can completely understand.
The invader, the one that's supposed to invade is actually not far from that giant too, so they actually automatically pull you off your horse coming out from that fight. So that
Oh yeah.
yeah, that could make you shit yourself even more if you all of a sudden you're fucking legging at 180 and then you just stop dead in your tracks to hop off your horse.
See, that happened to me when I was recording Elden Ring, but it wasn't at the Consecrated Snowfield. It was at the mountaintop of the Giants. You know when the fucker with the Rivers of Blood invades?
yeah.
I was being chased by two birds while I was streaming it.
Fuck
I
those
got knocked
birds.
off Torrent. Torrent
You're
just
going
thought,
to
nah,
Brazil.
bro, you're on your own for this. So I'm fighting that fucker with Rivers of Blood while two birds are fucking running at me.
I fucking hate those birds, man. And I did not know that there was a fucking like closer grace to the chains that go over to the boss fight than the one at the church. I kept going from the church, so every time I get there,
yeah.
the fucking birds would peck my ass. Every
The
fucking time. And while I'm on the subject, fuck Commander Nile too.
Easy. What the fuck you on about?
Nah, fuck off. That's
It was a cool
bullshit.
fight.
Fucking hate that boss. Like the bonfire. I keep saying bonfire. The grace before.
It's the same thing.
It is.
It's the same damn thing.
The grace
It's Dark
before
Souls
Commander
4
Nile.
open world.
It's the lantern. It's okay.
The grace before Commander Nile might as well be a mimic grace. I swear, because you sit at it, and if you stand up and you stand there like AFK for a second, the fucking ghosts will teleport through the wall or like do their like little mist shimmy through the wall and start attacking you before you even leave the safe haven of the room, like the one off to the side. I hate it.
Just
so
common
much.
azure. Just common azure.
No. Fucking magic bastard.
Just
Don't
common
you
azure.
dare speak of that name.
Oh, hey, the only reason why I'm saying that is because I did a fist and claw build that broke me. And Shane was there for it. You were actually there for a little bit there, Box. I hated life.
I love the fact as well that when you finished it, you made such like you talking to Stout. It's like, ha! Did you see? I did it, and Stout's just like, ah. Anyway,
I'll still remember like the first time I watched like one of Layfon's streams. It was just after you had been fighting Havel, Shane, and then Layfon was like, "Oh, you know what? I might stream some Dark Souls." He went on it and just kicked the fuck out of Havel. Like the guy stood no chance.
yeah, I think I joined one of his streams one time. Was it Bloodborne or was it Dark Souls? That could have been Dark Souls, but like I remember I just finished doing a stream on the game, and I come back to his stream about 2 hours later after I ate some like lunch or some shit.
Food.
Yeah, and I join back, and you're like halfway through the game or something. It's like,
Yeah. You're like,
what?
wow. What the fuck? Or, I just do Demon Souls real quick while you did your Demon Souls run. I was like, hey,
Oh,
guys.
fuck you so much for that. I was like, oh my god, I got through to 2 bosses without dying
can you get
once. Incredible.
Can you give
And-
context to Solo real quick?
Yeah, sure. So, I loaded up Demon Souls for the first time solo, and Layfon wasn't there for it. Like, he was in chat, but he's usually in party. So I decided just to start it myself. And I went in, and I was doing pretty alright. I defeated the first boss, like I can't remember what the name for it is, but like the blob with the shields and shit.
Yep.
Vanguard.
Yeah.
Vanguard, yeah.
So I defeated that, and the game, like even with Dark Souls and Bloodborne and all that, they make some sort of point of telling you that like you've unlocked the ability to level up and shit. And I knew that you could after defeating the first boss, but it didn't like there was no pop up or like audio line or anything that pointed to that fact. So I was like, oh shit, I mustn't have done it yet. So seeing the Archstone, I just kept going to the second boss because it was right ahead of me.
Also, keep in mind, Solo, he's only ever played Dark Souls 1, Elden Ring, and Bloodborne, so he's never had to deal with like the Emerald Herald or anything like that before.
So I lost every single soul I had, which was like
21,000 souls.
it was like 8,000 or something. Yeah, I lost like 8,000 souls.
Which is a lot in the beginning.
Yeah, especially for Demon Souls, yeah. And I was like, I might as well just restart the fucking game because I'd have to fucking grind even to like make those levels back for the second boss. So I did a whole nother stream like a week or two after that where I was like, okay, if I die, I restart Demon Souls. Now, luckily, I only died once, but maybe for content it would have been better if I died more. But I went through, defeated that boss. I was so proud of myself. Went to the second boss, killed him too, and it must have been like, what was it, a 2 hour, 3 hour stream? Maybe? Yeah. I was like, yes, I did it. Finally, I felt so accomplished. I went through 2 bosses back to back without dying a single time. And I finally defeated the one boss I was struggling with. I had to roll around a lot and heal and whatnot, but I did it. And then life on, you know, he loads up a 20-minute stream and fucking knocks the bastard back and forth like a fucking ping pong.
And he only fell down once.
Yeah, he fell down once. He stabbed him in the head, and that was about it. I was like, are you shitting me? I had to knock him down 3 times, and even at that, I was so out of breath and cathartic that I couldn't fucking smack the bitch.
You're welcome.
While I'm on the point, I'm going to have a little bit of a rant here. What the fuck? Dark Souls, okay? I've gotten really into the philosophy behind it. I truly believe that, like, especially with the Dark Souls series.
People.
No, not that. No, I genuinely believe that, like, with the Dark Souls series, you've seen so many people like with this "Don't Go Hollow" movement, where it's like it's actually helping people with like depression and mental health issue, where it's like, the game is encouraging you to get better, whether you believe that or not. It really is.
Yeah.
But with like Dark Souls wants you to get better, and Demon Souls wants you to get cancer. It's like it's such a fucking like contrast.
So you don't even know what cancer is until you get plague.
Oh yeah,
So.
like, because Box, you haven't got experience with it yet. But let me just explain this to you. So, in Dark Souls, right, you go back to your bonfire and you level up. Simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Bloodborne. You go back to the Hunter's Dream and you level up. It's simple, right?
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Sekiro even. You level up on the spot. Not too bad. It's fine. And Elden Ring, you know yourself, you go back to the Graces. Demon Souls.
Melina randomly shows you like, who the fuck? Why the fuck are you here?
But all of them make a point of it. They tell you, right? Like, it's not like you had to go out of your way. It was on the way, right? It was at the pit stop. You stopped at the gas station, and the fucking clerk behind the counter asked you if you wanted some Cheerios. All right? They told you, okay? With Demon Souls, okay, you went past the intersection. You fucking missed it. It was 3 miles back, okay? You have souls in your pocket that you ain't gonna fucking use because this tall-ass bastard stood on you like a fucking cockroach, so fuck you, all right?
Or he jumped backwards.
To find where you use your souls, you beat the first boss, you use the Archstone, which is basically a bonfire, to go back to the Nexus, which is basically like a round table hold, like hub area, right? Okay, so you go back to the Nexus. You talk to this random bitch, okay? You talk to her. She mentions some off comment about souls and usage and whatnot. You climb 4 fucking stairs to get to this fucking ring of like 120 orphan kids all sleeping except for one who's fucking woke, all right? His eyes are open. You gotta run around that bitch. You gotta run around this bitch and find that one kid with his eyes open and speak to him.
He's like turning his head slightly.
Yeah, just this random ass kid. No mention of this from the woman downstairs, by the way. Just figure it out.
No, she tells you where to go.
She doesn't give you the coordinates, my guy. All right. So you talk to this motherfucker, and here's the kicker: they have the balls to make you climb the fucking stairs back down again to go talk to the bitch downstairs to then use your souls.
I feel like FromSoft in like a lot of games is just Should we see how far we could take it before these fuckers realise what we're doing?
Yeah.
So, and the way that I look at it when it comes to FromSoft, there was an actual like turning point. So there's an actual video from Iron Pineapple. There's two games that came on the exact same time. Demon Souls, another game about ninjas. This game also came around the same time of QuickTime events. So every button was a QuickTime event.
Oh
And
no,
it was
that
Ninja
sounds
some-
fucking horrible.
It sucked ass. The thing was, it was a different game from Demon Souls. Different game entirely. But it was definitely a different time, and this was the first game from their repertoire where they could actually like try to do something. And Miyazaki literally sat there with his hand. If anyone's not seen the picture, it's Miyazaki with his hands closed in, looking at you with a smirk on his face, like, "Yeah, we're gonna have plague and leechmonger in the game." And then Flame Lurker is gonna be like, "What's up, Home Slice? You want an explosion for your explosion? Well, I got an explosion for your explosion inside of another explosion that you can't escape from the other explosion."
I've heard of Flame Lurker. I haven't seen it yet though.
Or Crit Teehee, is that a player? It is now. Have fun if you're online. Fuck you.
Solo, by the way, during my Dark Souls series, so because of the whole Elden Ring Rivers of Blood fiasco,
Yeah.
I've been made fun of for cheesing. So in Dark Souls,
I
I
showed
made
the
it a
Drake
point.
sword.
I made it a point. I was like, I don't want to cheese anything, right? All I want is to
Uh-huh.
just, I want a decent weapon, but I don't want to be cheesing. And Leifon's like, I got you. I got
Okay,
you."
so you didn't want the Drake sword, right?
Leifon wanted me to have the Drake sword. So I sat there and fired arrows at this fucking dragon's tail for like 20 minutes until we
Yeah.
actually got the fucking sword. By the way, both times I was invaded was when we were doing some fucking like little strat where I had to stand in place and do a repetitive motion to get something. So that must have been great for viewership. But I get this.
You got it rated with 20 people to show it out of nowhere.
Yeah,
You're like,
yeah.
Oh, great.
Like Pixel K raids me, and we're just sat there. It's like, well, I hope you're all having a great day, and yeah.
Can't remember if it was when you was first doing that, like when you first went and fought Havel, like when we got through it and you got raided. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
everyone was
yeah,
watching you get your ass kicked over.
yeah, it was. That was another
God,
time
my
too.
poor liver.
Yeah, I got revenge on you for that.
What do you mean, your poor liver? I wasn't the same after that day.
You were just for that day. I've been there for almost every single fucking stream.
Do you think I'm brave enough to do that with Shane on every stream?
I did it with Blighttown. He honestly made it through. What saved my ass was fucking Drake's sword.
Yeah, you guys didn't see like the final result of like the death ratio for like gravity deaths and normal deaths and shit.
And that doesn't even include all
Oh.
the unique deaths and the boss deaths.
Yeah, yeah.
So I did a drunk run and had Shane be the one to do that.
But anyway, going through my point, we went down through Blighttown with the Drake sword, got to the very bottom, and chat decides to tell me that was cheese. So I'm like, I go all the way back up, change my weapon, and go all the way back down again.
Oh, but you went to Blighttown not after the Gaping Dragon? Seriously?
Yeah, no, I did Gaping Dragon first, yeah.
Yeah, he went the normal. He went the normal
This
route.
way,
Jack.
okay.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, your buddy Jack Shane wanted you to go through the
Valley
cheese
Drakes,
way.
like that kind of way, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Or not Valley Drakes,
Yeah,
no, I know what you mean,
No, yeah. Yeah, but it's not the same experience anymore because like the guy giving you toxic, like they disappear after being killed once.
Mm.
Like,
been like
if I
that since
remember well.
It's been like that since it's been like that in the original Dark Souls. Only time that changed was when it first came out 1.0. Then they updated it and made it to where they.
Still though,
it was
if
actually
you go
glitched
through
and
that
cut.
back way though, that's a hell of a lot easier than going through the normal way. Like even
have
if
Master
if it's
Key.
remaster or the normal version, it's still a hell of a lot easier, right?
I'll say it.
So-
I never played remaster. Like
Okay.
the
Not
the
missing
only the only way I did Dark Souls 1 is like back then when I was on Xbox on 2011, was it?
2011,
And then I played it on my computer with the Prepare to Die edition.
Well, anyway, Solo. When I went down, up, and back down again, I went the normal way. I didn't take the
shortcut.
shortcut or anything. No.
Yeah, okay.
So even
He-
Metroid
he
gave me some
at-
praise for that.
But look, we already had our remaster. It was called DS Fix.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work for PC. That only works for PC folks. That's what pretty much. Actually, you know what? DS Fix was pretty much Dark Souls Remastered for an extra $40.
Oof.
What do you mean? It
But
was free?
for
Wait.
DS Fix was free, not for.
Oh,
Dark Souls
yeah,
Remastered.
okay, yeah.
So
That was the joke.
So, you know who it is, Solo, because you've been on some of his streams. Chain of Abyss. You got the chance to, and he actually praised Shanetor for doing that, and bitched at me for showing him Drake's sword.
Okay.
So
I have to say
Restrained.
that day made me feel very good. That day and the day where I was playing Sekiro and I was bouncing around. I can't remember the boss's name, but you'll know it as soon as I say it. The one on the horse.
Oh, Gyobu?
What?
Yeah.
My name is Masako
I was-
Honiwa.
I was completely calm the whole fight and just like beating his shit. And Jack actually gave me a compliment. I'm not joking. He went in chat and he was like, "Damn, you're better at this game than I am." I was like,
Jack give you a compliment.
Jack gave me a compliment. That
Bullshit.
that
I
frightened
want
me
video-
more than the
I want
boss.
video proof.
Like, honestly. I want to talk about something. I know it's probably annoying for you, Solo, to have to keep going back to Elden Ring. I apologize, but it's hard
No,
not.
it's alright. It's
Yeah,
alright.
it's hard not to when it's the most recent. But
I like how you ask him, but
And your
that's
first
how it is.
experience.
well, Leif, I don't think you hate Elden Ring or anything.
Are you, and so you're saying Solo does?
Well, Solo's only
I'm
played
not
it once, and he
calling
said he
his
wasn't
ass
too
out.
fond of it. So
Yeah. Actually, like, it might surprise some people, but the first ending I did was the Rani quest without a
Good man.
guide. Without the guide.
Damn.
I really
Fuck.
went through the whole thing without the guide.
So you
And
kill Blight and everything then, huh?
I was really exploring everything.
I thought he was gonna say, "Oh, I was really excited to kill him."
I mean,
He was ready to yiff him a little bit, you know?
I was like, really, Elden Ring, like, it wasn't an experience that I hated. It's just like the overall like mindset of people just denying like the default has that the game has. Like, the game has trouble still, and they're like, no, the game's perfect in every way, and I'm super
People that were saying
grounded.
it's perfect in every way were the fuckers running Rivers of Blood, Shane. And
Yeah.
just absolutely abusing it.
Like,
Yeah, I wonder who gave him that shit. Huh? And all of a sudden that video doesn't exist anymore, so there's no fucking proof.
Yeah, I know,
it's
right?
really
That's-
I'm really grounded, and I want to point out stuff, and most of the time hypocrisy toward like
Hypocrisy.
toward Dark Souls 2 most of the time, because even though I'm a hater, I still want to like
appreciate.
appreciate every positive aspects of every like content I can get. So
Yeah.
if Elden Ring has positive marks for me, I'll say them. If it had stuff that annoyed me, I'll also say it.
I think that's fair, but like that's kind of with me as well. I mean, I'm always gonna have a bias in There's two bias that are just not gonna change. It's a simple fact. One, that Sekiro is technically my favorite FromSoft game. I don't say it's my favorite Souls game, but it's my favorite.
It is my favorite FromSoft.
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
my favorite FromSoft, and that's probably gonna piss people off. But it's a samurai game. Like it even if the combat was like mid tier, it still was probably gonna be my favorite because I just. love
It's
that.
really because of the gameplay for me.
The gameplay is astounding. Yeah, I agree. But I'm just saying, like, if it was only because it's a samurai game. And then secondly, Elden Ring is the first Souls game I actually played,
Mhm.
so I'm gonna naturally have a bias kind of towards it, anyways.
I get it.
But when
Elden Ring was the first Souls game I played and actually completed without rage quitting.
Yeah, see, and so you're gonna keep that memory too. You know what I mean? So like, even if you play one that's technically better, you're still gonna have some kind of rose tinted view for Elden Ring in a way. I think.
I do agree.
Oh, no.
Sorry. What?
Hello.
Huh?
Did you say something, Box? To
Oh, I said without a doubt.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay, I loved Elden Ring that much. I went and got a fucking tattoo on me for Elden Ring.
fair, yeah. But when Elden Ring came out, I think there was a certain sense of like nihilism with it because you were gonna have people who wanted to absolutely critique the fuck out of this game the minute it came out in comparison to anything else, no matter what. And I think it's about finding a balance between, like, you don't want to absolutely fall on your knees for this game, but you also don't want to fucking, kick it every time you hear its name. I think, you find the positives and you find the cons.
Exactly.
But
I'm not gonna lie, when you said nihilism, the first thing that comes to my mind was fucking Moog just going, Neil.
I hate the word. Okay. He says dynasty, and I say dynasty, and I hate how he says dynasty. I don't know which one is technically correct, but
Dynasty.
Thank you. Yes, it is.
I think dynasty is the right way of saying, but it was like colonialized for dynasty.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? All the freaking big games
I
out there
said
say Dynasty, like Dynasty Warriors.
Exactly.
Koei Tecmo called it
always
Dynasty
heard
Warriors.
Dynasty Warrior, actually, but okay.
I've heard Dynasty Warrior. And then, what do you want? You want to bring out Dynasty Warriors real quick? With my magic powers, fear me!
One thing, I don't know how I forgot about this. In terms of the Ronnie questline, I think this is the one, because Leifon, you sounded a bit confused when I brought it up before, because I've only been through it once. I went through to get Glowwort. But there's like an area where Blythe leaves like a message for you, because I think it's part of the quest for Ronnie, and you go down like a little bit of a slope in Limgrave to a cave entrance. I think it's for Ronnie's quest, but there's like a clock area in there. Does that sound familiar at all? Like it kind of shifts and changes and stuff while you're going through. You kind of have to like go.
I've done the quest line twice, Shane, and I'm a bit confused as to what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a video of it.
It was probably something really blatantly that I probably just walked past without even noticing.
No, you have to actually go through it. I think I'm explaining it wrong. I'll leave that point because I don't think I can explain it well enough to go through that. But I'll move on then to. I have this thing I'm gonna bring up because I have plans to do a video essay topic on like the whole Souls journey so far, but theoretical age without internet.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean?
If you were to go through Elden Ring, a lot of people who went through, they're going to be searching for, they're going to be searching for guides, and they're going to be searching they saw.
I didn't.
I know, but like a lot of, I'm saying like with the newcomers and stuff coming into it.
Yeah.
Do you think the game would have been as popular if people didn't have access to?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Because people say people say it's a more accessible game, and I think it is, but I don't know if
the marketing
it would be
wasn't
as
there.
accessible.
The marketing was not there.
I feel like not even just Elden Ring, I feel like that's going to be the case for like nearly every game as well. Because you got to bear in mind now, with it being more of a technological age now, a lot of marketing's always going to be internet-based and people-based.
Well, that's the thing.
A good
thing
when it came to Elden Ring and its favor on why it's being so widespread and so things, it was getting so many amazing reviews, and all of a sudden it started blowing up all over Twitch, and people were trying to do stuff with it, like, oh, watch me do this playthrough. And another thing that I had on there, something that was just still, and I think it's about to finally peak, the VTuber community.
Oh
yeah,
you gotta bring that in.
The COVID. It helped so much.
It's what helped with the Animal Crossing sales as well.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah. No, for sure.
I feel like though with that marketing of like the age of internet thing was the main reason Legends of Arceus became so massive as well. Like Pokemon Legends Arceus, because everyone knows Pokemon
Yeah.
for being like it's
Yeah.
a 8-bit brilliant game. Then all of a sudden they're making it like somewhat open world, like Zelda Breath of the Wild.
That's the thing. Actually, I wanted to talk about it. Like now, every time a game has the brand open world, people get their interest in it for some reason. I think it's cause of Breath of the Wild, actually.
Yeah,
Well, I think it's just been
So-
so long since people have had like a mainstream game where it's like a linear mission-based story that like if it's anything other than an open world, people think of it as like old-styled kind of gaming.
Yeah.
yeah.
Unless it's Call of Duty, and all of a sudden it's the best thing. 10 out of 10.
Well, even Call of Duty are
IGN.
giving up on the campaigns a lot recently.
Yes, and it's
Well-
honestly very sad
I
because they
hate
don't
that.
put effort into it.
See, what I enjoyed about this new COD was how like in depth they made it with like more realistic and like everything they was doing.
But that was the thing though. Call of Duty was never supposed to be realistic. It's an arcade shooter. If they want realistic, go to Battlefield.
Yeah,
After
Resistance
2042,
too.
I don't think
Karma.
I'm ever going to fucking Battlefield again.
So
I won't try and verge too far off. I'll try and keep it with the Souls. But
Yeah.
when I say age without internet, by the way, that kind of it brings in a few. I mean that in a few different ways. So first of all, yes, like as you're saying, like with the marketing and everything, like people wouldn't have been as aware of the game. But even in terms of say, like so, I'll say for an example, when I was going through Lake of Liurnia. There was a moment there where I'd heard nothing about this area. I'd never seen it in a video before. Everything just kind of got different. Like there was trees rotting. You're going to know what I'm talking about as soon as I describe the area.
yeah.
There was trees rotting. It was getting darker for some reason. Everything looked weird. Like the lake was looking more poisonous. And suddenly there was like these villages and stuff. And
Albinurics, yeah.
all of a sudden, I discovered the village of Albinurics. I'd never heard of it before. I'd never seen it. I didn't know it existed. I just stumbled across it. That's what I think is so great about Elden Ring in terms of like stumbling across things. But you're only going to get that if you play the game without the internet to an extent, I think,
Yeah.
or in total. And I think if people played through it like that, the wonders and like the intrigue and the mystery of a journey is incredible with a game like this. I think it's the closest that you would get to something as similar to like, you know, those kind of fantasy journeys that you hear about in like stories and whatnot.
It is an
Yeah.
ambitious project. It was an ambitious project through and through.
And so I was wondering, like, is there any areas like that that you guys like before? Because as you're saying, like, you play without a guide or anything like that. And I'm not saying that you had to find this area through a guide, but did you see any leaks maybe or any videos or anything
No.
that kind of
No, when I stumbled over the Albinuric village, I was completely blind to it.
I actually
Same
did
as-
have to look one up because of the fact that I was like, where the fuck's this? I'm looking for a weapon. This is my second playthrough. I'm like, where the fuck is this weapon at? Albinuric Village. Where the fuck's that at? Albinuric Village. I've been there. Where? Oh, it's in the top left corner. Where?
You talking about the seal?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't know how you're supposed to fucking find that. There's probably like a dialogue somewhere that I missed.
Oh, you're
but-
right above it. It's like, oh, it's right in this area. Oh, I was thinking right above that. I go out there. I'm like, where the fuck's that? He's like, oh, you gotta come from the bottom. What?
Yeah, the only thing I actually searched of with the Albinuric village was afterwards when I found it, trying to find that fucking guy that turned out to be a pot.
Yeah.
Only to then go back to the round table hall, just get fucking jumped. That was probably like my favorite and most terrifying fucking experience.
I don't remember having that the first time I played through the game. I saw it the second way through, but I don't remember getting invaded the first time in the round table hold. I don't know if I just like missed it, like continuing through the story too quickly, like without going back to the round table or what. But
Actually,
No,
like,
Where I witnessed it was just after I beat Castle Sol, because you get the one of the halves up there.
what were you gonna say, Solo?
The invasion in the round table, like I when I was in there the first time, I saw all the blood marks, and I was like, I'm never jumping down here. And I went back like really late in the game, and I jumped, and I was like, oh, okay, there was really something, and I was thinking, is it that hard, or is it because it's accessible from like the beginning, and like when you
Oh
go in the
yeah,
beginning, it's really hard,
Mm.
and then like I just walled, like the thing like hit me, and I was like, oh, yeah, it was a Harley game, like walled
Yeah.
for people, and I just three shot the thing, and I was like, well,
yeah,
So the thing about that one is, the thing with it comes with that area in uh, the fucking hold is that it's supposed to. So you know, like how when you first walk in, you walk down there, you walk in a little bit, the invader drops down, and he bows. It's
yeah,
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to teach you etiquette when it comes to
yeah.
PvP, and it doesn't fucking do it. Because I remember
No.
when I first went through, I was like, "Oh, he's bowing." Backstab. Because of the fact that Dark Souls 3 ruined that for me. Fuck Dark Souls 3 still.
what do you mean? People are bowing in 3.
Not
Not
in the
not
early areas.
everybody,
Well, I mean,
but
this might be a
a lot of them.
strange connection, but I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with For Honor.
I do.
Yeah.
No,
I
from
am.
yeah.
I was one of like
Can't stop the
the
rock.
very early testers for that game. Like when it released, they were looking for people. I signed up for that, and I was on for the very very early stages. And whenever you went for like the 1v1 duels or like 2v2s even, people would constantly bow and
Yeah,
you
saluting
yeah,
with
like
the
you'd
the
emote to
warden and
people.
stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and if you were doing a 2v2, you'd wait for the other person to finish, and then if they lost
Yeah,
that fight, you continue. Uh, but as soon as it released, like I mean, I tried going back to it recently, and it's just like if
marching
you
fire.
yeah, March and Fire. When I
Yeah,
if I'd win or sorry, yeah, if I'd go into like say 2v2s or 3v3s and my teammates would lose, I'd immediately get like ganged up on.
ganked. Yeah,
Gank spank.
And I don't know, I might
yeah,
be looking a bit too far into this, but I feel like there's like especially for younger people picking up these games and stuff, there's a lack of respect. Like you
yeah.
see it
Alright, alright,
you see it in
so
real life fights as well. It's
I'm
like
I'm
there's no
I'm
fucking
just
respect.
so
I'm
I
just
wanna
going with the For Honor trend. Like for one more comment. Actually, like how was he called? Imfa, I think. Like, is the guy that
Yeah, Yinfa, yeah.
actually, yeah, he threw me into the For Honor trend. I was like, the game looks like amazing to play.
Yeah.
Uh, like I ended up enjoying it, and then all of a sudden, like the build up in Rage. It's one of those games. Like I never
Yeah.
played League of Legends, but it has the same effect on you.
Yeah, yeah, especially Dominion.
Uh, yeah, and I swear, like the revenge, all of this made me rage the most. But as you said, like when you were playing 2v2, people they were never waiting anymore. Like
No.
it didn't exist anymore. That's why I actually ended up maining the monk
Yep.
at that time, because like the staff is so big that you could actually like manage with deflects and unblockable to fight against the two. But like these rules, like the gentleman rule, I like to call it like this all the time. I don't know. I grew up having them, like playing Souls, playing in multiplayers in general, and seeing that it's like the people doesn't care anymore. I'm just sad about it. I'm like something died in the process.
Yeah. No, definitely. Like it's just very toxic. Like people are just so quick to jump on you
Yeah, I feel
immediately.
like a lot of like communities and fan bases and like things like that are very diverse in that as well.
Yeah.
Like you'll get a very toxic side in like every community. Some more
Siege.
toxic than others. Yeah.
siege.
Leifon, were you gonna say something?
So in regards to the whole ganking side of things,
Mhm.
example, when myself or Jack or I think Box, you joined sometimes, and we would do some co-op. sometimes a unlucky invader would show up, and guess what? He showed up, and he's like, "You picked the wrong house, fool. We're all fucking ganking his ass." That was one thing that you just brought up. Was like, well, there's no like dual thing, and one of the guys actually like bowed, in which case I bowed in return, and I remember you saying the reason why I know is because of the fact this is when I first gave you the Rivers of Blood.
Now,
That
see,
video is gone.
I
Sadly.
feel like there's a difference between preparing a 3v3 fight and invading. Because if you enter my world, you get what you signed up for. Honestly, you saw 3 guys over there in the distance, and you chose that fight. I don't know what to tell you. Like, sorry.
But this guy in particular, he didn't have a bleed weapon or anything like that. He had just hit a bunk. He had a bonk weapon.
Mhm.
He just had a standard club, big, large club's gonna like tee. I'm gonna fucking kick your ass if you don't parry me. And which case, it was either box or it was either you box or it was Jack. One of the fucking two. We were like, oh, he's bowing. Fuck him. Kick his
Oh,
ass
that's
while he's
probably
in the
Jack,
I
animation.
feel like it was probably Jack. Yeah.
Yeah, kick his ass while he's bowing. Then he got backstab, and then immediately I just looked at him. I just sat in the corner. You're like, Leafon, why aren't you joining them in the fight? I'm like, 'cause he bowed.
Fight? You cowards call that a fight?
And I will always own up to it. Like when we were doing our small little PvP fights, like if y'all are in a fight, like there was a bow that occurred, I'm not joining in on that fight.
Yeah, I'm stepping
Yeah, I
it
got you.
away.
Like, I mean, there have been times in like that where, like, I mean, usually when someone invades my world, the first thing I try and do is like, fucking teabag and shit in front of them and like try and get them like to do some funny shit. But if they don't like kind of show some kind of sign very, very quickly that they're have some kind of gentlemanness or like some kind of camaraderie there.
It's part of that male fantasy, you know.
Goddamn male fantasy in gaming. But yeah, no, I think it's very quick to distrust people in these games because of the reputation that's been built up now. As you said, like, I mean, it takes like 3 seconds to get, go from having a 1v1 duel to being fucking chain backstabbed.
Gamed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you do you know what chain backstabbing is, good
Oh,
sir?
I know what it fucking is, yeah.
It's because you saw a little bit of it from the Inferno Plus video that I sent you on the Dark Souls Remastered, didn't you?
I saw a little bit of it from my fucking ass when it was being inserted and exerted again and again.
You're like, why is he parrying and backstabbing me and then parrying and backstabbing me again? What the fuck?
Chan
Yeah, no.
Dad.
If you'll recall,
Remastered,
it happened,
by the way.
It happened down in what do you call it? Like the lava area in Dark Souls while we were trying to save Solaire. Yeah. So that was a bitch. That was a bitch as well because I was like super heavy and I had instead of Havel's ring, I had the other ring on so I could run through the fire. So I was like fat rolling while I was trying to like get away from him doing that.
And this area has actually really, really fun build where you can actually like it only works here because you can use the dot of the lava to actually trigger one spell that one-shots enemies most of the time.
The thing I found funny with that invader, though, was that he spent, and I'm not joking, he spent like a solid 10 minutes looking for me. Like every now and again, I'd just see his health bar pop up as he was running through the lava, and he'd like lose 60 HP here and like 20 HP there. And at one point, it was like 5 or 6 minutes into him searching for me while me and Leifon were trying to figure out how to save Solaire. His health bar popped up, and it did not go away for like 400 damage. He just kept going. He was so sick of looking. He just stayed in the fire. He lost like a third of his HP or like half his HP before he even got over to me.
It's because he didn't use the most OP item of the game, the binocular. He would have found you with them.
Speaking
Probably.
of the binocular, when I told Shane when you beat him, it was like, equip your binoculars. Like, what? Equip your binoculars. What? I fucking equip that shit. And you got to the bonfire.
Box, have you seen that Adalondo video yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, you'll see what Leifon is talking about. But yeah, continue. Leifon.
You got there. It's like Leifon. And you actually, you literally, not in exact words. You literally were like, you know shenanigans right now, man. Like, Like, what the fuck am I doing? He's like, just walk in the door.
Oh yeah,
Just
no,
walk-
for sure. Like the
Sit-
first thing I said
sit
to
the
you was
bonfire.
like, Leifon, is this a trap? Because I don't think I can handle this right now.
Yeah, oh, it's something, all right. It ain't a trap, but it's something. Got in there, was like, walk in there. She started talking. I was like, put your fucking binoculars on. Like, okay. Put binoculars on. He's like, oh god, yes. Oh, redemption. Oh, oh.
The music for that scene is so fitting as well.
And then you shoot her in the boob later.
Yeah.
And then I fuck you over later because of the fact that I was like, oh yeah, I forget that happened.
Bro, spoilers. Goddamn.
I will say though, like going back to like as like a gentleman and acting like courteous towards like the people that you invade.
Mhm.
When I was doing like when you've got to go invade people for the that white mask fella.
Yeah.
Like I just remember the only time I was never nice to people was when I'd invade the fuckers who was AFK room farming. I just slaughtered the fuck out of them and I enjoyed every moment of it.
That's perfectly fine.
Bro,
In which case, I would usually just poison them. And if this was like Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, you would acid armor and you would destroy their fucking armor. In the process, breaking all their shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I love doing that so much.
Bro, I can't understand like the Souls community's lines on where to draw in terms of like cheesing or farming. Because like I like so many people farm, and I was under the impression that that was just part of the Souls thing, like it was just a part of the game that you had to kind of like build up your levels in some way. But then I
give me an
tried
example for-
farming, and you were like, "Oh, well done, you're cheesing." I was like, "What the fuck?
which
What?"
one? Which area was
That
it
was the
in
one
Dark
in
Souls?
the forest, Darkroot Forest.
Oh.
Yeah,
From-
with the humans. That's a really good
Yeah.
farm.
Yeah.
It's also a really good damn cheese to get levels early. Unless you go to Nito's area, in which case it's even better.
I said this exact sentence to you, and I'm gonna repeat it. I spent 20,000 on that damn seal to open the fucking door
I'm
to that
gonna
cheese
use
area.
all of it.
This is called a return on investment, motherfucker. Look it up.
And he still killed Sif, by the way.
I love the fucking we were trying to figure out how to get the multiplayer shit working on Elden Ring for like an hour while fighting Margit, and Gunchi was coming in and out of chat, so she wasn't too sure what we were talking about at sometimes, or like she didn't have full context. So we were trying to get
Another Brit.
yeah. We were trying to get the crafting kit because we didn't have that to make the fucking
Item.
the shit you need, yeah. And she was like, "Oh, just buy it," and she kept putting it in chat, and I had like no ruins to buy it, and I was like, "Gucci, let me give you a lesson in economics. If you have nothing, you can barter for nothing."
You should use her credit card, man.
Yeah, that's what Elden Ring required, man. They needed a tax credit system.
Man, if it was EA, it would have fucking paywalls behind everything.
Oh my god.
But
I
that's
don't want to
actually-
think about it.
That's a similar complaint, actually, funnily enough, to like Dead Space, right? Like Dead Space 3, having the system of like a survival area, but having the mechanics of being able to like basically pay to win. Like, what's the
God, I
point
hate
being able to
Dead Space.
pay for like equipment and shit like that? If it's
Because acid is amazing.
Who the fuck would pay for safety? Let's be honest.
exactly, bro.
Or you could just grind for the acid weaponry that destroys all your enemies easily instead of everything acting like a fucking sponge, and like it was in Dead Space 2 and
Or just
Original
play 'em
one.
on game journalist difficulty. How long did
Story
it take
mode.
you to get through that game, by the way?
on story mode difficulty.
Yeah.
It didn't take me very long. I think I beat it. I think I beat it in like 8 hours.
Yeah.
We're really
game-
stepping away from the
Ah,
topic.
it was just a little tangent.
Sorry, side tangent.
Yeah, little tangent.
We like to do that here. We like to
Yeah, I
shenanigans
get it.
here.
I'm trying to keep a bit of a balance here for you, Box, as well, because I don't want to like go into like a half-hour conversation about a game you haven't played. But I do
But don't
want to,
worry about it.
yeah, I do want to add in little elements of it because they are a big part of the series.
Although I've not played a lot of them, I'm actually quite clued up on a fair decent amount just because of how much
Okay,
I've fucking deep dived into all of it once I first played Elden Ring and completed it.
sweet. Okay, so then I want to get a section then because we've talked a bit about Dark Souls and we've talked a good bit about Elden Ring. let's get a bit of a conversation going about Bloodborne. So
Yay!
yeah, so
The best game ever made.
Leifon, I am aware of your opinions of it. I don't know why. Sometimes I'm just a bitch. All right, like I don't know what
That's an
else.
Go for
understatement.
it.
I don't know what else to say. Like I was quite like I feel like I was overly critical of Bloodborne when I
Yes.
first started playing it.
Very.
Yeah. And I didn't mean to be, because it's not like I wasn't enjoying myself playing through it. I did enjoy myself. I just didn't really show it for some reason. I don't know why. Like looking back on it. But I really, really like Bloodborne. And I want
The
to know.
grind at the start where you'd fuck up and have to grind all the fucking blood vials back.
God, that shit.
At
I
least
never
will-
had
I
At
to
least they
will-
farm
added in
them.
those giants though. That was nice of them.
I'll
'Cause-
never forgive it after that. I
Just don't die.
apologize if you like that game. Fuck that game.
Just don't die.
Ooh. Harsh opinions.
Or learn to parry.
The parry.
I will
That game
refute-
really did
I-
make me. Learn to
Although I will ask this, you're from the land of British and tea, right?
Indeed.
Why the fuck do your weapons only do like 10 damage, man? If I go to America, they're like killing people left, right, and sideways. What the fuck? Your muskets don't do like a shit ton of damage or something?
Hey,
And
our
no, Brits
weapons
are
used as
preset to the
warnings.
melee build. So
Our weapons are used as warnings.
Yeah, no shit. It only like parries people. It only does like 10 fuck all damage, and you get a random cannon every once in a while. You're like, what the fuck? Where did cannon come from?
I just want to say I would love Bloodborne. I would love Bloodborne solely just for the fucking English memes alone, like the fucking like average visit to London and shit. Like...
I present to you Britborn.
So all I'm gonna say about Bloodborne is you're literally entering a dream. The whole point of the
Yeah.
dream is to escape it because you're entering an actual nightmare, which is the UK. So you're trying to get out of the dream, which is and you won't understand it until I tell you later. The whole point is to get out of the dream.
We call it Bloodborne. Box calls it Brexit.
I call it Britborn.
But that's so funny that game came out around the exact same time, or was being developed the exact same time as
Dark Souls 3.
Dark Souls 2.
Brexit.
Oh, Dark Souls 2, is it? I thought it was
I
Dark
thought-
Souls.
Yeah,
Brexit.
Dark Souls 2. Actually, Miyazaki was working on Bloodborne instead of Dark Souls 2, and that's why
So
I
different.
The
consider.
B team was the original director was fired for Dark Souls 2.
Yeah,
original
and
director
they
was
had
slowly
to. Yeah, they really had to start over from zero, and that's
and
why
it came out Scarlet
the
the first sin was the better game.
yeah the whole development for Dark Souls 2 is a mess, and I mean you can really see it in the game.
It is the black sheep. It is a good game, just not a good Dark Souls game.
Exactly.
I am very hesitant to play it, but I definitely will get around to it at some stage.
You should. It's still an experience to like try. I have some sort of gimmick that I'm like always doing when I'm playing a Souls game, which is my first run will ever be a straight sword run.
hmm
Like so, of course, Leifan knows how much I want to do as much as I can from every game. I had the original version of Dark Souls 2, but I actually played it like years after. I think I did my first run of Dark Souls 2 in 2020.
Damn.
That's
So-
how long I waited for it. I didn't
And Scarlet-
appreciate.
Yeah, it's okay. I understand. So, as someone that's only ever played Dark Souls 2 and played Scarlet of the First Sin recently, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Who's all this shit?
Oh wait,
Wait,
so
there's a
Yeah.
dragon here now? They actually did what a remaster should fucking do. Remix some of the areas, remix some of the weapons, move some shit,
I
move
was
some enemies,
so
move some
confused
bosses.
by what you were saying. I thought you were like saying Scholar of the First Sin was worse than Dark Souls 2.
No,
No, it was
literally-
better.
and it actually added fucking lore. They moved actual enemies around,
Yeah.
and they added enemies. They
Yeah.
added dialogue. They added voices.
But the thing is that I played the original game and it wasn't great.
I don't mean
Just,
By
to,
any
just
mean.
use lightning.
I
Just
don't-
use lightning. It's the best part of the game.
I don't mean to keep making abstract comparisons, by the way, but I can't help it because I just there's just so much media.
Go
that
for
I
it,
like,
go
I
for
like
it.
to see connections, but whenever I think of Dark Souls 2, it always gives me like the second movie in Lord of the Rings. It always gives me vibes for that, especially the like cover art of like the tower.
Okay.
I don't know, it really fills me with
I'm
like
not a Lotor person.
No?
I
Oh,
honestly
okay.
can't tell you. I don't think I've actually finished a Lotor movie.
I've actually recently just bought it's like a collector's edition for Lord of the Rings, and it's got like,
Mhm.
because Tolkien himself was actually a cartographer, so while he was writing the stories, he actually wrote up a bunch of maps, and so while you're reading through the books, you can actually keep track of like their journey through the maps and follow them.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's an author of a light novel. Actually, Leifan will know which one I'm talking about, but something called Spice and Wolf. He was doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Throughout the journey of our main protagonist, little by little, he was actually drawing the map, but also
Little, yeah.
like where they were traveling to, like,
And all
and
the
the
trades
actual
as well.
yeah.
Are you talking about the Metro series? Sorry, I was.
No, it's an animation. It's an
Oh, okay,
anime.
right.
I mean, it's a light novel, but
That too, but
like it's a book.
not everyone reads, okay? Like me.
Yeah, you wanna see anime? I know.
I was, I just love that level of storytelling.
Hey, man. Some of the light novels are actually really good.
Box over here. I was like, I, I'm somewhat of a Reader's
somewhat
Digest
like
myself.
myself.
I've read the Little Miss Accident books, and
I have read the light novel to Boku no Pico.
Oh,
Whoa, shit. So what I'm hearing is down the road we're gonna have a podcast on anime versus.
we're going down the road. Boku no Pico in the Dark Souls 2.
Boys, look, I'm not gonna brag, all right, but I've got the commonly bought together Art of War by Sun Tzu and Art of Competitive Pokemon. So
So I'm actually going to bring this story back a little bit.
yeah,
When
okay,
you brought in
please do.
anime, and because it does intertwine a little bit more on the manga side. Thing is, though, Miyazaki has such a huge love boner.
I was sure you
And
were
it's
going
kind
for
of
foot
fucking
fetish there, but okay.
Berserk.
it was going to be about Berserk. Also, Miyazaki has a hand fetish. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with that man with his hands. I mean, you know those creatures, the little hand creatures that
I
you run
do.
into, and
Yeah.
no, they're even more terrifying in fucking Dark Souls 3. I'm like,
Yeah.
why does this exist? Because you actually have like mouths.
The god
They're like
hands.
Manus's hand. Yeah, no.
You know what? You know what? This is
poison as
completely
well.
off topic, right? Do you know what all four of us should do? We should read the fucking Elden Ring manga.
There's an Elden Ring manga.
I know there's a
Now-
Sekiro one.
It's not an official manga. It's like a parody manga someone's made, and I've seen like
Oh.
1 or 2 chapters, and it's so funny.
So what I'm
Actually,
Oh,
whoa, it glitched.
fell to the
Actually,
Matrix.
there's an official Sekiro manga.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's one. It's about the one guy you can see like in the beginning of Arya. You know, the one who wants like Sekiro to kill him.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it's about him.
Well, I know they've got there's like a Dark Souls comic that they've got
Yeah.
out. Yeah, that looked interesting to look at, the illustrations. Leifon, I don't know if you can hear us or not, but you seem to have disappeared into the void.
Is
Hello.
Hello,
No
Matrix.
Pico
He's
light
back, he's
novel.
back. All right.
better.
Yeah. I didn't want to ignore you. You were making a point about Miyazaki, but was there?
Miyazaki has a hand fetish
Okay. Right.
We heard that.
and a foot fetish.
Fair enough. I thought it was going deeper when you mentioned Berserk, but all right.
But with the whole Berserk thing, that motherfucker, that whole series. And Shane, if you ever want to read a manga, I highly recommend Berserk. You'll see a lot of references from
Yeah.
Elden
The
Ring,
whole
Dark
From
Souls,
Soft.
Demon Souls, Bloodborne. The entire fucking
Everything.
series is
Yeah.
in some way, shape, or form. It's in Berserk.
Huh. That's
And
interesting.
it's a love letter. That's what everyone was like going hype before. Were Elden Ring, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, let's go! We're getting the wolf armor. Let's fucking go! We're getting the black swordsman." Oh, we didn't get it.
Speaking of love
Fuck!
letter, that is a brilliant transition to Bloodborne.
Lovecraft.
Bloodborne is such a
I
love
thought
letter.
I really thought you were going to say. Speaking of that, that's a great transition to today's sponsor, Raid Shadow.
I was thinking about doing something like that. But yeah, no, it is absolutely, as you said, it is a love letter to Lovecraft himself. That
Yeah.
eldritch horror comes out of nowhere. That
And
quick right turn.
I remember when you were like, "Where's the?" You were like, "Well," and you were like,
Yeah,
and you were like, at first, you're like, "Oh, where's the?" It's like, hold on, give it a minute,
yeah, I was
give it some
confused.
time, and all of a sudden it showed
Let
up.
him
You're like,
go.
"Holy shit, it's fucking everywhere!"
Oh no, like Box, you don't understand. Like, I mean, I was fighting like these fucking like vampirish wolves one minute, and then I come around this corner, this like tentacle monster shooting fucking laser beams at me and shit. I'm like, what the
Hey,
fuck?
hey, I don't
Yeah.
want to know what your search history is about, my friend.
Let's just say the kinks changed after that
And
night,
then-
boys.
Another thing to add on to with the Bloodborne thing was the insight. It actually
Yes.
did
Yeah.
fucking matter. One of the fights specifically,
Witch of Hemwick?
solo. When, I'm talking about the Witch of Hemwick.
I got
Yep.
that.
You go into that
I got
boss
that right.
fight.
Let's go.
If you go into that boss fight, you automatically get one insight when you enter a boss room.
Mhm.
So those little black creatures show up. Shane, I think you walked in on my stream and I showed you that if you go in there with 0 insight, it's just a walking simulator. You're just trying to find peekaboo.
Yeah, but I mean, even with the inside, it's the same cause like they don't even aggro you like the creatures.
I'm
Yeah,
actually.
You're just
and you're just gonna
walking.
find them.
It's funny you should
Yeah.
And then
mention that.
the world actually changes the more insight you have.
Yeah.
It also makes it to where frenzy happens more fucking often when you have to fight the fucking white lanterns.
Yeah, I was actually questioning that when I was playing today, Lay Fallen, because I'm at 41 insight at the moment,
hmm
and I don't know how that's gonna affect the
Oh,
Hemwick
it's
fight.
affecting a lot.
Yeah.
Like throughout the game, you have additional like actually voice lines happening.
Oh, okay.
Some of
You got
the
this. I'll be right back.
Mhm.
yeah, some of the enemies they hack differently. They get new spells, new look. So, like
Yeah.
most of the time, you see the difference through like they have shining eyes, that kind of stuff.
It's very
And
interesting
yeah,
as
it does
well
matter.
in terms of the actual like lore implications as well, because I was only looking up all this like the last 2 days, where Willem, like his
Mm,
whole kind of philosophy behind it was like, you know how like Lawrence is all about the blood, and then Willem is like, no, we need like insight and we need more eyes. So it's cool how like it keeps up with the lore in terms of like, ah, yes, we have more insight, therefore we have more knowledge. Everything is changing.
yeah, and it's really like for me when I went to Bloodborne, I was really impressed because of course I went after Dark Souls like really when it first came out.
Yeah.
And just like the feel in the end, of course, like you said, it felt so much more fast, like paced. The game was reactive to everything. The bosses were actually like moving, like zooming through the rooms, and like just the ambience, the difference. I felt like the game was actually refreshing
Yeah.
so much. Like after the disaster of Dark Souls 2, I was like, "Oh, there's a lot of hope." And and
Dark Souls 2 player comes in. Where's Dark Souls 2?
and just like the setting, the inspiration of like the look of the bosses,
Mhm.
everything just nailed it for me.
Absolutely. I like personally as well, some of my favorite settings, like I love like 18th century London and like England with the like the trench coat vibe and the top
I
hat.
knew you was a
Yeah.
fraud.
Yeah, turns out I'm one of the Orange Order box actually. But anyway, yeah, like I love like that misty vibe. Even like people have heard it constantly to the point where it's nearly a meme at this point. That like um, one of my favorite aesthetics is seeing like a gas station with fog or mist and having that light beam through, like the way the light comes through with the fog of a gas station makes it look so atmospheric. It's
Yeah.
really cool, and that's literally Bloodborne as a game. Like it's
And then
just
you have
I'm
Cleric
so-
Base.
I'm so sorry,
fucking having
Shane.
Hangover.
When you said, like, when you mentioned trench coat, and then you said, funnily enough, it's a meme for me at the minute, my whole aesthetic, I thought you were going to follow up with school shooter after you mentioned
Oh.
trench coat.
Damn.
No, that's Sekiro.
That's in the. Sorry, the Gatling gun's only in the DLC, man. You gotta go get that
God
first.
damn.
Right now, he's got to deal with the Cleric Base who's like coming over from a hangover. Just like
Yeah.
Lawrence.
That
So-
boss is literally like you just
ass.
tapping it on the shoulder, and he's like, "What the fuck do you want?"
So, all right. So I walked out for a little bit. What's our question here?
It's no real question. Just talking about Bloodborne and how great it is. I was saying that like it's cool how like with the insight, like how they talk in terms of lore. That like Willem is more interested in like the insight, and Lawrence is more interested in like the blood.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. You guys ready for me to gush?
Sure, go ahead. I'll take a drink.
Oh, I'm opening the fucking floodgates. I'm already drinking. But
I'm
cheers,
drinking
by the
water.
way.
Difference between it, I'll remember the morning.
When it comes to Bloodborne, I played Dark Souls 1, 2, Demon Souls. Played the DLC for Dark Souls 2 when that came out. And avoided Bloodborne because I didn't have a fucking PS4 at the time because that shit was hard to find. Not as hard as PS5s are. Cheers for that. But I didn't really get it. I was like, okay, cool, I'll play the game, yada, yada, yada. And then I got my first set of... Oh, that's later. But I actually got to the first true boss fight of Bloodborne, which is Gascoigne.
Hey, the cleric beast.
Wait, what?
No one gives a shit about Cleric Beast.
No, he's an amazing tutorial boss.
I mean, he's a great tutorial boss, but he's also optional. I'm talking about the actual like first legit boss.
Yeah, the cheese with the music box, we get it.
Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna talk about that because I didn't know what that was at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
So I went through and I'm like going through this boss fight, getting my ass beat while also like barely kicking his ass. Didn't know what a riposte was by the way because I didn't read the fucking descriptions of anything. So like just to really show you like how much information I didn't really know about. I was like, where the fuck can I? Oh, I have a shield. Wait, why doesn't it parry? The fuck?
Oh wait,
Oh,
it's a gun.
It's a gun. So anyways, I started blasting. But then second phase hit. I was like, okay, cool. Got through that, and then it would be like, okay, cool, wow. Did blood starve. Okay, cool, don't care. Did the furry convention, did that one. Did Hemwick, then the Shadows of Yharnam fight, did Rom, got to Miklish. I wanted to kill myself half the time. Don't actually do that to anyone. There's actually help out there for everyone.
It didn't take me that long to kill Miklish.
Majestic.
Mad.
I fucking hate that piece of shit.
My
Air fire my
RNG
beat, but I
hog.
heard that song. I heard him talk so damn much. Beat
love-
I
him.
adore his voice acting.
I love illusion sections like that in games. They're so cool.
Yeah, he can go fuck himself.
Majestic. A hunter, he's a
Yes, it-
hunter. Even in a dream.
Some
I
say
just
cons or some say cons. Did that? Did the one? I also did the one reborn. I was like, okay, this music's okay. I wasn't really like listening on the cues for any music or anything like that. Then the DLC fucking dropped out of goddamn nowhere.
Oh.
Ludwig got all the way through. Got to fucking Ludwig. Got into his first phase. Got him while he's fighting him in first phase. He's like, unsightly beast. I was like, okay, so this is like the backwoods of fucking England somewhere. Probably somewhere in the backwoods. Got it. Anyways, and then he kicks my fucking dick in by jumping on top of me. Or he runs into me like a jackass, fucking one shot in your ass. And you actually get into half health, and then you were there all along, my dying moonlight.
Like, yeah,
and
the
it kicked
change in
my ass.
enhance.
It kicked my ass for 2 hours. I quit that day. Came back 2 days later, but I had headphones this time. And I actually got to listen to the music. And I got so involved with the music, I actually started having tears down my eye. And I was like,
Oh,
I know it's gonna be like, because I'm letting you know like my first experience, and I was like,
Leifon had tears in
This
his
is-
eye the night beforehand as well, but it was for a very different reason.
damn,
oh my
I was getting
god.
my ass beat, probably.
But go on, sorry.
So, and it really like, damn, I listened, but I didn't really like listen to the music. The art is like, I was like always thinking like, oh, everything's visual, la di da, la di da. So I didn't really like give too much of a shit. I gave a shit because of the visual presence for Dark Souls 2, which is why I still think Dark Souls 2 is still one of my favorites in terms of visually and how it does for the world. But Bloodborne, its artwork in multiple phases, it actually does like change the tone when you hear that fucking choir going fucking ham on the radio while you're dodging all of fucking Ludwig's like Moonlight Veil bullshit. You're like, oh shit, fuck, shit, and then you you beat him. You're like, damn, that was a fucking adrenaline rush. I'm ready to kick some more fucking ass, and you have to deal with 2 hunters that are pieces of shit. Then you go fight the living failures, and you're like, damn, I relate so
Emotional
hard to.
damage.
I relate hard to these guys. Are they trying to say that we're all living failures? And then the boss immediately after that, you're like, okay, cool, I did
Bro,
it.
the fact that they fucking like
Back to back.
back
literally.
to
back
back
bosses.
like
And you don't even know it. If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah.
And you can just walk right in and go straight up to her, and you're like, okay, what's this do? Maybe this opens up so I can get my next one.
But the thing about it was, like, when I did that stream, I defeated the living failures, and then I opened the door, and I see that bitch sitting in the fucking chair across the room.
Hey,
No, she the fuck should
Let-
shut the fuck up. She
let's
was a
talk
bitch.
better. No,
But-
she's the queen.
But like, I saw her there,
Lore-wise, yes.
and I didn't see any exit in the room, and I was like, no way, nah, they wouldn't do that.
Was I present for this one?
Yeah, you were there.
think I was
Yeah, like
present.
I said it in my head. I was like, nah, they won't put another boss like this close to like the
Close.
one I just beat.
But they did.
Yeah, like in my head, it
did.
was gonna be like you go up to the woman, you talk to her, and then you'd like turn back the way you came, and you'd have to go somewhere else. That's what I thought was gonna happen.
Yeah, but only an honest death will cure you.
Yeah, only an honest death will save her. Yeah, because like she fucking pounded me for the entire evening, bro. Like when I say
It wa-
pegged, I mean she spread my fucking asshole so far.
You fucking rage quit, came back the next day and fucking first tried it.
Yeah, that seems to be a
except for-
recurring thing with me.
Yeah. Except for the living failures, I think she was like the easiest boss of the actual DLC by
So
far.
I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up now.
No, bro. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you will like manage to kill Orphan of course really fast, cause holy,
I
like
actually
when
enjoyed that fight. That was
yeah,
I fucking hate that fight.
like for me it was terrible in a way because like the fight was really enjoyable, like the Serenity, like the just after the fishing hamlet. I was like, oh, that's for me it was amazing because it's really like a full story of Lovecraft that is really interesting.
Oh, 100%.
And-
Like the fishing hamlet is directly out of Inish mouth.
Yeah.
Like 100%.
And the thing is, for some reason the AI of this boss kept like running away from me. He was just, flying away and doing his lightning, and I was
Yeah.
like, bro, come here and fight. Like, I'm tired of running. And it was to a point or like I didn't want to give up, and I think Ludwig and him, like, just by themselves they took me 5 hours like together.
Mhm.
I've never raged so much on a From Software boss before Melia. Uh, uh, like at that time, it was like just me being stubborn. I know if I actually quit, just cooled down and went back to the fight, it would have been way better. But I'm
Yeah.
not like this. I'm not a quitter, and I just
Mhm.
wanted to do it. I wanted to be like, yes, finally.
I completely
Uh,
understand you. I had that mindset with the Souls games, but I also had that with Cuphead as well. And that's like because
oh,
I can't understand like the mindset. Like I'll hear people come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, I couldn't beat that boss. Like I fought him like 3 separate days and I couldn't beat him." And in my head, I'm like, I don't get how you separated it like that. Like I can't go to bed until I fucking defeated this shit.
So back
No,
with
I go
Go
to
ahead.
bed in a fucking bad mood if I'm getting fucking dogged on by a boss.
I like to imagine that in like a cartoonish sense. Like you throw down your controller like a little fucking gotcha version of Box, hops into bed, tucks the covers under his fucking chin, and just pouts.
and then
You
there's
know,
just
it
the
just fucking cuts to me. I'm not even facing the camera. I'm facing the other way. It just cuts to another part. It's just facing me. I'm just there fucking pouting.
and then there's the credit
Fucking
rolling with
lame.
a "That's all, folks," and you're like, okay.
Sorry, did I cut you off, Levon?
So back with my stuff, everything's an art form. Music, as the environment, the bosses, everything has its purpose, down to its even its lore. But it was the DLC that got me to appreciate music in video games. It also brought a more open-minded to a lot of other avenues. It actually was DLC is what got me to want to go platinum my first game, which was
Oh,
Bloodborne. Bloodborne was the first game I ever platinumed. And
really?
yep,
Wow.
I think
I don't have
audio.
that. I don't even have that for. Go ahead. Sorry. What?
No, sorry. I think audio in gameplay is like severely overlooked anyway. Not even just in music, but just audio work in general.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you look at, I know this is off topic, but if you look at even like Death Stranding and stuff, like
Hmm.
you think about it, every little strap, every little fastening, every little like boot fastening, and every box sound, like everything like that, it's all got to be, it's all going to be recorded one by one by one and put together in a way that sounds normal. And we hear it, but we don't actually think about the amount of effort that went into making it sound just right. We take it for granted because that's how it's supposed to sound.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, in terms of like the the fighting in the Soul series, I truly believe that like the audio work for that is extremely important as well because there's nothing as satisfying as a well designed audio plus visual indicator of making a hit go against something else. You know what I mean? Like when your sword hits
Yeah.
off something in Dark Souls or Bloodborne, you feel like it hit off
Mostly
something.
in Bloodborne. In Bloodborne, you feel like it's going ear rape when you eviscerate something. It's insane.
But you know what I mean? Like when you hit something, you feel the
Yeah.
impact of that. I know the controller has a sense of doing that nowadays as well with like what they can do with the vibrations and
DualShock
stuff.
5.
But
Yeah.
yeah. But like it's still down to the audio as well. Like if it doesn't line up, it's not going to be as right. But yeah.
That's actually a thing from Dark Souls I really enjoyed is how music is important and unique to actual like key moments. Because while every game tried to have ambience with music playing while you're running through areas, Dark Souls just didn't give a fuck. And you were literally your footsteps, you hitting stuff, or hearing audio cue of lightning coming to you,
Mm-hmm.
or the giant like umbrellas from an Orlando.
It's you zoning in on something. You're cutting out.
And
Like it's the human emotion. You're gonna cut out things. Yes.
Yeah.
and and like really the fact music really played a
Mhm.
lot for like the boss ambience and how unique they feel.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like it adds like the music itself is in itself like personality of the boss, almost a reflection of like
Yeah.
the boss's character. And even for the final boss, like for in Dark Souls, like for Gwyn when you're fighting him,
Oh,
I wasn't
that
expecting that
piano.
theme. Yeah, like I was expecting final boss. I was expecting a really hard boss and a really fucking do 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 do
he was he
do.
was expecting some Dragon Force playing in the back.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting me and Solaire to just go in and kick dirt in his eye. Like,
Yeah, like really the aspects and even like the first time you see Queen, you're like, whoa. You you notice you've been
Hmm.
there, but there's so much more that happened in the past, and
Boom,
you
boom,
almost
boom.
feel late.
Yeah.
You like the theme itself sounds like you're already in the credits.
Yeah,
You
actually,
don't
true.
you don't really feel like you're fighting the boss.
No.
And like again for Gwyn, I apologize to all the
No.
people that had trouble like for the boss, but parry this, you feel very casual. I literally two-tried Gwyn on my first run because I was parrying him. I literally chain parry him. So that's why like on my second run I promised, I was like, I'm not going to parry him. I want to see how the fight goes, and he's so much more. Like it's so much harder doing him like this because his AI works completely different than the other mobs.
I'm gonna be
Like the fact
honest.
he close gap when you're drinking Estus and everything, it was amazing.
I'm
But
gonna be honest. I might have just gotten
yeah,
lucky against Gwyn or something. But I can't see unless you're fooling around like you were saying, like with the parrying and stuff. I can't see how you lose to Gwyn. I just don't see it. Like
oh really?
I first tried it, but
Oh wow.
He was also using Zweihander.
well, true.
Hey, I mean, friend. I really
Also,
like the
I will
Zweihander
say
from
this:
this
you did
game.
make I will say this though, and Solo will understand. He had Mask of the Father and Zweihander, and
Oh,
didn't
the
do.
giant dad.
He didn't do a giant dad. He didn't do it.
Oh, I
Oh,
tried to, but I couldn't get. I didn't understand what you meant by giant dad for the longest time.
poise.
Boys, baby.
Poise.
Also, in his defense, he was using Havel armor with Zweihander. In his
Wow.
defense, he did do his best.
That's like I noticed in Dark Souls 1 way later when another of my friend actually did his first run that Evil armor really helps a lot.
Oh, it helps a lot, especially
Because
when you're fighting 4 fucking kings or
because
pieces
I
of shit.
oh yeah, I had like he was on Artorias, and I remember he was struggling for like an hour or two, and then he switched to a evil monster, and he actually first tried him afterward.
In my
That's
defense, I wasn't like led to the Havel armor though. Like I stumbled across it in Orlando, so I think that's fair
oh,
game. Like
I mean that's fair.
yeah.
Like
I
that's
just want
completely
to
fair.
say, you fuckers are really bad influencers. I have just bought Sekiro and fucking Dark Souls Remastered now, you cunts.
Hell yes, let's go.
Hell yeah.
We've crumbled
That
another
money
one,
will go
boys.
straight towards Armor Core 6 and the Elden Ring team.
I advise. Actually, I'm curious to see if they fall in that agree with me. I'd say play Dark Souls first before you go getting into Sekiro. To be honest.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you'll have to de-learn everything.
Exactly. Yeah. Like if you try to go from Sekiro and then try to play Dark Souls, you'll feel like you're like having Alzheimer's or something. You're like, wait, I have to.
It was a learning
Slow
curve for
down,
Shane,
man.
for sure, to move from Elden Ring to...
Oh, massively.
It was-
And it was very interesting as well to go from Elden Ring, Dark Souls, back into Elden Ring again.
and then you're also like, man, everyone feels so slow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also,
Or they feel too fast.
two things, right? So I've just put the fucking Elden Ring manga into the fucking podcast chat.
Hey, let's go.
Why is it that when I scrolled up a tiny little bit, the fucking narrator from Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids is just sat there looking at me?
Don't worry about it.
What do you mean? I'm very fucking worried.
That
Poor
Malenia
tarnished
art.
wretch.
I like
Find
leaving all
himself.
these like linked things here from the previous podcast episodes because I delete like little bits in between for context. So you're just left with this.
You
Hang
delete a
on.
little things for context. What's the
Okay.
context? Fucking confusing me.
Well, if you want context for that, the Redhead Rambles podcast is available on Spotify and on YouTube.
God damn it.
We have monthly episodes spanning between 2019 and 2023, all 7 of them. And yeah, you're more than welcome to check out any one.
And if you're looking for more content from the person that you just talked his ear off with his nice Irish accent, his name is Shanetor. You can always watch him on Twitch and seeing what shenanigans he comes up with on Discord and try not to get banned by Jack.
Exackaroonie.
Or if you're ever feeling up for it and you want a more of a British side, you can always go more for Box on Ked. He does his own content as well. He may
And I'm
be only
fucking
just
depressed.
he may be more of the Elden Ring type of guy. He may be a little more of on the casual side, but he does bring that energy. Now, if you're looking for something more French, well, you're out of luck. French Fry over here is doing his own thing. He's over here trying to learn 3 different languages all at once. So
That's fair. That's fair.
And to be an artist.
An
That too.
If you want the
An
law side of
artiste.
it, stay away from all of us.
Stay away from what? Stay away
I
from
said,
all of them.
if you want the law side of it, stay away from all of us.
Yes, agreed. Back on the original story, got to and beat Lady Maria.
In fact, you
Did
remember that. Holy
Hamlet. I was
shit.
like, okay, cool. And then got to where you find her Rikuyo and the well. Fuck that area. The shark troll motherfuckers, they can get the biggest bag of dicks. I have 2 middle fingers up for both of them. Pieces of shit, both of them.
They're harder than the boss.
Yes, but Orphan of Kos.
Oh,
He's
actually,
literally a toddler who just walked out of her mother's womb, who's dead, by the way, and is using his own placenta as a fucking weapon.
he woke up and chose violence, man. What do you want?
Yes, quite fucking
Woke up and
literally.
chose fucking placenta.
Like
That's
the
his
first
weapon of
thing
choice.
he's just like crying, but he's imitating you in the future. He already knows how you will
Damn.
be.
Leifon,
Damn.
also, sorry, just to say, I saw a
Maidenless.
quick tip. You probably already know it, but to deal with those two that we were trying to deal with before Orphan of Kos, if you use the shaman bone knife,
Yeah, they kill each other.
yeah, they can kill. You can get them kill each other.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Or you could just go back to Dark Souls 2 logic, where
Actually, you can
I
do
thought
this with so many bosses, like the Shadow of Yarnam. You can do it.
Wait, can
so
you?
one
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can. They start to kill each other.
So one thing I wish they would have kept in the game was like the wooden plank. If you had the wooden plank up across your eyes, you don't have to worry about getting frenzy. Apparently, it was just a glitch in the system. Miyazaki hates people, so when 1.0 Bloodborne came out, and you had the wooden shield. If you had it up on your face, and the white lanterns, the guys that gave you frenzy, just walks by. If you had it up, you wouldn't be able to get frenzy because your eyes are covered by the wooden plank.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, they got rid of that shit because they said it wasn't a feature, it was a glitch.
It should have been.
It should have been a feature, man.
It should have been.
I don't mean
It
to
would have made the fucking weapon like useful.
Yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off again. I'm sorry. It's just while I remember the names, I don't want to lose them because you guys probably have a better understanding of the names. The Shadow of Yarnum, by the way. When
Yeah.
people say like, and I don't mean this as an insult. I'm just pointing it out. The Shadow of Yarnum. You fight those again up by Murgo's wet nurse. Like
Yeah.
Like when people say the repeated bosses, I get it's a lot in Elden Ring maybe with the catacombs, but like it's not like that's
Not
an
only the
unusual
catacombs.
occurrence. Like it has happened before, in my opinion.
Yeah, the problem is like what I'm saying with Elden Ring is not that it happened before, but the problem with this game is that there are only 9 unique bosses out of how many bosses in the game actually?
Yeah, this is like
Like,
120 or something like that.
yeah, like imagine like
But
I mean when
like,
you tell me a demigod, I'm sorry, a demigod should be unique. Like
well, yeah, absolutely fine. But like,
there's no
if you're going through the game though, right? What are the
Yeah.
odds you're gonna fight the 120 bosses on your run? You know what I mean?
Pretty high since I'm myself and yeah, like I
Really?
was exploring everything. Yeah, that's why I told in the beginning that Elden Ring exhausts me in this way because I felt like fighting 10 dragons, 10 like the mini boss in front of the small, I mean the big trees.
Yep.
Like all these cats in the catacombs. all these I forgot the name, but like the Dark Knights riding on their horses.
The Night Cavalry, yeah.
Yeah, like all of them. There were so many, even the magma dragons.
Like I can see the art. Oh, the magma worms. I fucking hated those. Yeah.
Yeah,
Those were
like
so fucking
there,
easy.
there's
No, shut the
but
fuck. I
there's
hate.
so many again.
Like,
I mean, there's one who actually annoyed me, and he was in the snowfield.
look,
he
Leifon,
he was dealing so much damage.
I know you're gonna hate this, and I know it's gonna be controversial, but I'm saying it anyway because it's gonna get some heat. All right, magma worms are just a lesser version of Quelaag. I'm sorry, but it fucking is.
I do
all right? It's
agree.
the exact same attack.
I
So
do
that's why
agree.
they're an easy fight.
But Quelaag is fucking well.
She's hot.
Quelaag has tits,
She does
man.
have booba. She has boobas.
I hate spiders, but top part every day.
If you ignore 90% of it, it's not too bad.
I mean, that's why you and then you just listen to Quelaag's sister's voice, and you're like, okay, yep. What's that? Chaos Servant? You need me to turn into a parasite? Done.
You want humanities? You're all of
You
it.
want me to invade people more?
But
Please, sister, come here. Yeah, okay, done.
for me
Done.
personally, though, it was more like when I go through a game, and especially like a Souls game, like one that I'm going to repeatedly play, I don't like. I don't try and find all the content on my first run. It's more of a case of like exploring in a whatever I stumble across sense. Like I don't like say okay
that's
because I looked over to the left, I have to go look over to the right. I'm like okay, this time I looked over to the
For me, I
left.
have
Next
to.
time I come around here, I'll have a look over to the right hand side. Like
No,
that kind of deal.
for me, it's really like in every game these days. I've been playing Hi-Fi Rush.
I've heard
Uh,
of it, yeah.
Yeah, and I swear to God, like even like out of the first gameplay, like you can have just after getting the surgery done, I literally was running all around all the fucking rooms trying to see is there secret stuff behind this crate.
That's fair.
I've been doing this in every goddamn game I'm playing,
And I
and
can't.
Elden Ring didn't stop me from doing it.
That's fair. I can understand the complaint, but it's like I feel like some people just brought it like too far of a criticism. Like I heard someone
Yeah.
even complain about like the enemy on the way up to I think it's on the way up to Lindell, but it's not exactly there, but you'll know who I'm talking about. They shapeshift into Margit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I saw some people complain it's like, "Oh my god, they even reused Margit. What the hell?" It's like but yeah, like as a surprise once. It's not like you fucking came across them every area. It's like, haha, I've returned. It's not him. Like it's not Margit.
Do you know what I do fucking like though? You know the shackle that you can get from him for patches.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my
The
god, he's
fact
a
that you
shit. I
can
said,
use
kneel,
that-
motherfucker!
Also,
No, it's the
fun.
fact you can use it on the chariots and it destroys the chariots.
Really?
You know what I love?
Yeah.
The fact if you kill the two giants for the chariots, they just sit there not knowing what to do. They're like, well, shit. We were gonna go over there for about 5 o'clock, but I guess now we'll sit and wait.
Yeah, I want to say it's the first. So you know, like the grace just before your first steps, are you're in that place and it's got the big like shadow door that you need a stone sword key for.
Yeah.
That hero grave is where you can actually use the shackle and it just breaks all of the fucking chariots.
Oh, one of the coolest areas. This kind of reminds me again of like the tower in Lord of the Rings, but like if you're going, fuck, I don't remember exactly where it is, but like there's one of the towers that you have. There's an elevator up to it, but when you go through the entire area, when you're halfway across the bridge towards the tower, goes like completely black, as if you were in like Tomb of the Giants, and you have to end
where
up
the
fighting the
Hell Twins are.
Yeah, you have to fight the twins again. That was
Yeah,
so
that's
cool.
where you go to get Margaret's Great Rune.
Yeah, that was so cool. Quick note while I remembered it, Leifon. Patches is in Sekiro. Hello.
Patch is in every FromSoft game. Isn't
Yeah, Leifon said he wasn't in Sekiro though, but he is.
Where in
No.
Sekiro is he at?
Yeah, he's one of the merchants.
What?
What?
Yeah, Sekiro is in patches. Or patches is
Sekiro
is
is
in
in patches.
No,
Yeah, he's
it's
like
not
right
him.
on his ass, man.
No. Play Cyberpunk theme.
Like you mean the guy who's actually stealing stuff in Hirata Estate? It's not Patches.
Not Hirata Estate, no. 1 second.
I mean, he goes to the castle gate after. Like he becomes a merchant, but that's not Patches.
1 second.
Is his name Patches?
I don't think so.
No, this is his name, but it's patches in Japanese.
Is it?
Oh,
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
I've
Sekiro
looked at it.
lore man is gonna learn something new today?
Yeah,
That's-
this guy. When you go back, underneath.
I mean, yeah, I was thinking about this guy, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah,
But
I'll save the image. Just.
yeah, you're talking about the peddler.
Yeah, Anayama the peddler.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, it gives you like the actual item I've never got until I've did like the mod called
Is it?
it
He
wasn't
really?
Resurrection, it was the other
Then why didn't he have
like
Patches' voice? Is it because of the fact that it's Japanese?
Maybe because I didn't play it in English. I played it in Japanese, so it could have been a different
I
voice actor for that.
I
It was a different voice
played
actor in English.
Was it?
I played in Japanese as well.
Mm.
And I mean
Because like that was my first opinion of him, and then Leifon said it wasn't, so I was like, oh, it mustn't be. But then I saw more things saying like that it was. So
That's news
I
to
don't
me.
I don't
That's
know if
fucking
it's
Patches.
speculation or if it's
I mean,
I
doesn't
mean, he has
like
a patch. I mean, like,
Yeah,
He has a
I've just
patch.
seen a meme here. I'm gonna save it and send it in.
okay.
Right. Just bear with me. It'll sum that right up. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know
Oh,
because
fuck it.
I was honestly like I was quite happy with my run at Sekiro. I was expecting to get my ass fucking handed to me every step of the way, but I feel like I did quite well. I'm quite happy.
There we go.
I like it. I like it. Oh, actually, okay. I wasn't going to talk too much about Sekiro, but we'll have a little talk then. In terms of Sekiro, what did you guys make of the Sword Saint in terms of like objectively good boss? Like what points you
amazing.
Yeah.
He's amazing. He's an amazing boss.
What is it that you like the most, and you can't say Glock?
To be fair, when I went to Ishin the first time,
Mhm.
I just got that Bloodborne vibe of German.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean this, and like I've been complaining, and I'll complain about my favorite FromSoft, like which is Sekiro, the ripoff of our locations and bosses,
Okay.
because it also has this problem. Hello, 3 Genichiros. But Ishin like really gave me the German's vibe, but at the same time, like mechanically, him and Hall Father, the past version, are literally the two stand out to say, "Hey, you mastered the game,"
I
and
didn't think
it's
Alfather was
doing,
that hard. Do you mean the one in Hirata Estate?
huh?
I didn't think Owlfather was that hard. The one, like where when you fight him, where Genichiro is. I haven't had a chance to fight the one back in
Oh no,
time.
I'm talking about the past one.
Yeah. Okay.
From Irritai State, and if you actually fight against him, you'll notice that he has a lot of posture,
Okay.
and yeah, it's considered one of the like strongest boss of the game. He actually has an amazing OST, but aside from that, like really, Ishin, when you fight against him, you really get this feel of you're not just butterflying dance, which is like the guard, the
Yeah.
spam guard.
Yeah.
It's actually rhythm. Like there's a rhythm you gotta follow, or it just doesn't work.
Mhm.
And while Genichiro, when you first meet him, like told you the hard way, you gotta parry. Like dodge isn't the way to play this game. Like Ishin is the perfect boss to tell you. Actually, you gotta like now manage to look at the blade and input the right moment and play an actual rhythm game and just not spam your guard. And like with the ambience, like nearly every of the mechanics you can see in the game. Of course, like the voice acting, because like I adore like the Japanese voice acting,
I
and
agree.
Genichiro Kenjiro Tsuda, like the cherry on top.
I think that whole Ishin fight is just like it's just done so well. Like the introduction, like the threatening presence of him, like the fact that he just stands there and looks at you and says, "Well,
yeah,
I'll
and
make
I
it
mean,
quick." It's like
yeah,
he doesn't even say that,
just
let's try
he
everything. He's
says,
like,
"Come," like,
"Come, accept your death."
yeah, and like the whole ambience with the, I kind of would say like DMC-esque kind
Yeah, I
of
can see
like
that. Yeah.
ambience where it becomes like raining with storm the more you go in the fight.
Yep. Yep.
Like they did it multiple times. They did it for like the final boss of Dark Souls 3 DLC, for example.
And that field the fight is based in is so iconic now as well. Like whenever you see,
Yeah.
whenever I see those flowers, at least I immediately think of that boss.
I just think of Ishin pulling out a fucking Glock.
I still love the fact that like, so Jack thought we were joking about the gun. So Jack
pulls
yeah,
up the Glock.
so Jack went to fight Ish and he sent me a message on Discord one night after I'd beat him, and he sent me a message. He was like, "Okay, I'm going in to fight Ishin now. Wish me luck." And then about 5 minutes later, I get a few pings on my phone. He's like, "What the fuck? He has a gun? I thought you were joking."
Yeah,
You learn
know what?
everybody
Hey,
got surprised of
Mention
this.
that.
What
I
was it,
seen
Box?
a video. Right, I seen a video and it was like someone's modded Elden Ring. So his main weapon was actually a gun. He had like
Oh,
a fucking.
yeah.
He had a shotgun, and you know how Radigan can just fucking like parry spells.
Yeah, yeah.
So he shot the gun and went, "Parry this bitch," and he just fucking parries a shotgun blast to the fucking face.
Actually, speaking of that, I remember that there's a crazy guy who was modding Dark Souls 1 to throw Halo weapon in it, and it actually works.
You talking about Inferno?
Probably.
Sounds like something Inferno would do. Yeah.
But yeah, Sekiro, people are complaining about this game for multiple reasons, which is like, of course, the Ashina Castle being ripped off 3 times, like 3 different moments of the day, just to like put new enemies to get to the boss in the same area. And there's also one other thing, which is like the game, since it doesn't have builds, like the replayability isn't great.
Yeah.
Of course, since I adored the gameplay, I actually
Sorry, audio
rushed.
listeners.
I rushed like through all the mods I could see, and I want to shout out like someone which is Bandicoot, who's the guy who created the Elden Art mod with Elden Ishin and Elden Genichiro. I'll say he's an acquaintance because like we've been talking in chat like while he was streaming and stuff, and we were exchanging a lot on his bosses, and like the modders in Sekiro are doing an amazing job in like changing the bosses and actually the feel of the game. It feels like playing another game, and it only works with like the game base mechanic, which is the parry and the interaction with the bosses, plus the work, of course, of like taking the animations from the skeletons of other bosses to put it on like said
It's
Ishin.
funniest that is Shane.
I was waiting to make a point. That was all. when you were talking about the modders and when you were talking about guns, it just reminded me. So, Hogwarts Legacy. Have you guys seen this clip? Can you guys
Legacy.
just watch that real quick? Because I'm only basing it off the thumbnail. I think it's the same one I was thinking of, so I'm hoping it is when I send it. But I just find it so funny when she holds the fucking gun up in the air and it shines and that stupid fucking grin on her face. like the music and everything is just perfect. Like, I love the modding community. Have you seen that, Box?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
The magical future. Welcome to America.
Yeah, no,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
the combat in Bloodborne and Sekiro, it's so astounding in terms of the like in Dark Souls when you start out, you feel like you kind of, disadvantaged or like you're having to like build that up. Whereas in Bloodborne and Sekiro, I feel like if you know how to fight, it doesn't matter too much in terms of like what weapon you're using. Discard that for Sekiro in terms of the fact that you only have the
Yeah,
option,
I mean,
but like if you know the mechanics and you can use the visceral and riposte feature for Bloodborne, you kind of have your own ground to stand on. You're not forced into defensive mode a lot of the time, which I think is
y-
relieving.
you're even thrown into being aggro to the enemies. It's rewarded most of the time,
Yeah, exactly. The fact that you have
which
the
is
health regen for Bloodborne is
yeah, and that's the kind of mindset that they actually use in Dark Souls 3. I can understand people like when they compare Dark Souls 1 and 2 to 3, they're like the fighting doesn't feel like as intelligent, let's say. It's more like or one spamming like Life Unsaid earlier.
I'm surprised Leifon isn't popping champagne right now. Is Leifon here?
But I still
He's blacked
thought
out.
most of the time Dark Souls 3 was kind of a love letter and really had like a really
Easy
great
mode.
yeah, of course we're going to Dark Souls 3 has been avoided like during this whole podcast, but we're going to talk about it.
It's
The
only because I
problem
haven't
is
played
with
it. That was all. I
that's
know
already
Leifon's
Yeah.
opinions on it.
That's the reason. There's a lot of bonfire. You will notice it.
It's okay. You can play Dark Souls 1 where you get a bonfire next to Vamos.
Well, like it's really interesting when people bring up these conversations because I can't remember if it was Game Maker's Toolkit or if it was someone else. I watch a lot of those video essay kind of channels, but there was one that talked about putting the pauses into games. So you have it with Hollow Knight where like you can take that break on the bench in between stuff to save and you just kind of sit there and take a moment, because that is a hard game as well. Like the Hollow Knight takes a lot of inspiration from the Souls games in terms of like every time you rest the enemies reset and everything. And it's a hard
Including
game.
the early Metroid as well.
Yeah. But it's the same with the Souls games in terms of like, sure, you can look at it as a pain in the ass. You got to run back to the boss fight in terms of in Dark Souls and whatnot. But you can also look at it in a sense that it's like you have that time between the bonfire and between the fight to take a breath, take a second. It's like kind of forcing you not to just bang your head against a wall going at a boss again and again and again and again. You know what I mean? Because like I kind of feel that in Elden Ring a little bit. The fact that there's so many graces, it's like I can just keep going at a boss again and again and again, and I might not get anywhere. Whereas like if I've got that 2 minutes before getting back to the boss every time in Bloodborne or in Dark Souls, I've kind of got to reconsider that. I'm like, okay, is it really worth me running back there? I don't think I'm ready,
Yeah, to be fair, I think it might be a positive, but also negative. Like,
Yeah,
for
exactly,
example,
yeah.
if you take Dark Souls 2, please give me the name of this snowy area in the DLC, Lyfan, like in English.
For
Is it
fucking,
Frigid Outskirts? I think it's something like
I
this.
think it is. I'll tell you real quick.
Yeah,
He doesn't know.
there's nearly nothing in
Yeah,
this
Friendship
area.
outskirts. Yeah, there's nothing
Yeah,
else out there. There's Lud and
yeah.
Zalen, which help you go towards the actual DLC. Otherwise, you'd have to fight an invisible fucking boss the entire goddamn time. That roll fucking camps you the entire goddamn time.
The thing is, like, the area is long, but at the same time, it isn't just long, it's empty, and there's magical pony just fucking your ass.
And that fly, by the way.
Yeah, they fly. You know, like the ancestral spirit? I forgot how is it called? Like the beast that flies in Elden Ring.
Yeah, yeah.
It's completely inspired by the mobs in this area. Like the move pool is the same, basically.
Well, it's interesting when you look at the different Souls games, you can see the inspirations and the like earlier concepts. Like you look at Bloodborne and with the one, what is it? The one Reborn?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and, like that fight is literally just, to me, it's a reskinned version of
Of the
Tower
Guardian
9.
Tower.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
Tower 9. Yeah.
yeah. And that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, you can see the inspiration. Like it's not a
Yep.
copy and paste, but it's like it's
Of
the
course,
same scenario. Yeah.
and for
It-
Elden Ring, it's even like they took cut content from Dark Souls 3 to create things, so
Mhm.
that was really good on this aspect.
Or, they just straight up use certain animations from Lady Maria and put it in Melania.
Yes. Yes.
You can't fucking deny that shit
It's
either.
it's even worse. I feel like they were like, should have been a Bloodborne boss, so we're going to give her the Bloodborne mechanic of Elfbar.
And then they start using Ishin. Let's add some Ishin in this bitch too while we're at it.
I don't think that's the first time they've added in a boss that doesn't necessarily belong either. I mean, you look at Demon of Hatred in
Oh, thank you
Sekiro.
for referring to this boss. I always thought this boss was just there and felt more like a Dark Souls boss.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And not a Sekiro one.
It doesn't really fit with anything you're taught throughout Sekiro.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, he falls off a cliff. I mean, what are you talking about? I think Solo's the only one who's going to understand that one.
Yeah. I mean, you can do the same with Gyobu, actually. The speed run. Yeah, when I think about it, like, I was thinking about Sekiro, like, will they go into the Oni side of the folklore, like, kind of Neo?
They did
And
a little
they,
bit, but
they did a smidge little bit with the Fontainehead Palace
that
and
area is so
the
cool.
and the Demon of Hatred.
Yeah.
But I was like, I mean, Demon of Hatred is kind of late. Like,
I mean, it's very easy to miss as well
he's-
because like it
yeah.
requires you to backstep like to actually get there.
And optional as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just gives lapis lazuli on top of that. I mean, of course, it's cool. Like, if you want to upgrade your prosthetic faster into like getting the achievement, but
I mean, same with the double DK fight
Which one's
as
that?
well. Like that's the double monkey,
the
Oh,
double
yeah.
monkey.
double DK. Sorry.
I will say again. See, look, it's another ripoff of like a boss and two of its phases into one. Like,
Well, even
that's
the monk is it, wait, I could be.
yeah, the corrupted monk.
Yeah, I actually struggled a
Oh.
lot with that boss, but
Yes, you did. I struggle a fuck ton with that one.
That's the thing. Like,
Peanut.
again, Sekiro, like, I love that game, but I can't.
Yeah.
I can't forgive this. Like the reuse of bosses.
and
That
that's fair.
was, like,
That is a fair
crazy.
criticism, Like you don't have to. You can criticize a game and still love it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hello, Pokemon Colosseum.
I don't
XD
want to
Gale
set you up for
Darkness is
failure
better.
either, Box. By the way, these are
Colosseum is
brilliant
better.
games. Don't take our word for it. Like it's
Fox just
you
bought Sekiro.
Yeah, I was about to think. He's like, he spent like fucking 70 quid, and he's like, perhaps I should. What did that cost you, Box?
I'll tell
No,
you now.
yeah, it's a pretty cool experience.
'Cause I'm so.
The thing with Sekiro, like, people say there's no replayability, but like the
Fuck that.
prosthetic,
No.
the prosthetic is like actually gives tons. But when I say tons, it's tons of assets in battle.
Yeah.
And
No,
there's one thing I would have loved, like Sekiro, to actually have in game, which is some sort of wheel between like combat hearts,
Hmm.
or like they made it actually into combat hearts. Literally, it's called like this, I think, as a mod. And you just toggle stuff, and you have multiple. Like you can use the Ashina Cross, but at the same time you can use iMonk without menuing,
yeah,
which
it was kind of annoying to have to pause to change stuff like every now and again.
yeah.
Um,
And
So-
it can really make the battle completely different. And there are like Ombol actually started to use it, and there was a YouTuber called Inamaro who like used it a lot with other mods.
yeah.
And like the two of them were doing boss fights in a completely different aspect of style, and it really nailed it. And there's only Sekiro who gives this aspect of interaction. Like even if Ongbol is doing like the Bloodborne, no, the Elden Ring, sorry,
Mhm.
bosses and stuff like perfectly with deflect, no, like different builds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool, but it doesn't feel like this rush of adrenaline of clashing sword
No.
that you have in Sekiro.
And that's exactly why I love melee builds as well. I haven't really gone into any sorceries or faith builds or anything like that. I haven't really. I'm gonna try it on my next Elden Ring playthrough because like I want to see the animations and stuff for some of the spells and whatnot. But yeah, no, I just love the feeling of melee builds, and like the, as you said, like the swords clashing in Sekiro is just so satisfying. It's brilliant. And there was an argument I saw from somebody being like, "Oh, but you can pause in Sekiro, and it makes it so much easier because you can just like switch your stuff." It's like that's why I like the Souls games, like because you can't pause during the fight. And it's like, yeah, but you know,
But those are also the same motherfuckers out there. Like Teehee Dex build, I'm gonna use bleed and use some fucking bullshit. Those are the same motherfuckers. Oh, they're gonna go for stagger builds.
yeah, but like what I was gonna say was the fact that in Sekiro, it doesn't really help you that much to pause during a boss fight because it's a fucking rhythm game. So
Yeah,
like,
it's a rhythm game. It
It's a
actually
rhythm game.
messes
It
up.
requires
so it kind of messes you up to pause. Like you might get a breath of fresh
Yeah.
air, but you're still gonna get fucked once you won't press that button.
And Shane, I want to add on this. It comes down to rhythm. There's gonna be a boss out there. It's called Dance of the Boreal Valley. It's rhythm based.
Oh, fuck the Valley of the Guns, by the way, or whatever the fuck that's called.
That fucking area sucks
Yeah,
ass.
fuck
Everyone knows it.
that.
Honestly,
but
you guys are
it's-
filling me with loads of hope for Sekiro right now.
but Solo, you understand, Dancer is different from a lot of those.
Box, I did it
Yeah.
myself. Trust me, you can do it.
So-
Actually, it has a good
It's a
name
two-
for the boss itself because it's
It's
a
a two-
dance.
It's a
Literally.
2-2. It's a literal 2-2-4 instead of a 4-4-2 in terms of beat rhythm. All the
Yep.
bosses in with every single Souls game is an actual rhythm. It's all about noticing it.
The problem with this boss is that I had a potato PC when I did it, and it has the ability to burn the room, and it was dropping the FPS of my game.
Bro, you don't understand.
Like 14 FPS.
So 14, bro. I was over here in the 8 FPS. I didn't have. So you know the iPhone 11, like the iPhone 11 Pro screen, like how big that is. That's how big my screen was.
No,
I was running at 8 FPS with Dark Souls 3.
not me recording Among Us in 5 frames per second because
Oh
I'm
my
running it on a
Bro,
Microsoft Surface.
you recorded most games back in the day on fucking negative frames. Also, Shane, to answer your question
Yeah,
before,
I was about to ask,
Sekiro cost me £27.
That's not bad, actually. I thought it was going to be a lot more.
It would be. Let me just click on it.
I paid like 50, and it was on offer.
It would have been £60, but I managed to get it on 55% offer.
Nice. And Dark Souls?
Dark Souls cost me a grand total of.
I thought you said a grand.
Yeah, a grand. Cost me a grand. What?
A grand
Worth it,
total
worth
of £15.
Okay, not bad. You got the whole thing for under 40. That's alright.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? That includes the DLC, by the way.
Yeah, I was reading it. I seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty good.
So I'm gonna bring it back real quick back to Bloodborne just once last
Yeah,
second.
that's good. Yeah, we'll finish up on Bloodborne after you're finished because there's one more thing I want to talk about before we end.
And well, back in that way, I would love to go back to one last time with Dark Souls after that.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
if
okay.
possible.
Yeah, I'm down.
But back to Bloodborne, you end on Orphan of Kos with the DLC, and all of a sudden you go back to fight this cleric beast motherfucker full of fucking fire and flames because of the fact that he's drunk and hungover off his ass because he doesn't have any fucking water left in his fucking drink because Lady Maria fucking drank that shit like it was fucking water the other day. And he's like, I just came back from the pub yesterday, mate. What the fuck you on about?
I mean,
fuck Lawrence. Fuck that cocksucking piece of shit. All them cocksuckers over there. But back and bringing it all back into as a whole, it helped me appreciate a game more. It actually helped bring me into the whole challenge. Even when I did a torch only and a shield only run, the torch only run was the hardest run I've ever fucking done in my existence. Fuck Orphan of Kos and
hard,
Watchdog. Old Watchdog. Fuck that boss. Because it's a 999 resistance to fire, by the way. So you do like 4 damage. And also, you're soul level 4. So everything kills you in one hit.
You know what I'm going to say a fuck you to? I'm going to say a
deer.
No. I'm going back to Dark Souls for this one.
We're bringing it back. Okay.
Yeah. Fuck Sanctuary Guardian, and second of all, fuck 2 Sanctuary Guardians.
Don't play what was that? What was the name of the mod? Was it Sister Contract solo? That where they had fucking 3 of them bitches at once?
Oh,
like
help.
One was ass, right?
Can you imagine 2?
It was required to get past to get to the DLC. And then in order to get back out, you had to fucking fight the 2 of them. Like, I know. But if you were walking back, like, and the fact that it's not even technically a boss. Like, you got fuck all for it. Like, these.
I mean, the game is here. The DLC is here for your pain. Like, literally, the hardest boss gives you a ring that double the damage you take.
Yeah, cow meat. Yeah,
it's literally
that's such
here.
An insult.
So, and that's something that I wanted to bring up, Shane. What was your thoughts on the DLC for Dark Souls 1? Seeing as though this will be the only place where you can actually have your full opinion, seeing as though half the stream is missing.
Mm-hmm. That is such a shame as well. It's so weird that like the 2 biggest, most important streams of 2 separate series are missing. Like I don't know how I didn't fucking move like something must have happened, but yeah.
What's your thoughts on it, man?
So a lot happened during the Dark Souls DLC. We encountered like that Virgin, is it, or the rare.
You encountered yourself.
You encountered Artorias, the Virgin.
What's that rare enemy type?
Which one? There was a bunch of rare enemy types.
Vargant or something like that. Like the one that only appears if like a certain amount of people.
Oh, he found his first fucking Vagrant solo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was white, wasn't it? Or was it red?
I think it was red. It was red, yeah.
Like the sort of crab?
Yeah, the crab one. He found a red Vagrant. You know how shit that hard that shit. Yeah, and you know how hard it is to find those little shits.
Yeah, I remember like my friend streamer Dookie actually found 2 in his initial run, and I was like surprised because I completely forgot about their existence.
It's such all random because like the stream that's missing is like the Artorias fight. It misses like all my attempts.
It's missing the whole DLC.
Yeah, it's missing the whole DLC pretty much. Like it's like most of my attempts on Calmeet, the Manus fight. And I remember there was like a funny moment during that as well too. So it's a shame that's gone. But anyway,
which funny moment?
You left, and I can't remember what exactly I did, but I basically said fuck this boss, and I just kept hitting it, like, because you know how much vitality I had, or vigor.
Oh yeah.
So
you
like
had
Manus would hit
vitality.
me. take 70% of my HP, I'd heal right in front of him and just keep hitting him. It was like Leifon was gone, so there was no one to judge me for it. And I was like, chat, just watch this. I don't care if he hits me, I'm hitting him back. If he hits me, I'm making back the damage. So I just stood there in front of him, tanked the hits for like 20 Estus blasts, and fucking smacked his shit until he died.
Amazing.
And Leifon
So
goes back, he's like, oh, you bet him. And I was like, yeah. yeah, I did.
So that also brings up an interesting point. You killed Manus, you killed Artorias, you killed literally all the DLC for Dark Souls. What was your thoughts on it? Including you even got a chance to listen to one of the cut voice lines for Artorias.
Yes.
What was your thoughts on that?
Artorias itself, that was a really, really cool fight. Albeit it didn't take me too many attempts. I was surprised by that, but it was a very good boss. I enjoyed it. Especially the cinematic for it too. That was really cool. Just the aesthetic of the character in general. Like they did a really great job on the design.
Yeah, being guts.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, he's pretty much guts.
I just love
Shanetor
like the
wouldn't
misty
know that one yet.
The misty aesthetic of it.
Yeah.
Is very cool. The environments themselves as well, it was quite well designed in terms of like leading you to each boss. But then again, the DLCs tend to be, in terms of like the two I've seen, the one from Dark Souls and the one from Bloodborne, they tend to do a good job of leading you to where you need to go. I'm trying to remember, because again, it's been a while, and the fact that I couldn't fucking rewatch it while I was editing.
Was your and you might have to come back. We might have to come back in another episode. The fact that you still want to play Dark Souls 3, if I remember.
Yes, I do. I don't know why I'm hesitating to get around to it. It's just.
I highly recommend playing 3 before you play 2. And
Okay.
what's funny is I recommended you play 3 before you played Sekiro, and you played Sekiro 3.
It was the fact that we just finished Bloodborne. I was like, there's no point in me playing a game that's like. I know it's not easy, but like, you know what? Like it's easier.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to go from Bloodborne, where I was like kind of getting my groove, going into Dark Souls 3, and then getting my ass slapped around in Sekiro. So
when it comes to Dark Souls 3, it's going to be a matter of you're more or less unlearning. If you were to play Dark Souls 1, Bloodborne, and go straight into 3, you're literally just forgetting stuff.
Yeah.
That's literally all you're doing. Solo, please correct me if I'm wrong. I might have some bias on this, but I honestly feel like you're forgetting stuff, and instead of like actually progressing in like how to play the game.
I would say it depends, because there are boss that are more tied on like what you have to do, aka like the Nameless King, for example, who's one of these.
You had to fucking find him.
Do you mean in terms of like a gimmick?
He's the one gimmick that actually led all the bosses from Elden Ring to do like him, which is the delay.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one boss that everybody hated.
Because he would actually
I will say. Go on, Leifon.
No. Go ahead, sir. The American will like back corner.
That's it. I'm taking over America once again. No, I will say the one thing I'm not looking forward to with Dark Souls, now that I've got the Dark Souls remastered, is it won't have multi-directional rolling. I remember
you
watching
can just go ahead and
Shane.
No, you don't notice it that much, Box. Like it's fairly all right. Like
Is it okay?
Yeah.
So,
I wouldn't say it impedes you at all. Like you're still able to like hold your
It's
own.
omnidirectional if you don't lock.
I
So
would
just don't lock.
change the controls. So I'd have a look at the controls for the jumping, because I didn't like how you had to double tap B. There's a you can change it where like you can just press down on the analog stick to jump instead.
Yeah, which was a really nice feature that I only used in Dark Souls. I never used it.
So you can't do it while you're standing still, though. It has to be like you get a bit of a run first, and then you can jump. But you'll learn that as you play it. But it
so
works.
What you do is to get around the circumvent that, you run around. You start sprinting at a wall, run around a circle until you flick it in the direction you want to go, and then you then you would press the L3 or your L3, your L or your R3, or your double tap B.
It's
double
not
tap
We wait.
circle.
It's not as complicated as it sounds. You get used to it.
I was going to say, in my head, this is just sound like when I was doing the fucking Godskin Noble skip
You-
at
you-
fucking Volcano
So-
Manor.
Do you remember going through which cave was Celiana Crystal Cave?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
get stuck in a trap room, and you're going up and around, you're killing everything, and there's like
I'm a great
pitfall,
host,
but all the
guys,
way
but
to
I
get-
need to pee, so you guys just carry for a second. I'll be right back.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But you know how you're going through, there's a pitfall right below you, but only crosses and you're getting on a smaller platform, and you
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
actually, you can't just jump across, you have to sprint jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the same concept. How I don't know how you did it. You can sprint at a wall, turn around, jump across, or have momentum on your side and just have the circle button pressed down while you're doing it, or sprint around a circle and then while you're sprinting you jump across. The same concept.
13
Right.
years to have a jump button on the FromSoft game.
I mean, Sekiro did it first, and I honestly feel like
Oh, that's true.
Sekiro's jump button is way better.
I mean,
fucking
Sekiro
Elden
can
Ring's.
swim.
It's the only game where you can.
I will say, Shane's not here. We can say as many racist things now and completely ruin the podcast.
All the French
No.
people are baguettes.
Hell yeah, omelette du fromage.
Hon.
We're here. Vive la France.
Vive la France. All I'm gonna say is all Americans are fucking assholes. But yeah, we love them.
Yay.
I heard
If you're
all
not from the
Americans are
south,
assholes.
if you're not from the south, you're wrong.
All Americans are assholes. That's all I heard on the way back.
Oh, you didn't hear Vive la
Shane's
France?
gonna listen
Terrible.
back to this and just
The
hear
fa-
that whole
alright,
segment
so
like,
right
Please
now,
tell me
I'm
you
gonna
didn't say anything bad because this is like 3 hours in. I don't know.
all I'm gonna say is, Shanetor, you did not hear Solo say Vive la France and how important the French movement was. So that means that you don't care about France or people who are from France land.
I'm gonna be honest. There was a massive meme on my channel at one point that I hate the French. So
Fucking
Oh.
mic drop.
Why is everybody hating on us?
I make the joke.
We
that it's-
surrender.
I made the joke that it's a
That's-
foreign British person.
That's a one-time thing. Like, why is the white flag thing like actually a thing?
Look, I'm sorry, but our entire class could not help but laugh when we were learning about World War II. And it was like, I
Oh
can
my
never
God.
remember like the name of the line of defense, but it was like, ah, yes, so the French, they
No, help.
set up the line, and the Germans, they went around.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You know that there are actually squads of French who actually continued, like they didn't care about the others and they just went through. And the
Oh,
Germans were so impressed they actually left them.
I thought you were gonna say there's like still French people defending the line.
No.
I thought you were gonna say that.
You're
No,
like,
no.
they're so dedicated, man. One day they'll
They'll see the Germans.
It's like writing
Just-
home.
just
It's like
one German tourist just rocks up and he's getting fucking obliterated.
all the French behind the line just high fiving each other. Just like, it wasn't a waste of artillery. We did it.
Fucking
If we
several-
still have artillery, considering like the current situation.
I'm just gonna wait for like nearly 8 years of fucking ammo supply to just go into this one German tourist that rocks up.
Okay. Was there any more on Bloodborne or any final thoughts we wanted to say? There's still one more topic I want to get to before we finish, but there's anything before we leave off on any of those in terms of like gameplay or lore or.
I
You know
actually
what?
had a topic I wanted to bring, but
Sure, go ahead.
maybe it's your last one.
No. I'm good. I'm just thinking of you guys for time. I'm good.
Okay.
Hold on real quick. Shane.
Yep.
My fan's on. You know the thing that causes all the problems in Dark Souls 1?
Yes,
Do you hear it right now?
I don't.
Good. It's fucking 92 degrees Fahrenheit. I
Let's
know you
go.
cocksuckers out there don't fucking shit. 92 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
What the
Siri,
fuck's a Fahrenheit?
what is
Yeah,
92
they'll speak in
degrees
German.
Fahrenheit in Celsius?
I'm gonna say 40 something.
No, it's more like 36, I think.
Is
I
it?
was gonna say about 36 in my head.
I'm
What
bad at
is
math, so-
92 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
0.3 degrees Celsius.
33.3.
Oh,
It's
I
fucking hot
messed
as
up.
shit. It's fucking hot as shit outside right now.
Box.
During
Bro,
this
The fact that
time,
you can't
it's
hear
9
right
for
now
me.
is great.
Box.
You know what?
Box.
You know what? The UK gets fucking shit for this, but the UK gets hotter than fucking 33 degrees, you pussy.
33 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Celsius.
All right, so
Celsius.
all right, hold on. I'm gonna tell you real quick what the hottest temperature in fuck.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that, and then I'm gonna tell you what the coldest is that Ireland's
I know
ever had.
exactly what it is. You fuck.
Box, I told him what the coldest winter Ireland has ever had, and he fucking, like, I bet he had a heart attack. do you know what we had, Box? Our coldest winter on record?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you want to give a guess? In Celsius.
Minus 14.
You're close.
I wanna
Minus
say-
17 Celsius.
Oh, I wanted to say minus 20.
The highest in Texas was in. Oh, hold on. Oh, shit. Math. Math is hard. I gotta do math in my
Math
head.
is hard, I'll agree on that.
Math makes me hard.
Math teachers make me hard.
Honestly,
Just anyone in
sometimes, yeah.
particular. Just
So it was 49.44 degrees Celsius.
No, fair enough. As high as this one.
Yeah.
The
It
the
was just
worst.
121 Fahrenheit, by the way.
Bro, how the fuck
The-
do you guys even function? I was in Spain like for a holiday once before, and we played soccer for about 15
I like
minutes.
how you call it soccer. You can say football, man. I know what the
Okay.
fuck it is.
We played
Say
football for
football.
like 15 minutes, and like I was on the floor, just dead. Like I had like I'm fairly fit, like I can keep up, but I just couldn't in that weather. I was like, no, I'm done. Like,
Shane,
yeah,
how
Yeah.
are you saying about Ireland's lowest recorded temperature?
yeah.
So I just looked at the UK's there, forgetting that Scotland's still part of the UK.
Yeah.
Scotland recorded a temperature of minus 27.2 degrees.
Yeah, but they don't count though.
Celsius.
They wear skirts, so
As for England, England's lowest was minus 20 degrees Celsius.
that's fair enough.
So
Well,
I'm gonna tell you where
my
I
city
Sorry,
is like my city lowest was minus 13 and the highest was plus 43.
These motherfuckers gonna lose their shit when they figure out about Antarctica. Good day.
So that's where I currently live at. And back where I'm at home, do you guys know what humidity is? I know you fucking
That is an
Yeah.
insult to the
Bet-
fucking
bet we know.
education
So-
system. Yes, we know it.
with humidity, it is in Celsius 63.33 degrees Celsius. That's the highest.
I love how you're like with humidity, like
With
w-
humidity.
It's felt.
Like
Yeah, it's
Ireland
just
is like,
felt.
the weather is wet. we don't even need to add
Without
all the
humidity-
humidity, bro. It's just implied.
Without humidity, it's 52.22 from where I live, where I used to live and walk and run with hoodie and sweatpants.
It's still crazy.
Box. By the way, I was streaming one time and I was like, "Oh, it's so warm in here, or whatever." And these motherfuckers had the audacity to say to me, "Turn on the AC."
Damn right, we're fucking American. Turn that shit on. And I
like,
remember you telling me, Leafon, I don't know what the hell that sound is, but can you turn it on? I was like, it's my fucking fan. It's hot here. You're like, turn it up. I was like, it's fucking hot here.
But Leifon, though, you heard it in the video, though, right? Like you understand now.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Box. Like chat was like, all right, well, what do you do when it gets hot? And I was like, open a fucking window. Like that's about all you can do. You open a
If you
window
do
and you
that,
strip like
like-
Magic Mike and hope for the best.
If you do that in summer, like in my place, the room gets hotter.
Oh yeah.
Actually.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Was there a point? I can't remember if I spoke over.
There's one point I wanted to
I wanted to
Sorry.
have a
There you go.
little like topic, but we went into the temperature stuff.
Go ahead.
So yeah, it was more of a general question for every of you, but I wanted to say out of every FromSoft game you did, like if you did Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Sekiro, Bloodborne, everything, what do you consider like your favorite boss out of each game?
Ooh, out of each game. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess for Shane, he's only done like 2 bosses, so
In Demon
Demon
Souls,
Souls.
yeah.
I mean,
I'd have
if
to
you
give
don't
it.
want to consider like Demon Souls, you can just skip it.
I
Then
mean, out of the 2 bosses in Demon Souls, I'd say Tower Knight, but I guess that's not a very like honest
I mean,
The music's
reflection.
really good.
you know,
Music's
it's
heavy.
actually a really good boss from the game, in my opinion.
Which
Tower.
Tower
Yeah,
Knight?
the Tar Knight.
Oh, right.
It's really a good boss from the game.
Especially in
After-
the
the
end.
remake.
The ending boss in Demon Souls.
Have you fought the
Which
ending
one?
boss?
Which one?
Which ending?
I
Which
don't
ending you
know.
going for?
I've never played it. I just know in one of the. I think it was Demon
I'll be
Souls
right
anyway.
back.
There's like a dragon where you have to hide behind
Oh.
pillars.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a slight echo after coming in. Is it gone? Yeah, it's gone. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's Demon Souls. Oh. Is Dark Souls like? Is that including DLC or is that separate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck. That's hard.
Yeah, I
I
know.
love Demon.
See, I feel like one of the 4 lords maybe was one of the coolest ones in my maybe in terms of aesthetic. Quelaag was cool too though.
From what I've seen of Shane's stream for Demon Souls for me, because I've not played the game properly, I only ever like got past the Asylum Demon. I'd say that like big fuck off butterfly one.
Oh, for
Moonlight
Dark Souls you
Butterfly
mean?
for
Yeah.
Dark Souls. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's actually one of my least favorite bosses. That's oh
Whoa.
good dubstep.
Bro just uses
Sorry.
fucking Sandevistan.
Oh.
Daft Punk just joined the podcast for a second.
Sorry.
Gee.
I had to reset my stuff because my shit was fucking up.
You're right, no worries. Yeah, okay. So maybe Artorias, I'd say then for Dark Souls. I might give it to him.
Mhm.
And minus DLC, would you say?
Oh, minus DLC, I would say maybe one of the 4 lords, maybe, or
Your favorite fight was Pinwheel. It's okay.
of course, gotta give it to me.
And Solo, just so you know, I made sure full damn well. I was like, I told him straight up, you lose this boss fight, you made fun of.
Oh.
I will make sure of it.
It's one of these
I'm gonna
rare
lose
cases
Pinwheel,
where you
aren't I?
can just
I feel like-
laugh at the person if they lose to a boss in Dark Souls. Like most of the time we're forgiving, like yeah, it's a hard game, but Pinwheel, Witch of Emmerich, like they're
Yeah.
above this boss, you die to them,
Also-
you're just
Solo, he also had Zweihander. He shouldn't lose.
oh
His Zweihander was
you
plus 4,
three-shot
by
him?
the way.
I was
Zweihander was plus 4, by the way.
you 3-shot the boss. Like,
No,
to
he
this-
did not.
I did not.
He kept missing.
I kept missing, but he's dead. Leave me alone. Also, the centipede demon in Dark Souls, I'm looking at the boss list. So it's just reminded me for a second. That was a glitch death, but I didn't mean to cheese it. Like he just
No,
went through
like
the
he
wall.
accidentally glitched it. He accidentally. Like I was like, "Did you know you did that?" He's like, "No, I didn't know I did that."
That's
the
amazing.
centipede demons went through the wall on accident,
That's amazing.
so he got grabbed in the exact same spot. He didn't even know. It's like, "Did you know that?" It's like, "No."
I think I'd give my
No
favorite
cap.
boss to either
For dark or
for minus DLC for Dark Souls. I think I'd give it to Iron Golem or Nito.
yeah, and
Iron
let's be honest here.
Golem.
Iron Golem.
That's
That's a new
unique.
one.
Yeah, I think
I was gonna say better chaos for you.
fuck better chaos, but like when you
Nobody likes him.
because when you see the Iron Golem the first time, it's like you go in and it's just like this massive fucking force
Fucking
in front of you.
unit.
And
Yeah.
and then he just gets to and show you.
Yeah, and the fact that you're up on like a podium as well is kind of like frightening that you'd fall off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
And then
adds
Iron Tarkus shows up, and you just like, fuck you. I'm just gonna kick his ass.
But there's just so many good bosses in Dark Souls, it's hard to pin down.
Yeah.
I want to, when I do these, I want to get a list of the bosses up, so just give me a second to get Bloodborne, because I don't want to
Yeah,
forget
go for
any.
it. I'll just give a quick answer to the bosses. So I'll just go straight to Dark Souls 1, because even though I know Demon Souls and might have like an opinion, I didn't play it myself. So
That's fair.
Dark Souls 1 will be Artorias as well, DLC included, and without DLC it will be Sith, mostly because of the music.
That's fair. I don't like
Yes.
fighting Sif, though. I felt that.
Yeah, you fucking should, you bastard.
It's terrible, but that's
So I'm going to come in as well. It's just things that we only have the first two in.
Mhm.
Demon Souls, I'm not going to have an opinion. The reason why, because I was so hot off my heels, and Solo will understand, I just got done beating a fist only with Dark Souls 3. And Midir took me 2.5 hours to beat.
yeah.
On one, this is one run, by the way.
Yeah,
That's me
it's
not dying. Yeah,
it took me 3 hours and 15 minutes for me.
it had to go in between his animations and then
Yeah.
do
Bro, I respect
heavy
that, but I
attacks on him.
could not be bothered to do that.
So
Yeah.
no,
yeah,
they have
no,
no
I
will
don't blame you.
to the stone.
So I that's why I had to keep my opinion very different, because I just came off the heels of that, went and did a challenge run where I was like, you know what, Teehee, I'm gonna do a bow only without red tearstone.
Mm.
I fucking hated it. I went viscous. I hated myself because I had to grind for that shit. So I don't really have a favorite boss, because I was like, oh, bow and arrow. Okay, I'll do that. Why not? I don't give a shit. So I never really did a full boss, but Dark Souls, seeing as though you're still getting your list up, I'm sure you have your list up now. But for Dark Souls, my DLC are Artorias. Like who is it? A fucking it's either Artorias or Calamite. Only reason why I love Calamite's boss fight is because there's two ways to fucking fight his ass. There's actually two ways. There's the way where you just sit behind a waterfall and shoot arrows at his ass above, like fuck all damage, or two, where you go find a blind giant and he's trying to search for his fucking bow and fucking shoots fucking and he shoots Calamite while blind.
Fuck Calamite.
He's a sack of shit, but you know what? It's okay.
The way he comes around the corner after you get down that ladder is so cool.
But let's see. So my other one is without DLC. I like Cuddles.
Fair, yeah. It's a cool looking boss, but I don't think there's anything
Vagina monster.
I don't think there's anything like gameplay wise that makes it very outstanding to me.
It is one of the biggest bosses though for the game at the time.
It
is literally one of the biggest.
I'm gonna get your opinions as well, boss, but because it's only Elden Ring, I'll save it till when we have all these named off.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I'm just gonna throw it in there for my favorite NPC outside of Slayer, Catch or Onion Bro is Quilana's sister or Quaylag's sister.
Yeah.
I have such a soft spot when it comes to her.
By the way, Solo, so Leifon spent the whole series telling me and hyping up how strong the blacksmith was. And he's
I even showed him the video.
Yeah, he's like, you don't understand. If you hit the blacksmith, he's gonna wreck your shit. So at the very end of the game, I was like, okay, fuck it, we'll go test out the blacksmith.
Let's
go
kill
Spyhander.
I fucking two-shot him with his Spyhander.
He running attack Spyhander, and then you got to see the fight with Havel and him, and you're like, holy shit, Havel just went a fucking room getting drop kicked. What the fuck?
He just had no chance, but like Fawn's like disbelief was just so apparent. Like he fucking I fucking heavied the blacksmith and then swept across and he died. And he's just lying there and Fawn's just speechless after so many
He's
hours of
supposed-
talking about it.
I was so like distraught. I was like,
No.
I just lost credibility here. You're supposed to kick your ass. I forgot Spyhander was a thing.
Hello?
Yeah.
But-
Hello?
Okay, right. Sorry, I turned down the headphones for a second. So, in Bloodborne, there's 21 Chalice dungeon bosses. I'm not going to say anything about those, though, because I haven't really had the experience to judge.
Yeah.
You can see their aids. It's okay.
So, for the DLC bosses in Bloodborne, I'd have to give it to Orphan of Kos. I actually really like that fight.
Okay.
Fuck that boss.
And then, for Bloodborne itself, I've got a mix of 3. There's just so many good bosses in here, I can't really decide.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But I'm either gonna have to give it, and I think these are gonna be questionable from you, Leifon. But
Oh,
I'm missing one. I want to get the right name of it. Hang on. a
I
sec.
swear to God, if one of them,
It's
don't say it,
Logarius.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Okay, I've got 3 of them here. All right. So I'm gonna have to either give it to Murgo's Wet Nurse,
Okay.
Rom the Vacuous Spider,
Oh no.
okay.
The potato. Why?
or Miklish. What
What the fuck?
I knew you were gonna be like,
Miklish?
I love that fight. Yeah, it's
Miklish.
such a cool fight. Yeah. It was-
Fuck that fight.
It was different, and the illusion sections in any game always get me. I love those.
So Shane, just let me add on to this real quick.
Mhm.
So you're playing Bloodborne 1.0. You don't have PlayStation 4 just came out.
Yeah.
You die to this piece of shit. And he says, "Oh, ooh," and he fucking parries your ass and you die again. You have a 5-minute wait time. Not exaggerating. Am I wrong, Solo? It's 5 fucking
Yeah.
minutes.
But
That's if
I
you don't
adored
grab
the
your soul.
boss. I
I fucking
adored
hate
the
that boss.
boss.
I hate that fucking boss. You just fucking like, I'm gonna put my hands in the air and like I just don't care and call the mother and call it a day. And he's like, well, I guess I'll die now.
That's fair. I've got a triple here as well, and a special mention for Sekiro. So,
Yeah.
the first boss with Genichiro, I think that's just so iconic. It is like such a stop
Like the
in your
first
tracks.
actual,
Yeah,
or
yeah, like the
like
first.
the-
Oh no,
Yeah.
like the first actual. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Guardian Ape, I think that's just a cool fight. And
DK, yeah.
the obviously gonna have to give it to Ishin the Sword Saint.
Of
But,
course.
Special mention though for I took more
Divine
damage than I
Dragon.
should have done, but Divine Dragon. Yeah, I think that
It is
fight
the
is
best gimmick
so
fight
fucking
ever.
cool. Yeah, it's like graphically incredible. It looks so
I
sick.
remember screaming in my room when I saw like I call it Tobiomyth because of Bleach, but I forgot how it's called, the sword he's carrying.
Hmm.
I was
Tomoe.
like,
It's pronounced Tomoe.
and I was like, oh, it's so cool. And then I went close to him and I parried the blade that is 5,000 times bigger than me, and I was like, what the fuck?
And
So
finally, I'll just say Elden Ring, and then I'll let you guys talk. Elden Ring for me, it's too hard. Like I'm looking at the list here, and it's just like, I love the Renala
Massive.
fight. I love the Radahn fight.
hate- yeah, good.
Rykard is a really cool fight aesthetically. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Moog, I love the concept of. Fire Giant, I think it's a cool fight. Melania, obviously, except it's a headache. And
Fuck that fight.
Horaloo is such a cool character as well. But if I had to break it down to 3,
Horaloo.
Top 3.
Which one was
The-
Horaloo?
I'd give it
It's
to...
Godfrey's second phase.
Okay.
Yeah, but if I had to break it down to top 3, I'd say, and in this order, I'd say
From top to bottom or bottom to top?
bottom to
I
top.
think I know which one you're gonna say, Shane.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Are you gonna say Renala's second phase?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from bottom to top, I'd say Fire Giant, Renala, second phase, and then the Radahn fight. Again, special mention to Astel, Naturborn of the Void. I hated fighting that, but it is fucking incredible to look at.
In a way, when it comes to that fight specifically, when it comes to Estelle, if you do Radon correctly, how you're supposed to slowly move up to him. The actual movement speed of Estelle when he puts his fucking sword, when he puts his mouth and he does the whole like beam attack, it's the same speed.
I don't know.
So
There was
when
just
you
something
go
about
fight,
that fight that kept fucking kicking my ass, so it got annoying.
I'm saying like it's an actual. So Radon is a pre. It is to help get you in the same like mindset. In
Yeah.
a way, Radon is a little bit of training wheel for Estelle, and that's a weird thing to think about. That Radon is a training wheel for Estelle later.
Fair.
Kind of weird because when I get in front of a boss, most of the time I just like turn off like every other information and I just focus on what he's doing.
Fair. So I'll hand it over to Leifon, then I'll get solos, and then I'll get Box. I'll get your call for Elden Ring. So
No
Leifon,
bother.
the games you have left, it's I don't want to hear the ones from games I haven't played. So we'll go Bloodborne, Sekiro, and then
Even if we
Elden
just
Ring.
throw names and don't explain why.
So, example, like you brought up Rykard, I could be like, it's the better version of Yorm.
Okay, yeah, fine. Okay, so you can mention the other games then if you want, but just try not to go too far
And
into depth.
solo,
Yeah,
and I
I'll
won't diverge.
be
And this
I'll
is a little
be
side piece, and because Rykard's not on my list, but I very needed. Rykard solo.
yeah.
It is a better version of Yorm and the Mantis Ray fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good continuation of it.
It's just like, to be fair, like when I felt Rykard, I was like, oh, actually, it's way more dynamic and less frustrating than Yorm ever was.
I've heard
Yorm
people
and
complaining
Mantis
about
Ray.
Yorm, and I'm wondering if that's actually going to be hard or what. I've heard it's a gimmick, but then people are saying
It's a
they've been
gimmick
stuck on it
boss.
for days.
It's a gimmick boss, but actually, like with how they have been teasing this boss, more so because he's the collector edition figure,
Yeah.
it's kind of like what he is. You know,
But is it
we
hard?
won't
So,
we
in
won't
terms of
spoil
gimmick
you.
bosses, in terms of like good gimmick bosses, Rykard is the standard.
Okay.
Yorm
But is he hard though?
okay. No,
Okay.
fucking easy. You can really beat the entire game with you can literally just beat him with the sword that you get.
Okay. So
Fine.
just in terms of time here, because the last topic I want to talk about does have a bit to it. So if you want to just run through that list, Leifon.
All right, Leif. All right, so for me, not include. I'm gonna go ahead and include the dungeons, because I can.
Okay.
The Bloodstar Beast and the Chalice Dungeon, fucking piece of shit. Love them.
Okay.
In normal Bloodborne fashion. I'm stuck. I am stuck between two, and I'm sorry for that.
That's
It's
fine.
a boss that you haven't run into yet because it's an optional boss.
Moon presence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Moon presence.
Why?
Why? Because it is unique.
Yeah, okay.
And his 1% makes you like when he like gets you down to like percentage, your ass does clench up. Wait, what the fuck just happened to my health?
Yeah, I get it.
That and fucking Gascoigne.
Mm-hmm.
Good
I expected
bosses.
that. Yeah.
Yes, as this theme fucking slaps harder than my fucking tits.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard
DLC
to
for
pick
that
on
one.
Bloodborne.
Yes, it's very hard. DLC, easiest fucking option I could ever make. Fuck, it's the
Ludwig.
one that yes.
Of
The
course.
worst boss in the DLC. Pretty
Lawrence.
fucking obvious. Yes. Piece of shit. DLC. All right, so now Elden Ring. Ugh.
No, Sekiro.
Oh, Sekiro. So I gotta go with my number 3 option. Would have to be Ishin from the
Shura
not
ending?
Ishin. Yeah, Shura
The
ending.
Shura ending. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I guess I would have to go with what's her name? Emma. Those are two
That's interesting.
intertwined
I
for
haven't
me. Not
played. I haven't fought her
The
yet.
Gentle
I'm interested.
Blade.
those are two intertwined for me not to add.
Okay.
You know,
I don't mind like a top
And-
3. That's fine.
so those two are together. That's my
Okay.
top. That's for my top 3.
Okay.
One that you wouldn't know is part of the challenge run. It is fighting butterfly. Butterfly?
I already fought.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lady Butterfly?
I
Lady Butterfly, but when she gets extra added to her.
All right. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about, Solo?
I mean, for
and-
me, it's a mod.
I actually, I
Thank you.
fought.
Well, I guess it would be a mod, didn't
I
it?
fought her before Gyobu.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of people who
Yeah,
actually
who
ended
do
up in
that.
this situation.
So, because I thank you for bringing that up, the fact that that was a mod and not an actual game. Thank
Yeah,
you for that. Inichiro, actual first.
Mm-hmm.
like
made me
in
actually
the field.
Like,
Okay.
yep,
Interesting.
Okay.
like actual. And then fucking Glock Man over there.
Understandable.
Oh really?
And honorable mention.
Mhm.
It is Divine fucking Dragon.
Yeah,
has to be.
we're
It has to
we're
be.
Yeah,
all
it's
going
And
to talk
and this
about
is
it.
this is about to be a controversial one. Other honorable mention, when you're in the water, the headless.
Oh no.
Fuck that. No.
In the water, no less. That's the one that I'm like, yep,
Nope.
that's
Fuck
in there.
that. I went out of my way to go around that bitch to try and get
And
the
not
fucking
really
carps.
like part of it, but the carp that you had to evade.
Yeah, it's a cool
for one
character,
of the
but
endings.
I wouldn't.
The carp. No,
Mm.
like the actual like.
Yeah, I know the boss.
Big
Yeah.
ol' fuck all.
It's
Big
it's
ol'
a nice
fuck all.
build up to the dragon actually,
Yes.
because of the legend.
Can I just
I
say that
really adored
entire
this.
like area, like
The
especially
fountain head.
yeah, especially
Yeah.
like the overlook to it when you get out of the cave. Fucking
yeah.
oh my god, it's gorgeous, beautiful.
Oh, ooh! I do have one last final mention. I'm so sorry. Centipede Demon, the motherfucker that teaches you how to properly parry.
Centipede demon.
It's
which
an
one is this?
elite. It's not even a boss. He's talking with the thing with the clothes.
No, for fuck's sake.
Yes, it's a good boss to learn. It's a mid. It's a not
It's
mid.
literally a rhythm game.
Is
It's
it-
like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
I still
1,
need to
2,
kill the
3, 4.
snake.
Yes, but
in
it's still
Sekiro.
it's a good way to learn how you like see how
Yeah.
you come.
I haven't killed the
That's what I
snake
love
in
about that
Sekiro
boss.
yet. I need to do
And
that.
a good.
It's an elite. It's not a boss.
Roboto!
It's an elite again. The armored knight. Yeah.
I'm fucking invincible, Jack.
Oh,
You
bro.
can't fucking kill me.
That dude scared the fuck out of me when you're going through that
He's
tunnel and he just
amazing.
walks out. He's like,
Yeah.
I heard you talking shit, casual.
I heard you talking shit, bro. You wanna fuck it up?
And the fact they box you in, that you can't fucking leave either. I tried
Or, you
jumping
know,
off the
you-
balcony and they fucking wouldn't let you.
Or you hit the bell at the Demon of Hatred bell, and you're like, well, guess I'll die now if I don't perfect parry this.
Oh my
exactly-
god! Just one last thing. When I went for my new game plus, I was joking around with chat, so I didn't get to read what was happening. And I changed the game to English.
Mhm.
And you know how they're like, oh, do you want to give the charm back?
Oh yeah, Kuro's charm.
Yeah, and I was like, nah, fuck it. What are you talking about? Take your shit back. And he's like, I really think you should keep this. And I'm like, nah, fuck it, here. And then all of a sudden I
unlocked
read,
hard mode.
yeah, and then all of a sudden I read in the fucking subtitles, it's like, no, I like punishment or something like that. Like, I was like, oh fuck, wait,
What did I do?
it's like
Yeah.
your game has been set to hard mode. It's like no, take it back.
Give me.
Yeah,
give
give me back.
Please.
That was funny. Thankfully, you
Give
can
me
give
back.
it to the fucking you can give it to the sculptor again, or you can get it back from the sculptor.
Later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway.
nice to-
Elden Ring.
Alright,
Last one.
Elden Ring now. Fuck. I need a little bit more time with this one. Solo,
Okay,
can you hit
we-
the other ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember where you left off at Solo.
I did Dark Souls 1 with Sif and Artorias.
Okay, yeah.
I'll give a quick shout out to Dark Souls 2 and 3
Okay.
pretty fast. So I'm not giving any context. It's just for like people
What?
watching knowing.
Yeah, sure.
My favorite boss in Dark Souls 2 is Velstadt. Like people will.
Really? Okay.
I didn't do DLCs, but I'll say it will be the Burnt Ivory King.
Really? Over the
yeah.
iron? Okay.
Yep. For Dark Souls 3, my favorite boss would be for the
Or was
same
it
bias as Artorias, it will be. Oh, I don't know. I really
forgot
love
about that
Meteor.
boss in Bloodborne, by the way. Sorry, the one on the king, is it, or like the one where like you have to
King
go to,
Logarius?
he's kind of like
Darius,
up on
yeah.
top of the castle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
Logarius.
Yeah,
That
Caners,
was actually a cool fight. I forgot about that.
Yep.
It's why it's so hard to like do like a good list with at least for a top 50 because of Bloodborne. It's so
Yeah.
fucking hard.
So for DLC of Dark Souls 3 will be Meteor, I think.
Really over
Yeah.
what's this fucking
Over
nuts
Gale.
from?
Yeah.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I don't know. I just love them both.
I know this has been a long. Why?
I don't know. Like I think Meteor is the best dragon fight ever made in
Fuck
From
him.
Software.
I mean, he's also like the biggest tank pool. So
Yeah.
I will say, with the controls for Bloodborne, it was really weird at first, like triangle for healing and all that. I actually changed the controls in Sekiro to be more like Bloodborne. So
Oh.
like I changed the healing button.
Changed the heal.
Yeah, I changed the healing to be triangle in Sekiro, and I found it so much better. Like I just changed Sekiro to Bloodborne that way, and it actually worked.
Oh, my brain hurts.
I
just
still
thinking
use
about
it to
that.
this day. It's
Oh
great.
my god.
Sorry, Box. I'm gonna let you go before Leifon for Elden Ring here, just to kind of give you some speak and let Leifon have a little bit more time.
Oh,
too.
it's all right.
I'm not done.
I have a little.
He's not done
subtopic
though.
to
but
Oh,
still
sorry.
done.
Sorry.
He was doing Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and everything.
I was finishing 3 and then I had Bloodborne and
Sorry.
Sekiro.
Go ahead.
So for Dark Souls 3, favorite boss, Nameless King, that I mentioned earlier.
Fun fight.
For Bloodborne, my heart for DLC is going
Strong.
either between Ludwig and his amazing musics, like for both Phase and Lady Maria.
Fuck her.
I think I'll go for Ludwig.
Yes!
For the main bosses, I might sound weird, but I think it will be
You can do a top
Ebrietas.
3 if you want to.
Really? The
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ebrietas. A huge shout out to German's song.
Fair.
Yeah. Okay.
For Sekiro, my favorite boss is all from the past.
Okay.
Which like has everything. I don't know. I think he can in the actual like present version of himself, but he can Mikiri counter you
Yeah.
if you never noticed. That yeah, okay. And he actually like in the past version he uses a lot of the shinobi tools and he actually plays with the rhythm considering your inputs. So for example, if you dodge while he's doing a certain attack, he switch to another,
Yeah.
etc. And I think it's like Miyazaki's best boss design ever in terms of gameplay. So
okay.
I'll give him that. For the honorable mention, as like everybody said, Divine Dragon.
It's such a good gimmick fight.
Yeah, it's like it's so cinematic,
It's
and the song
so good, so gorgeous.
the
I
song
can't wait
is
for Box
just
to actually
amazing.
see Divine Dragon.
And for Elden Ring, I actually have my own opinion. Favorite fight is Malekith Phase 2. I love you all.
Yeah.
What he's trying to say is all of Elden Ring is trash.
No.
I forgot to mention Dragon. Fuck, I do like that fight. Anyway, yeah, go on.
And my honorable mention will be the raid fight, so Redden.
Radon, okay.
Yeah.
Box?
Right. I've got 3, but I've also got 2 honorable mentions.
Yep, okay.
And then just before you do your last topic, I just want to mention this one as a subtopic as one of my honorable mentions.
Yep, you go ahead.
So my top 3 will be Melania, even though she's a headache.
Yep.
2 will be not even Rykard, just the God Devouring Serpent, like his Phase 1.
Oh.
Okay.
And 3rd being Renal. Well, my number 1 being Renala's second phase.
It's so cool, yeah.
But my 2 honourable mentions will be Malekith, and I'll get into that in a minute.
Mhm.
And fuck you, and Horaloo.
Yeah. I love the way
I'll
it
just
fucking runs
cut
at
you
and-
off. I'm just switching because it's midnight past and
Yeah.
I gotta do.
No problem, man. You're heading off, are you?
No, he'll be right back. He's got to switch to stuff
Okay,
instead of his computer.
no problem. I might just.
Because
I might just...
in France, they actually cut power a little bit over there.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm just gonna mute him just for a minute, just in case like any noise comes up when he comes back.
You don't want it to be a little bit like
Yeah, exactly.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid. Okay, yeah, Box. What you said there was a subtopic you wanted to bring up in terms of that.
Right, yeah. Also, shout out, honourable mention to Godskin Duo. Best fight in the game.
Fuck them.
I think I threw up my mouth in a little bit. I think Yempa even said, "Man, this boss fight's fucking stupid."
No, so Malekith. So I'm sure most people have probably done when you go to the Third Church of America,
There you go.
whatever the fuck she's called.
Okay, yeah.
You get to the fucking warp way behind the church to go to Caelid.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go into the building behind it, and it's the Beetle Sanctum.
Mm-hmm.
You meet the Beast Clergyman there. Funnily enough, that actually is Malekith.
No, it's a different person.
No, let me get into it. There's actually a lot of lore behind it.
But even
So-
with the lore with Body Video, they're two different people. Okay, let me hear this.
However, when you look at the game files, his hand, as we've all been Fermazulam and done the
The fight, yeah.
Malekith fight, so you know how when he goes into his second phase, he stabs his right hand where Destined Death was? He actually has that same seal, the Beast Clergyman.
I mean, maybe it's a requirement because they're all clergymen at the end of the day. They both had the same
However,
robe.
Marika give him that because that's where he was holding the Destined Death. But what makes him such like a unique fight for me is how like depressing he is. Like he's just there as like a boss that you have to defeat to get out and like complete the game.
Mm.
And the fucker's literally done nothing wrong. Like he's there being kept there as like a punishment from Marika for losing a Destined Death. And you just come up and kill him. And the poor fucker's literally just like, I've suffered enough. How dare you?
Damn. Nobody looking out for Malekith over here.
And there it is, right there. Body Video himself even said it himself. Yep. Despite my previous video, which I recently deleted, he goes by the name of Garank. Well, I'll be fucking damned. Holy
So
shit,
the one you
sir! All hail Box on Cat. See him on Twitch whenever he streams.
Law Master on Ket, mate.
Hell yeah. So I'm just gonna clarify. So the one you meet, up
So,
by, yeah, you
The
go.
Beast Clergyman that you meet is actually a future form of Malekith.
Mm-hmm.
Fermazula is a place which is kept in the past.
So then, if you defeat Malekith in the past, does his character model disappear?
No. So what happens is he's still there. So that's kind of like, so do you know how you have like the, not spirits, but like kind of the ghost forms? Like you have Loretta
Yes.
that's at Renner's Rise.
Yeah. Oh,
So
he's like
he's
that.
he's kind of like that, but he's a more physical version.
All right. Oh, I got a better idea. Who's seen the last Star Wars movie?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the ones that exist or the ones that Disney made and we're all forgetting about?
The ones that Disney made where Luke is fighting Kylo Ren.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I know exactly. Yeah, exactly like
Is
that.
that not the best way to fucking describe it?
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it.
Force heal was
But,
bullshit
so,
and
you know how
extended canon.
the Beast Clergyman has his quest line where you have to feed him all the death roots?
Yeah.
Around the 4th or the 5th death root, he'll instantly become more hostile to you.
Yeah.
Like, without you attacking him.
Uh-huh.
Once you give him all 9 death roots, if you do that before you actually meet Malekith, his whole text line changes.
Oh.
So when you actually go to fight the Beast Clergyman that's there before he gets revealed as Malekith, he actually recognizes you as the Tarnish that's given the death roots.
That's interesting. I
Oh.
didn't know that.
I mean, it's sort of like when you find.
Oh, your audio cut there, Leifon.
No, go ahead, Solo.
Oh, Solo's talking. Okay, let me unmute.
His dialogue doing the game for the first time because I gave him all of the death root before doing Malekith.
Yeah, so the
Oh.
dialogue that you get. So when you first go to meet him, he talks about how a Tarnish is trying to do this destined death bullshit. When you actually if you do the Garat quest line first, like the Beast Clergyman quest line first, and go to meet him, he says why it's you as the Tarnish punishing him. And then even after you kill him, he admits, he says, is this Marika's punishment to me?
Huh.
He's actually quite like a deep character, which is why I really like him as a boss.
I'm curious to see if they do anything with it with the DLC that's coming out.
Maybe.
Maybe.
A lot of speculation about that, man.
Because there's Marika and Mikola. There's 2 paths of which they could diverge on.
Yeah, I'm
There
really
possibly is a
looking forward
3rd
to
one
it.
though. There's a possible 3rd one, and there's not a lot of evidence on it yet. But it is still
Is the
an
3rd
option.
one about Torrent's previous wielder?
Well, yeah, I was about to say that as well because they reckoned that the owner,
Bingo.
like Mikola, had the 3 wolves, like
There's
3
no
spirit
reason
ashes.
why.
That's the same.
There's no.
Like
There's
when
no
you're given
reason.
it by Ronnie, like when you're given those spirits, and she's like, they came from the previous owner of Torrent, and that's
There's no
known to
reason
be
why.
Mikola.
Because the. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Sorry.
done.
The booze might be getting to me a little bit.
I'm done. Go on.
There's a reason. So, with that all being said, the fact that how Ronnie's full quest line is built around that whole piece, it is the. I almost said the booze. Oh shit. It is the whole pathway up to it that is connecting everything, and the fact that the whole torrent piece. I fucking hope to God, because the fact that one, the game made a shit ton of money.
Yep.
It made a fuck ton, way more than it wanted to. Probably what it thought it was going to make. Let alone make Game of the Year. Fuck you, God of War people out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
All you cocksuckers out there that thought it was oh, God of War Game of the Year. The old God of Wars
It
are
ain't even
fucking
close.
better.
It ain't even close.
And it's not even the
Elden
original
Ring hands down.
directors. You guys threw out half your fucking content from your first game and came in with that.
Brother, you're on fire, brother. Did you see? You're on fire.
When you say brother, I just think of StarCraft. That's what I think of. Or we're gonna have a crusade.
Okay. Are we finished up then with the sub?
I didn't give my people yet. No
Oh
box
shit! For Elden
speeches.
Ring. Yes. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, I know. This is welcome. This is the extended cut. This is your Schneider cut, you could say.
Yes.
Elden Ring, honor my people. Number 3. Sorry, you know what? Fuck it. Number 4. Because I'm different. I'm from the States, and we can be fucking weird like that because we dumped all your tea off in the fucking sea.
Yeah, because you don't know how to count.
I can't read. Number 4 is Melania because she's a fucking cunt and she didn't strip enough. Number 3. Number
Should've
3.
removed that harm.
She didn't remove enough. She didn't remove enough. She had a hand and she didn't use it correctly. She wasn't handy enough. Number 3. Radon, second phase.
Okay.
Okay.
The reason
Shout out to
why
Leonard for
is
being the best
because I
fucking horse.
love. The only reason why, and I don't like to do it on the water. I've done it a couple times because I love to parry his opening attack. That's the only reason why I just don't slip. You know, his opening attack you can parry. Like
Yeah.
when he's like coming in with like a comet, you can parry that shit.
You can parry the comet.
Yes.
Just fucking high kick it away from you.
No, you just fucking parry that shit solo. You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I didn't. I'm just imagining the Tarnish at the top of the hill with a baseball bat now, just like 4.
So what you do is, if you want to like a quick cheese on it, you take it all the way down to the water.
And
He's
he
gonna
just
go
fucking
straight
plummets into the water and dies, yeah.
after you parry him. Yeah, he just dies. People
It
die when
used,
they were
it
killed.
used to be a case where you never even had to parry him. He used to just fly
Yeah,
straight
it
into
was
the water
just
anyway.
to. Yeah.
Team
I
Rocket
remembered
blasting
this
off
one.
the
I didn't know
game.
you could parry him.
So
Actually.
Yinfa made a video on how to do Radon better, and I'm just like, why would you do that to yourself? It's his no walking Elden Ring video, by the way.
Oh.
I haven't actually seen it yet. Okay.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. He did Elden Ring without walking. What the fuck?
If someone could link me that, I really want to watch it.
I'll just send you his channel in general, Box, because he's got so many good videos. It's his
Yeah,
no,
latest,
like,
it's
no
his
shit.
latest
He
video.
did
So
he's done Sekiro. He's done all the Soul series, all of them.
I'll send you it now. Box.
He's even done like Fallout New Vegas
Scaring without
3.
killing.
Yes, Fallout 3, New Vegas 4. He's done various videos. In Skyrim, of course. And I think he did one Oblivion, but I think that might have been like before he like made Yimpa as a name. It's been a minute. Number 2 for me.
Oh.
Shit. This is hard.
What do you mean you had time to think?
I know. That's the thing though. It's like because I really do care about my list. I really do give a.
I think we all cared about our lists.
That's the thing.
He's like,
I know
look,
all
I
y'all
know, I know
did.
you guys like didn't give a shit, but like I care about my reputation. Alright. If I say a bad boss, nobody's gonna trust me anymore.
So
I'm gonna send it into the fucking chat,
Yep.
the podcast chat quickly.
Yeah, sure.
There's this video where the guy has turned Elden Ring into a Pokemon game.
That sounds cool as shit. It sounds like
No,
JoJo
not,
stands for
not
Dark
like
Souls
an
3.
actual Pokemon game as like your bog standard one, but he treats it like a Pokemon game, and it's actually such a really interesting video.
Huh. I may have to get
So
that
I've just sent it in
Hopefully
then.
come.
I'd recommend it.
Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely watch that.
I already said Radon second phase. Number 2. Shit, this is where for me it's like it's difficult because of
We know you want to say Madicus.
no. Malkath is honestly
I
not on my
know
list.
your number one's gonna be Godskin Duo. It's all right.
It's not even on that list. That's not even top 10 for Godskin Duo.
God damn it! It's such a good fight.
You
And I'm going to throw this out here because of the fact that number 2 is Ezekiel.
Ezekiel? Walking Dead?
No. The Curse Rot.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
It is a bitch of a fight, but it's a fun fight.
You know
as
what?
long as you can do it. And I was stuck between that one and the name of the damn bird. And Shane will remember because me and him were struggling on it. It's the bird that you fight in the snow area.
Oh, no. The Death bird.
Yeah, the one that you find in where the giants are.
I will want another quick honorable mention. I
You're a
forgot to mention it before. I said Oraloo instead, but the first time when you first go to see Placiduous Sax.
I haven't actually done those yet.
Placiduous Sax. Yeah, this guy is an honorable mention for me as well, because
it's
shit.
such a cool fucking fight.
You see, there's Meteor, who's my favorite dragon, and then there's Placiduous Sax just right there.
My favorite boss
Is he the same as Fortisax?
And my favorite boss fight is myself. Because it's
Oh.
a mimic boss fight, because I use
The
a strength
mimic,
weapon.
right? When you're saying that, how do you fight the mimic?
You strip
How
yourself.
do I fight it? I literally go straight. If whatever he's using is whatever I'm using.
I did that the first
unequipped
time.
myself.
I use my lightning attack.
I did that.
So
I did that the first time. The second time, I
real
just
men
stro-
unequip, or real men unequip, and then stay unequipped and fight in bare knuckle.
Hell yes.
Oh,
Stone.
hell
You
yeah.
never
Focus
equip everything,
stone.
you just gotta
So
punch into death.
least favorite boss fight is anyone that uses cringe.
All I heard is
Yeah.
anyone who uses cringe. It cut off.
Yeah, rivers of cringe.
Oh.
Anyone that uses cringe. Shanetor should be very familiar with that one.
I mean, to be fair, he used it too, so I feel like it equals out.
But yeah, no, and as an honorable mention, DLCs. And hopefully it's going. Mark my
Okay,
words.
you're cutting out a lot
will
now.
Pay...
I don't know if your mic is like just peaking.
Yeah, I missed that then.
Hello. Hello.
I think
Hello.
I think your audio is just peaking and it's just cutting. But yeah, okay,
Hello. Good.
yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Probably because I'm not as excited as I used to be. So with that all being said, the DLC is going to be good. I thought at first I was like, if it's good. I retract that statement, but I'm like, the DLC is going to be good.
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like once the DLC's out and either all of us or majority of us have completed, we should do another one of these again on
I'm
Dark
down.
Souls.
I'm
and
always down to
DLC.
talk
Even-
about more Soul stuff. So yeah.
Even if it's just about like Bloodborne and Sekiro, because I know that we did our best to try to avoid talking about Sekiro, even though we ended up talking about the fucking thing. And that's that you're going to be playing Dark Souls 3 at some point.
Mhm.
And on record to hopefully promote people to come in on this channel, when do you plan on playing Dark Souls 3? The
I was actually-
easiest
I
Dark
was
Souls
actually-
game in the series.
I was thinking about that when I went away for a little bit. So I've got my grading for my black belt soon, and I'm trying to get my driving test done. So I'm trying not to like spend too much time doing stuff. But I also know you're gonna be going away. for a
September,
while.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get it done before then. But I'll get a rough estimate. The only series I plan on doing at the moment is Resident Evil 4. So it'll be
Or the forest, it seems.
yeah. Well, I'm here and there on the forest. I've already seen it through, so it's like I don't care that much, but maybe. But yeah, Resident Evil 4 definitely, and then it'll be after that anyway. Definitely after that. So maybe in April.
Oh,
So-
okay.
But yeah,
So, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hijack real quick. Solo,
Yeah.
what's your thoughts so far on how the podcast has been going? You're the odd one coming in.
Oh, I've been like the Outlander
Yes, you have.
appearing all of a
You've been
sudden.
the French fry.
I was
I mean,
But
I mean, I came here completely blind. I was like, hey, it's going to be friendly podcast. I was trying to be like, the kind of guy who's not swearing, and then all my effort went away. When
bro,
he
you
said,
came
"Oh,
on an
can we
Irish
swear?"
podcast trying not to swear. Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know.
No,
It's all
feel
good.
free,
That's
bro.
why I asked the question when I did. It's like, hey, can we turn this cut? Oh shit.
Oh, what happened?
Is there a man?
Box didn't like the fact that you started swearing.
No, Box is here.
No.
Oh, and he's-
There he goes again.
And
Box.
Come on.
Once again, Box didn't like so. He didn't like French fries like
I
that.
put him
He's
in.
doing it again.
No, I put him in there.
Hello.
Hello. Why does he kick on the creators?
Sometimes it's him, sometimes it's me.
Hello.
It kept coming up saying push to talk required. I'm on my phone.
What the hell? It's so weird. Fuck you.
There you go.
Oh my
you
god, I'm
bastard.
so confused.
There you go, Shane.
I will
I got
strip
you.
of your privileges. Alright. Okay, so we got one more topic to go through, guys, right?
Yep.
And who did he
I
move?
don't even know.
I didn't move.
My phone.
The The
Where
fuck?
is he?
Fuck, move me.
I don't know. I didn't move you, and I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who can. So I'm confused. I thought you left yourself.
What the fuck? Who the fuck moved me?
I genuinely didn't move you. Okay. Anyway, I want to take this last one again, just because it's right before we finish, but also it's a serious topic, so I do want to kind of just rein it in a little bit here, a little bit.
Hentai is a great thing.
No,
serious
but
topic.
serious.
You should not be ashamed of hentai.
It's okay, Shane.
But seriously,
It's okay.
this is genuinely serious, right?
Okay.
I mentioned it briefly earlier, and I wanted to kind of keep the Elden Ring stuff for the beginning box, or well, I wanted to keep it for when you were here. I tried to talk about other stuff while you were gone, just so we'd have so you'd have more time to speak while you were here. But while we were on Dark Souls earlier, I mentioned the kind of like don't go hollow movement, if you're familiar with it.
Oh, I remember you mentioning it briefly before, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it's kind of like this idea that like you'll see a lot of video essays and a lot of videos dedicated to it, a lot of Reddit posts and like hashtags about it, and it's basically for mental health, and it's this kind of community opinion and philosophy of like rising to the challenge and not letting it beat you, and it's been such a like powerful movement for a lot of people with low confidence or like insecurities, for the fact that they can rise and be better and kind of improve themselves. Have you guys had any kind of experience or any kind of like, can you resonate with that at all? Like, because I know I certainly can. I think I see the idea behind it, and I can see it in the Souls games themselves, where I genuinely do believe that the games are trying to help you get better. Like, these games want you and encourage you to rise to the occasion and to succeed. However, it may kick your ass, but it gets you to that conclusion, I think. I don't
Shane,
know
I
if you
just
guys
want
would
to
agree.
point out, you're talking about a serious topic with me in the podcast, who literally got banned from your chat for saying
I
the M
know,
word consistently.
I know, but I've mentioned mental health before, and I think you've taken it seriously, so I figured, why not?
No, I could definitely resonate with it.
Yeah.
Like, completely. Not even like just in games, just in general life as well.
Mm-hmm. Like, for me personally, it's actually changed my outlook on a lot of stuff, and I think that's one of the reasons why I've kind of dove so deeply into the Souls series as of late, because I think it really can help you if you're in times of need or like any kind of like dark period. And there's a lot of like, I don't know if you'd agree or not, but in my opinion, when it comes to modern entertainment, I feel like there's kind of this belief around kind of victim mentality, where it's like everyone's kind of fighting to be like, oh, well, I have this problem and I have this problem, so I should be pitied the most.
Yeah,
And we don't
this is
really,
true.
yeah,
And then I feel like when you deeply go into it, it's like a grey zone where you can't go into it.
yeah, like it feels like when we used to look at media, we rose media that was like celebrating heroism, or like people who kind of made themselves better, not people who like made their
Made
problems or
themselves
like
victims.
exactly, yeah, like people who
Mm-hmm.
use that to get themselves ahead. And I think this is why
Yeah,
it's
I
so
might
popular.
go very controversial again on this topic.
No, feel free to speak, my guy. I'm not censoring anyone.
So
You're not
for
censoring
me,
anyone.
so yeah, for me, it's a matter of like, the rights for the gay, the rights for the trans, the right for the black people. All of this, I never understood why it was so important to like, all the time referring like, hey, I'm a trans, hey, I'm a furry. Like when I'm fucking outside, I'm not like engaging conversation saying, hey, I'm an heterosexual,
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm straight. I mean, I do understand that they were underrepresented, represented, like, and that in general, it's like they have gotten, of course, discrimination and everything.
Mhm.
But the thing I don't like is how big of the advertising they're trying to make you feel like it's completely normal, but at the same time they're exaggerating it so much that it doesn't feel normal, and
No.
it feels like hypocrisy
So-
to me again.
It's a trend. It's a brand.
It's
It's like when you like.
yeah,
There's no problem
Yeah,
with
no-
being gay. Like love whoever you love.
exactly.
But
I
when
can
that's
completely agree with Solo on that.
yeah, but when it's your entire personality and that's all you're based around, like is your sexuality or like that side of your identity, and there's nothing more to you than that. That's where it becomes a problem, I think, where it's like
Yep.
it's your obsession, not your personality at that point.
Yeah, I completely agree with Solo on that in the sense
And
of, yeah, they was oppressed for so long, but now it's getting to a point where it feels like it's wrong to be straight, and everyone's personality is now evolving around being whatever sex you are, whatever gender you are.
Oh, 100%.
yeah, and the problem I have with this is not only they tend to actually attack like people, but at the same time they tend to attack like I will say in the large sense art. Now they want like every every of their community, I'll say, like to be represented everywhere, but they forcing it inside, and it doesn't feel right. In my opinion, like I would say, having a cast of black people isn't forcefully a right thing. Like if you consider, like I'm gonna take an example, but I'm gonna take the story of Jeanne d'Arc.
Mhm.
I think they wanted to represent her as a black woman, which I mean, if the black woman plays her role very well, I won't be like, oh yeah, but she's black. It's not right. The thing is like there are texts, there are things saying that she was a white female, and where people says like, oh, it's a black face. When like that there's white people trying to represent black people doing stuff like in movies, but with makeup,
Yeah, yeah.
doing the opposite is never like pointed out, and that's the thing I absolutely despise. Is it,
It's a double
it's
standard.
One-sided.
yeah, it's a double standout exactly,
Well,
and
look at the last 3 Disney movies that they've put out. They've race swapped every character for no reason. Look at the
and
Peter Pan movie that they've brought out. Peter Pan's black now.
and to me, it's actually insulting toward black people or toward gays or toward whatever the persons, because
Yeah.
these people have an history. They have people that made incredible stuff in this world, and like these like the people who wants them to be represented so much that they make it like uh a norm in the cast and stuff. They just refuse, and they don't actually notice that there were people like this in their own like
Underappreciation.
yeah.
I entirely agree with
I
you,
don't
man.
know if I make
I'm
myself.
no, you are. You're being very clear. But I'm just
Mm.
I just want to take the conversation just for a second, because like I completely agree with you, and I've got very strong opinions on that. I don't want to make it too political, but like I agree with what you're saying. I put a quote there in chat, and it resonates with me personally. It's hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times.
Yeah.
Can I
Um,
expand on that?
yeah,
Whenever you're done.
yeah.
Whenever you're done.
Just let me. Yeah, just quick point. There has been a massive movement, like with the latest like Lord of the Rings thing they put out was the Rings of Power. Completely clowned on. Lord of the Rings Tolkien fans hated it. They completely emasculated the men. And with the most recent thing, the Dungeons and Dragons movie, they are actually celebrating the fact. They're making a point of it, and they've put articles out about it for the press releases that they are purposefully emasculating their men in these movies to make the women look better. And that wasn't ever necessary. You look at Jennifer Lawrence there, she did a recent interview and she's like, oh, well, they said that young men couldn't resonate with a strong female lead, and that it had never been done before Hunger Games. It's like, shut the fuck up. You've got Ripley from fucking Aliens. You've got like Terminator. Hello,
Both sets of fucking women from Alien, by the way.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's you shouldn't have to take anything away from the men to make the female look better, and they never had to do that in the
Samus
past,
Aran
so why have to do it
exists.
now?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted
So-
to mention Samus.
Yeah, and just to last point, I'll let you speak then, Leifon. Did you know with like movie awards and stuff? I can never remember if it's is it Grammys? Is that for the movies or is that
There's
for
a
music?
few. There's Grammys and there's other like Oscars.
Yeah, Oscars. I think that's the one I was going for. Yeah, for the
Those ones
Oscars.
suck.
Did you know, right? For movies nowadays, at the moment, your movie does not even qualify for like consideration for the Oscars unless your cast and crew are represented of a certain diversity. So if you don't have
Yeah,
an X
that's
number of LGBTQ,
Yep.
X number
see that's
of black,
that's bullshit.
it doesn't
So-
even qualify.
Oh, I'm so ready to
Once
talk about
Leifon
this.
speaks, I've got to like hopefully not go too political with what I'm gonna say.
It always goes this way. I don't know why, but yeah.
Yeah.
and Solo's gonna know me the best. It's due to a certain fucking people and a certain fucking people that belong to another group of people that Solo knows by the name of This Is Gravity. Is fucking state.
Yeah.
They have too much goddamn fucking free time in their fucking hands.
That is true.
They have too much free time in their hands. Who was her name? There was an actress or a songwriter that moved to fucking Oklahoma recently. It was like they just learned like what it's like to be normal.
Mhm.
Like
And
for us, like having AC for me, having AC is like normal. For you, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean you have AC? Bro, what the fuck are you paying like every month of the day? I have a gigabyte internet speed. Solo's gonna be like, fuck you, you piece of shit.
The fuck's a gigabyte internet speed?
Hold on a
But
second.
Hello.
You guys are
go-
getting
Hello, I have
internet.
3 MBs.
Or you can go to fucking Alaska and get 3 gigabytes.
Yeah.
Bro, my peak internet is 150 megabytes.
Bro, wait,
Bro,
so
how
you're
much you
telling me you
paying?
guys don't have a 0 point before all of your
Bro,
digits?
you're in
No,
kilobytes.
that's
Don't
my
defend
buddy
yourself.
Grayson Peak. Has
Oh,
a
envy.
0 point. Solo,
Envy.
let's be honest here. You have a better internet speed than fucking Grayson Peak. Let's
When
be
when I
honest here.
had my internet trouble after losing it for a month and a half, getting bashed by like the France administration because I couldn't do anything internet related. And yeah, like really, I'm not joking.
So
I got internet back and I had 0.150 something like megabytes, and I was like, oh, that's shitty.
My upload speed was 0.24 megabytes.
so I'm gonna go ahead and bring this up. I'm gonna bring 2 things up at once.
Mhm.
One, the internet speed at my buddy Grayson Peak's house. He has a download speed at most 10 kilobytes. As an upload speed, he has 1.25, maybe 1.26 if he's on a
Fuck,
good
that's
day.
bad.
On a
Jesus.
good day. On a bad day, the man has less than 1 kilobyte.
And I guarantee
Upload.
he's paying like 30 quid a month for that as well.
Not even 30 quid. Motherfucker's paying like hundreds.
Yeah, that's fucking
Jesus.
Oh my
insane.
god.
No, we
But
were
back
we were
on the
paying
top.
Sorry, just
Right.
one thing, just very, very, very quickly.
Go for it. Go for it.
I was paying we were paying like 70 quid a month for our internet when I had that 0.24 upload. I don't know if you guys have tried uploading stuff before, but
Mhm.
I tried uploading a 2-hour video while I had that speed, continuously going, no stoppage, no nothing, no interruptions. 72 hours. Took 3
Yeah, I
days.
remember that one, Shane.
Yeah, took 3 days.
Yeah.
And if you guys know,
I had a problem like this, and it was taking 2 minutes to upload a 15-second video for me.
yeah, it's ridiculous. And if you guys know, if you upload stuff and it takes that long, there's usually going to be issues post-upload as well because
Yeah.
of the fact that it had such a long time going up at such a slow speed. But anyway, continue, Leifon, sorry.
So, everyone knows about America. We know how we are. We're fucking ignorant
What the fuck
pieces
is
of shit.
America?
What is America?
America, this is America.
Columbus right now.
We're busting out the fucking Glock saying, "Let's go, motherfucker, let's go!" We're doing all the school shootings around here. We're also like trying to kill each other about slavery and stuff, but that's a story
in
for
France,
another
it's
day.
more like stabbing right now.
No, you're guillotining each other.
Yeah.
What you're all doing.
Yeah.
Was it
bro.
King Louis the 15th or 16th?
Good sir, could you please bend over? I can't kill you otherwise.
Which King Louis was it that went for France?
6, I believe.
16.
16. Fuck, I knew there was a 6.
I was close. Anyways, when it comes to us, when it comes to like the whole rights program, we have too much fucking free time.
Yeah.
As you said, hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make hard times.
Mhm.
We're at that point of a precipice, in which case I will say, this is a meme that is an old meme, and it's been contractually obligated within the government, within the United States. I can't speak for other fucking countries. I'm so sorry. I wish I could. But within this whole concept here, because we had Hoover, Carter, which was a fucking shit show,
Mhm.
and we had Nixon for a little bit, and Lyndon B. Johnson. With that whole in mind, like we're currently in the precipice of a hard time, and we have this whole idea of the internet, which is something that ties into one of your old concepts of like, hey, would this be so popular because of this?
Mhm.
My answer to that is if fucking social media didn't exist, Instagram, Snapchat did not exist, TikTok fucking died, you know how much shit would be thrown around? There was an actual study done within the U.S. government that's actually like readily available for other countries. You just gotta fucking find the damn thing, and I am not allowed to provide you the link,
No
even though
problem.
it's public domain. It's literally 85%. If you get rid of this, is not including Twitter, by the way,
Mhm.
Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok. 85% of people's intelligence would go out the door.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's
And this is
consume. That's all we do.
Yes,
Yep.
and the great thing and the weird thing about it is what people see in the UK on TikTok, what people see in Europe on
Massively
TikTok
different
is
to China.
different.
Yeah.
Not even just China. Then I'm just speaking about for Americans.
Mhm.
Y'all are at least seeing something like promotional in regard. I can't speak for you as individuals, obviously, because I don't know what the fuck y'all watch. I only
don't
go
use
off
TikTok,
of what I'm going off of what is being said because I don't have a TikTok.
Yeah, same.
I have a Snap, and that's it, just to keep up with people that don't refuse to go to fucking Facebook.
Only reason I have a
Where we
Snapchat
talk
is
to
because
lizard
Kevin's fucking impossible to get an answer from otherwise.
Yep.
But TikTok, it is a marketing tool.
Absolutely.
And
It is.
at its core, when it comes to Americans, is to make us dumber. That's what it fucking does. China, it knows what it's doing.
TikTok is psychological warfare, in my opinion.
Another great example, 2 great examples, Genshin Impact. It is an app. I don't know what y'all's fucking thought process is, or whether y'all play it or not. Honkai Impact and Genshin Impact. It is priority level 0 on your PC and on your phone. It means they know what the fuck you're looking at as long as it's available on your app, on your Android and your iPhone.
Mhm.
And so it means you have to close it out. Now,
apps-
for PC, you had to actually add for an actual special permission. And PlayStation, seeing as they're Japanese versus Chinese, like the fucking motherfuckers don't jive very well.
Yep.
For the Japanese version, there's a reason why the PlayStation version of the Genshin Impact and the Japanese Genshin Impact doesn't correlate very well with the phone or the PC version. It's because of that fact of the level of privacy is different.
Yep.
So, with that all being said, bringing everything back in with levels of privacy and having the willingness of boredom and like we have too much fucking free time on our hands because we're Americans. because we don't understand what other countries have and what they don't have. So like, oh, what do you mean you don't have AC?
Well, I understand that like America is obviously very, very technologically advanced in terms of like other countries, but I also hate the mindset as well, because it's very easy to dunk on the biggest target on the map, right? Like
Yeah.
it's I hate when it's even my mates do it, as well. It's kind of a thing in Ireland as well to like make fun of Americans, but like at the same point,
I
it's
mean, we
like,
deserve it half the time. Let's be
no,
honest.
no, honestly, I don't think so, because like at the end of the day, we're just as fucking like privileged in other countries as well. Sure, we don't have AC, yeah, fine, but like we're not uncomfortable. Like I don't know if you would say so, Box, but like I'm perfectly comfortable. Like I'm sitting here.
What do you mean you're comfortable? Do you want me to cause another famine over there? You
I'm
keep
sitting
talking
here.
there, mister.
I'm sitting
I'm
here
a constant fan.
talking into my mic that
Sorry,
I got
I'm gonna
off
mute myself.
Amazon. I've got my Microsoft laptop. I've got a TV in the background, a PS5. I'm sitting in a 2-story house with plenty of food in the fridge. Like, that is way higher standard of living than a lot of the world. Like,
Yeah.
I've got no complaints here in terms of actual, like, I'm not stressed for anything.
You know what? On that topic of like the US study,
Mhm.
if they took away TikTok in England, I have a feeling people would probably get smarter just
Oh,
because how
absolutely.
just because how stupid England is. Like we just go around going ta like fucking goons, man.
Again, I don't, I'm not gonna let it go on too longer, because I don't want to. Imagine someone listens for 4 hours and then all of a sudden they're like half asleep. Is like, wait, what the fuck? I swear I put on the Souls podcast.
I got. Can I add on to this? I got one little thing.
Okay,
Shane,
okay, yeah,
to
yeah,
add
very
on
quickly,
to,
yeah,
add on
yeah.
to this.
Yeah,
Who has read the book Fahrenheit 451?
No.
it's
I
on my
didn't.
it's on my list. Yeah, yeah.
It's the control of knowledge.
I'm reading 1984 at the moment. It's very
Example.
Oh,
I'm
I've
from
got that.
Alabama.
I was about to start reading that.
We didn't know. I know you all probably have heard of it. The Civil War
Mm-hmm.
within the United States, from the North and the South.
Yeah, our history.
I grew up
lessons
in
are quite good,
Alabama
yeah.
in the South. I didn't know about it. I didn't exist. Another example, the Great War, Level 2. That's what my grandmother called it. She didn't know it was called World War II. It was called It was called Great War Level 2 because they weren't taught. Nazis, swastikas didn't fucking exist. Adolf Hitler was not even brought up. I know we're getting into some very dangerous territory,
No,
but
it's fine. It's like, I mean,
it's like Fahrenheit. That's why I want to say, please, for everyone out there that's listening, please read or listen to read Spark Notes or listen to Audible that's out there on Fahrenheit 451 on the
Absolutely.
knowledge of power, because knowledge is power.
Absolutely. I'm reading. I've literally got 1984 in my hands right here. I'm reading a quote.
1984 or Fahrenheit 451.
No. I know the one you're on about, but I've only got 1984 on me at the moment. But it's George Orwell, and you have war is peace, freedom
Yeah.
is slavery, ignorance is strength. Ignorance leads to hate. That is exactly what it is. You've got so many people in the country at the moment who are so ignorant of like their level of privilege or like the way that they're living, even though they've been led to believe that they're victimized, and so they're
America
so
is
hateful
the
of
worst.
everyone around.
Right.
It's like if they take a second to appreciate what they have, they'd learn
So-
that like you're living in the most astounding time in human history at the moment. There has never been a much more opportune time to get stuff done.
Yes. A great
will-
example of that is the Americans, the Black African Americans and the Asian Americans, let alone not the Indian Americans. It's more specifically the feather, not the dot. The dot is actually getting more representation now, but like if you talk to someone from Africa, in South Africa, Elon Musk is a great example of an African American. If you ask someone that grew up in the hood over here in America, you can be like, what the fuck is this white honky motherfucker doing over here? No, that doesn't fucking work. Like, they try to trace it back to like being part of Africa. That it's an old I don't remember the actual person who was literally like, hey, let's go back to fucking Africa and shit. I don't remember his name right now. I'll try to find some information and bring it back to the next podcast if y'all really want me to, because I am a history major.
Yeah, I love history as well, but I can never
I'm
remember what it
gonna
happened.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit this little dab on the top and say Americans as a whole we're fucking retarded. Like no shit. I'm born and raised here. I am literally the first American here to be born in the United States. But I can automatically tell you we're here right now, despite being from the South. We're fucking we're we're not inbred. We're fucking retarded. We're so cozy with what the fuck we got that we don't know what the hell we've got until we go to another place. That's why I'm so like, hey, I want to go here, here, here. And after a year, Shanetor, hopefully, fingers crossed, I can perhaps go to like England.
I don't
I
think
can't
you
get to
want to do that, my
Ireland
dude.
because United States military, but
I love how what the fuck does the military have against Ireland, bro?
it's IRA, bro.
The fucking
Bro,
We want to keep our relationship and all of our bases with England.
fair enough.
mate, England aren't even scared of the IRA, and the fucking IRA bombed my hometown, like my city.
It'd be the
But
north.
that's the
that
thing,
you
though. That's
if you were
that's
to
the
go to
thing.
Northern Ireland, I'd understand, but like I don't understand the problem with the Republic. But anyway,
You know what? It made it worse.
what?
Movies. Guess what movie made it worse?
The Irishman.
Nope.
Foreigner?
Other than that, it was an old, and I mean old. Back when Air Force One first came out with Harrison Ford.
I don't know. Just try to tell us the name they found because you gotta.
The actual name of it I can't fucking remember, but it was based off of it had Sean Connery at one point for Red October. It was based off of one of Tom Clancy's fucking shit.
It's about the Oma bombings.
Kinda similar. I'll have to find it for you and send it to you about that.
Also, I love how like the Irish, like it's such an Irish thing to do to call like one of the bloodiest atrocities in human history and one of the biggest civil wars. What do we call it? Yeah, we called it the Troubles. You know, it was
Yeah, the
Never
Great
heard that one.
Depression in
That's a
the
new
UK.
one. The Great Depression.
No,
it's
genuinely,
just like some
the Great
Irish lads
Depression in
talking
the
and
UK.
yeah, it's like some
The
Irish
Great
lads
Depression
talking
in
and we're
the
just
UK.
like, you know, there's a bit of trouble up there in the north, you know. Jeez, I wouldn't be going up there now.
All I know is the shit that happened in Scotland with Callahan and yeah, I know about that shit. Callahan.
Callahan.
But anyway, just look, there's a lot we could talk about if we were going into those topics, but
No, I do want to just say quickly, like
Yeah,
Shane,
yeah.
adding to the point of what Solo said earlier about how, like, about all the different diversities and everything.
Mhm.
I feel like, don't get me wrong, I've nothing against like the LGBTQ community.
Uh-huh.
However, a handful, and I'm not saying all, just a handful of that community is very toxic in the sense of they'll respect everyone's opinions, but if you don't agree with their opinion, your opinion's invalid.
Yep.
Look, I'm
American
just
in a
gonna say,
nutshell.
bro, when I was 12, it was hush hush about what bi was. All right, it's
Yeah.
like we didn't know what bi was. Now you've got fucking 12-year-olds telling you that they're into BDSM and shit in their fucking Instagram bios, and it's like
Yeah.
this shouldn't be on their minds. They shouldn't know this. They
Right.
shouldn't be interacting with this, and they should not have a forum where they can sell their shit. Like
But
OnlyFans,
for me,
those kind of it is led nothing to but degeneracy and fucking licentiousness.
I
When
agree,
when
Pox,
I was
they
that
should-
age, I wanted to be a Super Saiyan. And I was doing Kamehameha.
Exactly.
yeah, literally.
Where have our
I-
childhoods gone? You know what I mean? Like
No,
it's-
but I will say, like, Shane, you'll probably know this person more than Sol or Layfon, but England is a singer called Sam Smith.
Yeah.
He is the biggest fucking cunt on so we all know what a fisherman is. He doesn't want to be a fisherman, he wants to be a fisher,
them. Yeah.
because he identifies as whatever the fuck he identifies, but his pronouns are they, them. So he calls himself
Hell.
fisher them. He's then going as far as to say, so I live in Manchester. He wants Manchester to be called Themchester
Yeah. I
because
know.
having man in the name is offensive. It's a fucking name. There's a
Fucking
country.
shoot you out back.
Do you guys
and
remember-
shoot you in the back?
Do
It's
you
Really
guys-
classed
wrong
as a
with you?
country, but in between Ireland and England is the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
They want that to be called the Isle of Them.
So
It's
stupid, man.
ridiculous how
E-
far it's going.
Even like
So
even in the US, like I can't remember who exactly it was giving the speech, but it was like a proper like government speech that was going on, and they ended it off with "Amen" and "A women."
So, I know we don't want to get political up in this bitch, but I'm about to get kind of political up in this bitch real quick.
Okay, really quick.
So example, it's gonna be
Where's
real
Dark
quick.
Souls?
I'm going to get because it's gonna involve Dark Souls.
Yeah,
so I'm
I am
bring it back.
I am gonna bring it round to my final point when you're finished. But
My final point is going to regard Bloodborne.
okay.
So I was trying to be helpful with other individuals in my own free time, try to be like, hey, do this, and you'll be good to go. I actually did a stream with it. I had 73 fucking followers on Twitch.
Damn.
I'm down to 53, 52.
Because of your accent.
No, for once, it wasn't because of my.
I wasn't being
accent.
funny. Like I was generally because people seem. to
No,
be very-
because I have lost people because of my. I actually exposed my accent because I did drink a lot.
Mm.
But it was actually because of the fact that like I didn't like the way I came off was very like transphobic. I didn't give a fuck about they them pronouns. I'm like, bro, do the fuck you want. That was not what they wanted to hear. They wanted me to hear me say, oh yeah, I give a fuck. Yeah, no, you're not gonna get that shit from me. You're not. It's hard to get an apology out of me, and Solo can tell you, it's hard to get an apology out of me.
I got one.
Like, look, I'm gonna be on. Like, I'm very, very straightforward about my politics. I don't pull punches, and I'm getting to the point where I really, really don't pull any punches at all. But Twitch is a very progressive platform, and it's kind of one of my reasons where I'm kind of stepping back from doing the streams, honestly, because if you're trying to gather an audience, there's no point in gathering an audience of people who actually hate you if you say the wrong thing. It's you want to find people who are actually going to follow you for you and not for like repeating phrases.
I
of what
feel
they wanna
like
hear.
I feel like not even just like US, England, Ireland, or France in general. I feel like this is a world thing. The world is running out of like-minded people.
Well, it's also coming to a stage where there's a flip side coming because people are having enough of the bullshit. You see people standing up now talking. Like it's not as yeah.
Go on.
No, go on.
I will say, like we mentioned OnlyFans before.
Yeah, I fucking hate
OnlyFans,
OnlyFans.
funnily enough, at one point even tried to ban all the models because
Yeah.
they won't admit it, but it was the women models who made OnlyFans what it is today, being like pretty much a porn site.
Yeah.
At one point they tried banning that. And at one point they've even come to streamers like KSI, like streamers, YouTubers like KSI, a FIFA YouTuber called Danny Aarons, and like a broad number of them because they wanted to purify the website from the inside out as they couldn't get rid of the models the way they wanted to.
It's a
Which
shame,
they
though.
just wanted it to be like a safe space for everyone like YouTube is today.
It's a shame. Once you get that reputation, that's it. Like, there's no cleaning that. Your reputation is one of the hardest things to regain.
The problem with YouTube, for example, and Twitch is like exactly what Shane said. Like they want you to have not being open-minded, but to follow the trend. And even though like they created a second platform, which is YouTube Kid, they still want you to. They still want you to be like, fuck, I have the French word for that.
Like PG.
Conformist.
Like,
but let's say transparent, like not showing any violence, not showing like not swearing. Like even saying like the most basic of swearing can get you demonetized.
I'll say this. Are you guys aware, right? You can search this up right now, right, if you want, but I don't think you'd want to, but if you did, right? There are plenty of things on this site that have been age restricted for stupid reasons that make absolutely no sense.
DMC5 trailer.
However, there is literal porn and a series called Dick or Dildo, where a gay couple put either a dick or a dildo in the other's ass, and the other one has to guess what it is. Not
I will
age
say, though,
restricted at all.
I will say with the age restrictions and like the whole what's right and what's wrong and what can go on either YouTube Kids or YouTube is very fucking. It's not monitored correctly.
No, not at all.
My 5-year-old cousin, she uses YouTube Kids. I've went out my way to put like extra filters on to try and block everything. Do you know what they allow on YouTube Kids?
No, go on.
Creepypastas.
Yeah.
My 5-year-old cousin knows what Jeff the Killer is.
Yep.
Knows of Huggy Wuggy and all that sort of shit.
It's ridiculous. Like, I mean, they make such a big deal, especially like being from a creator standpoint. Like, I see what they require me to tick the boxes every time I put up an upload, and it's like, is this safe for kids? No, like whatever. There's such a long checklist, and at the end of the day, it does not fucking matter because they do not fucking care, and it's just such a like a, it's such a, oh look, we have YouTube Kids. Oh look, it doesn't fucking matter. Like,
Yeah.
nobody cares.
The checkboxes are just
The
a way of
checkboxes are to keep them safe legally. That's what matters.
yeah, that's literally it. It's just a way of keeping their backs covered legally. So if someone was to post something that isn't by them guidelines, YouTube can say, "Oh well, we've done this to try and prevent it."
Yeah.
But in actuality, they do not care what's posted on their site.
Yeah, and I will say
Hence,
that,
what you were saying about that dick a dildo thing.
yeah, it's fucking atrocious. And I'll try say this without anyone laughing. I'd appreciate it. But I had, and I'm open about this, and I'm trying to make it more of a point because there's people out there who are suffering with it, and it's a very undertalked issue in terms of men. But I had a massive like porn addiction issue, right, for years and years it was going, and
All right.
with like
Been there, done that.
yeah, with like
Still doing
OnlyFans and
with
shit
it.
like that, it's so under talked about, and people like blame. It's like, oh well, you know, if you sign up for this stuff, it's your own problem. If you go to these sites, it's your own problem. You knew what you were doing. It's like you cannot tell that to like a 12-year-old kid or like a 9-year-old kid, because that's when I was hooked. It was like 9 or 10, and it's like you cannot tell me that that kid was completely responsible for what was going to happen and how big of an impact that would have. It's like it's research saying that porn has been like as addictive as drugs and cocaine. You know, it's the same response in the brain. And when you're hooked on this shit, I blame the dealer, not the addict. Like, these sites should have restrictions. Now they're talking about bringing in more restrictions. I think it's actually France. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like there's
Yep.
yeah, there's going to be a
Restrictions won't
lot
work.
more
A
restrictions in
lot
terms of getting onto
more,
the
bro.
sites. Like you have
Restrictions
to
won't
actually
work.
verify your age to actually get on like
But
Yep.
to these sites.
that won't
Yeah.
work.
As far as I'm aware, with like porn sites, the only restriction they have is some sites will actually have a pop up at the beginning saying, "Are you over 18?"
Are
Which-
you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't
Once
have
you
to
click
actually have to
yes.
verify anything. You don't have to like give any
Yeah,
kind
no.
of
Once
proof.
you click yes, you've got full access. There's no verification. There's
It-
no.
And this isn't vanilla
There's
stuff
nothing.
either. Like this is like hardcore shit that you can find.
Yeah, you literally see like rape play
Yeah,
and all that
yeah,
shit.
yeah. And like with the OnlyFans shit, these are the models. Like we talk about female empowerment and stuff. These are the models that they look up towards. Like these young kids. There's a reason they have this shit in their bios, and there's a reason that these fucking 13-year-old girls and 12-year-old girls are happy enough to bring out fucking like Cash Apps and Venmo and bullshit like this, where they can sell themselves just like they see out in these fucking adults doing the same shit, and they think it's completely fine. And there's no crackdown on any of this.
Yep.
Because
Actually,
there
that's why
being another loophole.
That's why TikTok was considered a huge pedophile platform back in the days, because you could literally
Musically.
access. You could like access the site with just like a username. There was no mail address or whatever confirmation, and yeah, it was absolutely terrible.
Well,
No,
know.
sorry, I'm just recapping my thoughts. Anyway, so yeah, I'll just bring it around back to the final point. So with like all that stuff I was talking about, like demasculization, they talk about like there was an article as well. I know all this is very recent, but it's just because like the whole Rings of Power and thing was very recent, so all this stuff is only just coming out. The Dungeons and Dragons, emasculating men, all this.
Mm-hmm.
There was an article put out that a study was found. If you've read Lord of the Rings or 1984, it is likely that you could become a right-wing nationalist.
Oh wow.
You are
Damn, like
you
half
are
the
at
fucking
risk.
leftists in America are fucked.
You are at risk of bad thought and wrong thought. You need to be
Well,
careful.
funnily
These
enough,
are
Shane,
ideas brought up by fucking like Soviets and shit. Like this is the idea. Like back like during like the Stalin revolutions, they actually had under their DSM V like mental health books, they actually had illusions of freedom. That's a mental disorder with like
No. So-
symptoms and shit.
on that point, Shane, of like the things. So we had a big problem in the UK. It
Mhm.
probably, I'm pretty sure it happened in America. Most likely happened in other countries. A lot of things like could get you sent to a mental asylum over here.
Oh yeah,
Some-
same in Ireland because of the
some-
Catholic Church and whatnot.
Some literally, I remember for work we had to do one of the courses, and like the stuff was mentioned in the courses had a list of all different things you could be put away and locked in an asylum for. One of them was being able to read a book.
Fuck's sake.
One of them was if your partner had died, bearing in mind at the time of this, a lot of wars were going on, like World War One, World War Two, all different type of wars. If you was a widowed woman, you would be put in a mental asylum. If you was a widowed male, you'd be put in a mental asylum.
Mhm.
If a man cheated on the woman would be put in a mental asylum.
Gotcha.
That's so weird.
But on that point of what you were saying there about if you read Lord of the Rings 1984,
Yeah.
There's a manga called Chainsaw Man.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm actually gonna watch the anime for that. I'm looking forward to
Beautiful.
it.
It's got an anime adaptation.
Mhm.
I'm quite a big fan of the anime adaptation, I won't lie.
Yeah.
The manga, when you get into it, it pretty much becomes a story of why women deserve less, and I fucking love it.
Yeah, but we
Konosuba
can.
does the exact same thing.
It's also like the subtext of Chainsaw Man talking about society itself.
Yeah.
Cause the reason why I'm not going to spoil too much, but the reason why Denji is so feared is because he's not like getting into any like cases of society, and they can't really accept him like the way he is. And since he's feared, they kind of try to get rid of him like a certain way. They actually use that kind of like character development in many series I like. Completely stupid, but Halo with the Arbiter, they're doing the same thing. You know, like he's doing the heresy
Yeah.
because he left the Halo explode like for the Prophet, and they're like, the Alliance doesn't want you anymore, so you can't do anything anymore. But we're going to create of you another like title, which is the Arbiter, and we're going to use it like as much as we can, so you can do the stuff we want and control. Like
Easy there,
try to
Halo.
have some sort of grasp out of something they're not supposed to control. And Chainsaw Man pictures this pretty well also.
Yeah.
So I've been looking for something to back up what you're saying here, but I can't. I can never seem to find the articles that I'm looking for when I'm trying to find it on the spot. But they're the top selling manga last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sold more than just the one series, right? It sold
Yep.
more than every Western comic combined.
Probably.
It's insane how like that's why a lot of us seem to be going over more towards like Eastern and like Japanese more so, but like even Korean and stuff.
Manhwa, yeah.
Entertainment, yeah. It's
Yeah, the
actually
manhwa
creative.
starts to get really good.
Yeah, it's like the East is more focused on telling a story and being creative, whereas the West were more focused on pushing a message. You know, like
Yep.
whenever you're watching anything, that's always what it's about. Now, granted, you've
There-
got things that slip through the cracks, but
I must add on to that when it comes in terms of the message instead of my original point.
Mhm.
So
sorry for the viewers.
When
We'll
it
get back
comes-
to Souls in a second.
yeah, sorry everyone. You can Shane. To be honest, you
To
probably
be fair,
add
we
this
spent like
to something else.
No, I'm nearly finished. But we spent the first 4 hours talking about it. So if they're in it for the long ride already. So
when it comes to something simple as that, like, bro, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's how I look at it. It's rough.
like giving a message.
Like, not like in terms of like giving a message. It when it comes back down to like the original message, we're very on deep, dark, slippery, frozen water. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we, in a way, like if you're talking, I'm speaking on behalf of the American audience, and as you know me, I don't give a fucking rat's ass like how the fucking talk. But if we're gonna have to start, this is like a very sensitive topic moving forward. So I'm just trying to, I'm moving in on behalf of and I can't believe I'm saying this. And Solo knows me better than anyone else in the server. When I say this. We're gonna have to. This is where we're gonna have to mind our P's and Q's just a little bit because of the fact that, and unless you don't give a fuck, in which case, full fucking send.
I don't give a fuck.
People will get offended.
Okay, let me lose my job.
Solo, am I wrong?
I think they got offended like a half hour ago, bro. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, they probably got offended when I said.
I'm trying to look out for everyone, you know.
Yeah, I got you. But I mean,
Yeah.
If anybody's got a problem, speak their piece. But I'm nearly done anyway here. But I'm finishing up. But Box, yeah, I'd be more concerned like with me and you, like you've heard about people like having the fucking cops knock on their door about memes and shit over in the UK.
Oh yeah.
It's gotten to such a fucking police state. Like,
if any of us end up dying before the next podcast, the government took us all out.
Yes. I'm not suicidal as of this moment in time.
I am, but I'm not ready to go through it yet.
It's like, no, don't get me wrong. I was ready to kill myself, but if it happens, it wasn't me.
No, but like on the topic of manwar, just like breaking off from like the political stuff, solo leveling is like even the light novel. Even the light novel is very fucking good for it. And like you were saying before about how the Eastern want to like portray a story, it portrays a story, but also has like the Western side of we just want to see amazing fights and it because of that it has amazing fan service.
Well,
like to the point where it's not like other Eastern fan service where it's like, oh look, tits. It's like the opposite of let's just make this fight even fucking greater than it should have been.
Well, to talk about like storytelling, as you were saying, even to bring this would be a nice little segue into Souls again. Telling a story. Look at the amount of people who complained, about Elden Ring when the God of War situation came up. It's like, oh, but Elden Ring doesn't even have a story. And like, I'm sorry, but if you can't at least admit, you don't even have to understand it. Fine, like that's down to you if you can't go and find the information. But if you can't admit that the game has a story, you're just fucking
I feel like
blind.
What made Elden Ring so great as well is it made you choose which story path you wanted to take as well.
Well, that's exactly
without
it's
forcing
open.
a decision.
It's open ended, which is the beauty of the Souls games, and that's what opens it up to like conversation and stuff. That the theorizing and everything.
It's like when I first done my Elden Ring playthrough, Shane, when I was talking to you about it.
Yeah.
Like from your point of view, I was speedrunning a lot of bosses. Like especially towards the end, but that's because after that I'd done a lot of like major quest lines. Like I did.
Yeah, fair.
Like a lot of the fingers, like the three fingers, like the Flame of Chaos. I did that quest line.
Yeah.
I didn't do the ending to it the first time. I did the Rani's quest line and done that ending.
You should do Frenzy Flame for your next one.
Oh, I've done that in the
All right, sweet.
This Elden Ring one, yeah.
The Elden Lord one for me was my first ending, and it was so.
I did
rough,
the
liked it.
Millicent quest line. I loved the Millicent quest line.
Mm.
I did a lot of the major quest lines that they wanted you to do, and thoroughly enjoyed it because even though I've still missed fucking millions of quest lines out, like there was just so much to explore, and then I could then choose which story path I truly wanted to take.
That's fair. I will end it on this. It's actually, I didn't mean to go into that whole political spiel, but if anyone listened to it, I appreciate you listening to it, and if you don't agree, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. All I wanted to bring up from the hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times quote was with the Don't Go Hollow movement. I believe personally that a lot of Western media has devalued on purpose the potential that men, traditional men, or the traditional sense of masculinity can bring to the table in terms of potential. I hate the way that it's portrayed. Now, I don't want any opinions here because I'm not saying I don't want to open a whole new conversation, but I just have to bring this point in because it's relevant.
Yeah, that's right.
I do not have any. I'm not saying I like him. I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but Andrew Tate, I cannot deny the influence that his character has had over the course of the last year.
Correct.
And whether you agree with his message or not, or with the things he says or not, the main point being there are a hell of a lot of young men who needed some of, at least, what he said. Could have been through a better messenger, but by means, at least what he's saying, there's a lot of young men who have fucking brought themselves up by the bootstraps, got themselves into the gym, made themselves a better person, and tried to be a better protector and leader for people. Yeah. And
which is understandable because I'm one of those people.
Yeah, exactly. I can admire that much, if anything else. I am not so black and white that I base all my assumptions on a person, whether or not I agree with everything they say.
Oh, he went to jail. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through that whole scenario. I mean,
yep, understandable.
But anyway,
no, I know you didn't want opinions, Shane, but I will say, out of a lot of like people that grew big last year, and like throughout this, like the end of last year, like last year in general, start of this year, like Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate, Speed, like all them stuff. I feel like the one that like brought more to the table in terms of helping men. Like you said, I don't agree with everything that he says, but I'm not black and white as to say he's not saying everything wrong. Exactly. He says a lot of right things.
Yeah.
And like you said before, he's give men, especially young men, and like even boys, like the confidence to get themselves to the gym, have confidence in themselves.
And we need more of that. You know, it's just it's constantly being told you're the problem, you're the oppressor, you are the fucking black sheep. Like that is what's being told to men, and it's like nobody needs you, nobody wants you. And if you tell that to someone often enough from a young age, they're gonna think that. It's like, well, what the hell should I be? What should I do then? If you don't want me here, then where should I go?
It'll then branch into men's mental health.
Exactly.
And everything's like, oh, well, we have to protect men and the mental health, but then we'll completely backstab you.
It's so easy to look at it when you're actually willing to have the conversation, but a lot of the fucking world isn't willing to have that conversation.
No.
And
I think it's not the world don't want to have that conversation. I don't think they're ready for like the severity of the conversation.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be ready for it when those hard times are coming.
Yeah.
So how long have we been streaming this so far?
Well, I joined at 8 o'clock, put it that way.
We're at the 5-hour mark. We're ready to finish. Thank you very much.
What time is it for you?
Wait.
It is 25 past 12.
Yeah. Wait.
Yes?
I had a thing to say because
yes, of course. I was only rushing through because I didn't want to keep you.
Yeah, the beginning, like before we went into the political stuff, was actually what the movement gave to us.
Yes.
Like, what is the Soul series? The actual mindset of, like, I will say even more the philosophy of the game creation actually brought us For me, it's kind of weird to say, but I wouldn't say that it made me like break some sort of shell or whatever, because like this job of going from introvert for extrovert, the fact that I have to overcome difficulties like in life and stuff, I got from other part of my own stories that I'm sorry I'm not going to say.
No, that's fine.
But let's say that the Soul series, Sekiro, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, all of them, they just like pushed through this mindset that I felt even more right after doing this game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty much what I can say.
I will say on top of that, again, I don't want to keep everyone up, so I do apologize for
I
this.
don't care. It's
But
only 6 for me, so.
So,
with that hollow movement, like I know I've sent Shane a picture of it. Lafon and Solo are probably in the dark about it. I mentioned before about having a Elden Ring tattoo.
oh yes, sorry. I was like, what the fuck? I don't say anything.
I got the jewelist filled finger.
Do you want to take a
tattooed
quick
onto it.
pic, Box? Like, if you put it
Yeah,
into, if you
yeah.
put it into podcast chat, it'll come up on the actual YouTube video when this goes out.
So hold on. So it's upside down on that picture. But I got the jeweller's filled finger tattooed on me. And I'm not a big PvP player a lot of the time, especially not on Elden Ring. I was more of a PvE player when it come to FromSoft.
Mhm.
But I got that. Bear in mind, I didn't really know much about this hollow movement until today.
Oh,
I
I
knew
can send you some
it.
good videos about it, man. It's really interesting. It's really good.
I knew of it, but not into like what I've learned about today. But
Yeah.
I got that because from Elden Ring, it gave me like a sense of like fighting,
Mhm.
if that makes sense.
I get you.
And the jeweler's filled finger, I picked that one specifically because it's like I'm just dueling all the problems. Like if you're willing to fight, then you may as well put the effort in to fight it.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that mindset behind it. I can't express how much I love it. You know, it's just words aren't enough. It's just a feeling that you get, and you won't know that feeling unless you try these games, or at least throw your shot at them and see what you think. So, I would highly recommend any game. I will end it on this very quick note. I don't want a whole spiel. I don't want any like massive big things from you guys. I just want one quick one. If you were to, it's been said of Elden Ring a lot lately, but I want personal opinion. What would you recommend? Someone who's gotten to this point in the stream, they want to start the Soul series. Where do they go?
Personally, I'd say where you and me started, Shane, Elden Ring.
I would agree, but
I'd agree but disagree. The
Yeah,
reason I'm going to disagree is because I still don't know the other Souls games.
That's fair, and
Dark Souls
I hope
3.
you stick with them too. So
Yeah, but I'd say Elden Ring as it's got good scaling.
Dark
And-
Souls 3 or Elden Ring for me.
Yeah,
Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 1 for me.
that's fair. Okay.
Really, Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, because for me, I'm sorry, Demon Souls, but like the way of
I don't
how
recommend Demon Souls for anyone. So.
I wouldn't for multiple reasons. Mostly like how limited it is to access the game since it is exclusive. But
Oh, yeah,
really
that's a
for
good
Dark
point,
Souls
actually, yeah.
1, it will be more of like going to the root of the series, but not have like the really bad gameplay mechanics that Demon Souls had. Like they really increased this a lot.
That's
They
fair.
Like
fixed a
not
lot of shit.
yeah.
To be fair, when I play through the actual games themselves, like I think of it as a series or like play through a series or whatever. When I played
Yeah.
Demon Souls, I didn't treat it as a series because I didn't know if I get to the end of it. So I was just like, I'm just gonna treat this as an experience. I'm just gonna hop in here and see how far I
Yeah,
get.
and you did, and you're like, damn. What
Yeah.
was your thoughts between the first two? Like between Demon Souls, Dark Souls, like, damn, fuck.
You can definitely see the massive difference. And as I said, I don't feel I'm only at the second boss, but like I don't feel the same philosophy behind Dark Souls as I
It's a
feel in
massive
Demon
difference.
Souls.
Miyazaki
Yeah.
pretty much gave you the middle finger.
As I said, I will stick to the statement. Dark Souls wants you to get better. Demon Souls wants you to get cancer, and that's my opinion.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
I,
for the Dark Souls one, it's more like, since it's the roots, it's also like one of the game where you already have pretty much everything that has been discovered compared to Elden Ring. And uh, even though like you only catch a grasp of the lore, but if you're interested in reading the item descriptions, you're searching for like the quotes from different NPCs, and on top of that, the game doesn't feel that outdated on top, since it had a remastered that I wouldn't really recommend, because it is just a middle finger to the Dark Souls 1 fan.
Mhm.
Um, I still think it is a pretty good place to start off, because it is pretty much the start of like the whole journey that is Dark Souls.
That's fair. That's a fair
I
argument.
don't know if Shane will agree with me on this, but I said Elden Ring, even though it's not where the roots of it started. I feel like it's a good starting point for the whole scaling system that they have.
See,
But on top of that, because of the amount of weapons and sorceries, incantations, all like damaging
yeah.
abilities,
In a way,
you
you're
can
going for
find
quantity. You're going for
yeah,
quantity.
you can find
Yeah,
a way that truly fits how you
Not
want
saying
to
you're going
play.
for quality. In case some other motherfucker out there tries to say, "Oh, he's just going for quantity or quality," you're going for quantity because of the fact that they're still good quality. It's just that you have to like be a more understanding of like what the fuck you're trying to do.
See,
Yeah,
for me,
the
I would personally, I'd go Dark Souls 1 or Elden Ring. And if I was going Elden Ring, I wouldn't suggest it. See, I think of them as polar opposites, right? For me,
yeah,
because I think of Dark Souls 1 solo combat, redemption arc story, that kind of thing. Please just let me finish just 1 second.
yeah.
Solo story, and then for Elden Ring, it feels to me more like community co-op kind of like
Vibe.
yeah, that kind of
Social
vibe.
Souls.
Yes, yeah,
again on
kind
that.
of, yeah. So I would suggest Elden Ring if you're gonna go into it with like one or two people who could back you up if you're struggling, or if you're planning to use the Spirit Ashes. But I wouldn't suggest it as a solo run. If you want a challenge after playing other games, then try Elden Ring as a solo run. But if you're just solely going to go yourself and you're not planning to use the Spirit Ashes or anything like that, I would just go to Dark Souls first, personally.
Again on what I was saying, Shane. I don't want to ramble, but this is the
Yeah, no,
Redhead
you're okay.
Ramble podcast, so
Exactly,
fuck
that's
you.
what it's for.
But as well as that, like mentioning the hollow movement that we was talking about before,
Yeah.
I feel like with Elden Ring, because of the scale and the diversity of play, like you can literally choose however you want to play, whether you want to be just like a tanky fucker, sorcerer bullshit, even if you want to use Rivers of Cringe, even though we like hate on it, I'd say it's still like a good starting point.
Well,
And
that
I feel
is.
like with the fact how it's very diverse in trying to get you to play more social, with the
Yeah,
hollow movement in mind, if you are able to beat it solo, like you feel such a great sense of fulfillment.
that is a brilliant point. Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, for me, I was like going to back up on Shane's saying like that. If you go for Elden Ring, it's more like a community stuff. But the problem for me with Elden Ring, and that's something I didn't really mention, is in terms of philosophy of gaming, and you used it as an example, but the problem is that there's so many way to get around the game and make it way easier that it feels completely opposite to what Dark Souls philosophy wants you to
Yeah,
actually like throw you into. But the thing is, like the solution of doing the game like intentionally ignoring the fact that you have the spirits of war, etc., is just what we call a challenge run.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I can see your point there about the philosophy aspect as well. I think it's smart for making it the most. Again, I'm using like most accessible as like a brief term.
Yeah.
I get that could be construed in different ways, but to think of it as the most accessible is definitely kind of accurate in my opinion, due to like just the general layout as of the game in general, like how it kind of Margit is very very early. A very early wall for you to hit that teaches you that if you're not ready for this, then you're probably not ready. Go do something else. There's plenty for you to do before you do this.
I'd say as well, another good lesson Elden Ring teaches you is at even like further at the start. Tree Sentinel.
Yeah. Not everything you see is
that
for you to
straight
hit.
away teaches players, especially new players, you don't have to fight everything.
Yeah, and everyone does it, dude. It's funny. Yeah. All right. I think I will finish up. If there's any last words or anything anyone wants to say, please feel free.
Yeah, okay, then I'll say thank you for having me, because
problem, man.
I didn't expect to be invited like completely randomly.
6 hours later.
It really has been a pleasure, like discussing about a series that is so dear to my heart.
I appreciate that.
I
man.
will
Thank
say
you.
I can't speak for Shane or Lifon, but I could definitely speak for myself by saying it was like great having you on, because you give your opinions and there was great opinions in general, and it brought more conversation diversity to what we were saying.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, having different perspectives is exactly what I wanted, and that's kind of what I meant in terms of like we spoke a little bit about the lore, but that's kind of what I meant. I didn't mean it as an insult to the fact that if I wanted lore, I'd just bring up a fucking video or something. I wanted people's personal.
Subscribe to Box on Cats for lore videos coming soon.
Exactly, man. But yeah, no, I just wanted those personal experiences and those opinions, because I think they're more important when it comes to this conversation. And
I will say as a final piece from me, Elden Ring got Game of the Year, Sekiro got Game of the Year, FromSoft is sick, but God of War.
Agreed.
Completely agree. Hell yeah. Any last thoughts from you, Leifon, or are we good to?
All I know is that the French fry himself has continued to not bring up the fact that he has done plenty of challenge runs. And he should definitely start streaming at some point.
I mean,
Hell
hell, this is only a 6-hour intro. If you'd like to see the whole collection of our conversation, if you're done with the tutorial.
I know, yeah, we're only on the intro. When's the podcast start?
All right.
All I'm going to say is this.
Mhm.
For anyone out there, anyone that wants to see what Elden Ring's all about, for all you gurus out there that love that shit, Box on Cat, highly recommend. If you want to see a Rivers of Blood build or run, or anything Dark Souls or a beginner Bloodborne with a side voice of myself, I would recommend myself. You want to just see Shanetor do just want to see Shanetor do something by himself, highly recommend Sekiro.
Want to see an Irish boy with an absolutely raped throat
And a guy
fight
that hates
Ishin
alcohol
for 4 hours straight?
If you want to see someone that has a France accent, I recommend with Sekiro no less. I would recommend Solo or Ghost Raven and Major Dookie with their own little Twitch stream. Outside of
That's
that,
true. We did
I
the
got
lore
nothing else
run.
for you, everyone else. Y'all have a good one.
Solo, just
I'm
last
probably-
things. Solo, when
As well as gaming videos, I'm gonna branch off to doing some lore videos.
Hey,
which
I'm looking forward to
Tom's
that,
giving
man.
you some. But
I'll give you support on that.
like on top of what Leifon said, you need to go see Leifon on Twitch.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he has,
Night.
but go
No.
to his YouTube.
Yes, give him
Solo
more
into
challenge
stream.
runs. Torture him.
We're gonna force Solo into
Torturing
streaming.
myself enough
There's
already,
no way
man.
getting out of it. We're forcing Solo into it. He's
Bro,
gonna have YouTube
I
on
literally,
Twitch soon.
I have a
You have
flying
AIDS? What?
grass
You're telling me
type.
now?
I have a flying grass type Geodude that knows Mega Kick.
Call
That's
paraplegic.
That's
Let's
also
go.
a psychic type move. I My brain can't function it. Also, Fury Swipe is 90% power instead of 40, and it attacks 5 times.
Solo,
That's
just
incredible.
Solo, just to
Yes.
tell you, when I my first playthrough of Sekiro, it was over like a weekend, more so. I think it was like either the Thursday or Friday to the Sunday that I played it. And I was like sick that entire weekend, so I was like I had
Oof.
nothing else to do, so I just sat and played Sekiro day in day out, and I couldn't sleep Saturday night, and I woke up at like 4:30 in the morning on Sunday, had breakfast, and started playing Sekiro straight into the Ishin Sword Saint fight at 5:30 in the morning, and I finished at like 8 or no, it wasn't 8. It was like 9 o'clock or some shit in the day. I just kept fighting Ishin again and again and again, and my throat was fucked. So every time anyone said anything in chat, I was like, what do you mean?
You know, like when I think about it, like the Ishin's fight, uh, in many of my challenge run has always been a nightmare. When I did the Sekiro level 1, no item, no nothing, basically, a prosthetic. I went to Ishin Sword Saints doing all bosses in 3 hours.
Damn.
Let's see,
And
this is why you need to post on YouTube and Twitch.
and
yes.
then I spent more than
Agreed.
10 hours on Ishin.
Fuck. It's understandable, man. Like it's hard. It's really hard.
And it's the same like when I did Sekiro Resurrection. I mean, Ishin wasn't that hard in Resurrection, but it was still a challenging fight.
Yeah.
I won't talk about Long May the Shadows Reflect because I'm playing on the hardcore version of the mod, which adds an entire health bar to all the bosses.
Oh fuck
So
that.
the final boss, there's Genichiro with 2 health bar, then there's Ishin with 4.
Bro, that basically
And
turns a fucking 4-phase boss fight to an 8-phase. Fuck
6.
that.
I
Wait,
just thought there, completely off
Uh,
topic.
and you like I'll give you a little tease. They actually like the modder. He gave a mechanic to Ishin since he's using the oh fuck the black mortal blade.
yeah.
He if he touches you with it, he cancel your revive.
That's
Damn.
incredible.
You can't revive.
That's
For
So
how
so
long?
sick.
all the black sword like moves he does actually depletes your
To
like
be
it
fair,
creates
they're not too hard to
a
dodge,
dot
but
on
yeah,
you.
if they hit you, that'd be fucking
Y- you didn't see the mod version because you see the move where he's just like charging his sword and like I think it's called the Dragon Rush.
Mhm.
I forgot the name in English. I'm sorry,
No, you're okay.
but he actually throw like um just an arc of 6 waves of Black Mortal Blade
Fuck
waves,
that. Never mind.
and it takes like half of your screen.
Boxer, you're gonna add one last comment there?
I was gonna say, like, it's completely off topic, and well, not off topic because it is about Elden Ring, but just like I've just thought about it. Then Elden Ring probably has like the most names that have like the start with M. We have Malekith, Marika, Melania, Melina, Melissan,
Yep.
Moog, Margaret,
Fucking hell, yeah,
Morgoth.
you're right.
Yeah, actually, there was a thing with like the
Michaela.
names of the bosses. If you took all the main bosses of the game, it was doing the initial of George R. R. Martin.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
All right, guys. We will leave it at that. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining me and taking the time. I appreciate it. I expect it to be a long one, but I didn't expect it to be this long. So I apologize if
I'm
that.
glad it was this long though, so we could
Oh,
hear
me too.
everyone's
I
opinions
would
as
have
well.
spent another 3 hours talking about it, but I didn't want to keep you. But I'm sorry if it did impede any of you if you weren't expecting it to be here this long. I do apologize.
It's okay.
if you guys want to see any of the series that were done in terms of Bloodborne or Sekiro or the Dark Souls series or anything like that, you can find the full streams on the Shanetor Stream Archive channel. You can find the edited version of the Dark Souls stream on my main channel on Shanetor. And you can find a couple clips on the ShaneTorDeluxe channel as well. And a few more things, all of which will be in the description below on YouTube if you're watching, or if you're on Spotify, go over to the RedHeadRambles podcast channel on YouTube, where you can find the video version of this. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for watching. And I'll catch you all in the next episode. Peace out.